Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Weirdest Stop Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuka Midoriya wasn't sure what to make of what was happening right now. She understood most of what had just happened. Her childhood friend turned a-hole turned bully, Natsuki Bakugo, demeaned her for being quirkless, useless, calling her Deku to make it clear, then dropping her lunchbox when she refused to share. She honestly couldn't think of a genuine reason why she needed to share it with her of all people. Her parents were rich, surely they could give her money to buy her own lunch, but she digressed. The part she had trouble processing was that she was currently moving her hands in a pulling manner, and the lunchbox was heading back to her with what little food had been saved. What's going on? Was all she could muster by the time the lunchbox sat on her lap. And then Bakugo grabbed her and lifted her by the neck of her dress. "What the hell did you do, Deku?" she hissed. "Didn't you say you were quirkless?" The doctor said I presented the N-normal bone structure for a person with a quirk, Midoriya explained. Everybody just assumed I was quirkless dash. Don't F with me, Deku. Bakugo snapped, slamming the girl against the wall. You knew you had a quirk all this time, didn't you? No. I'm just as surprised as you are. Just as Bakugo gritted her teeth and got ready to get violent, a purple ball hit the back of her head, and the explosive blonde dropped Midoriya and scanned for the source of the ball, with little success. Midoriya, meanwhile, ran for her life and hid at her classroom, sitting on her desk as she caught her breath. She clutched her chest and rubbed her forehead, utterly perplexed at what just happened. She was pretty certain she had just used her mother's quirk, if not the original quirk, then a variation of it. But there had been several times when she made the same gestures, and nothing had happened. What was different about today? Are you okay? Midoriya turned around and saw a miniature male student entering the classroom, with a row of purple ball for hair. Yeah, I'm fine. Midoriya tilted her head. Are you the one who helped me just now? Yeah, I threw my ball at your friend while she wasn't looking, the boy casually answered. My hairball, I don't know if you're one of those people who put their head in the gutter, but I didn't mean anything weird dash. I know, I get it, don't worry, Midoriya smiled. Thanks for helping me. Minoru Mineta. Oh hey, I've heard about you. You're the pervert from class 3D, right? 3C, actually, I got some friends from 3D, though, maybe that's where the misconception came from. Well, okay, you helped me, so I'll give you a chance, Midoriya scratched her chin. I got more important things to focus on, anyway, like what I just did. Your quirk, right? Mineta asked. Yeah, but I've done the same gestures other times. Natsuki dropped my lunch, and nothing happened, Midoriya hummed. I know I have a quirk, but to have it be unleashed just now. Maybe it needed some kind of trigger? Well, it can't be fear, 'cause I feel it every day, Midoriya tilted her head. Maybe shock. Suddenly, the bell rang. Well, I'll have to think about it later, Midoriya sighed. Thanks again for the help, Mine Dash. But when she turned around, Mineta wasn't at the door, but getting ready to jump down a window. If they see you with me, you'll never hear the end of it, was all Mineta said before jumping down. And, judging by the sounds, he fell on top of a bush. But regardless, she got up and walked to her classroom. Once classes were done and she was back home, Midoriya hit the couch and took a deep breath as her mother approached her. Good evening, Izuka. How was school? The usual, except for one thing, Midoriya got up. So, Natsuki was bothering me again when something happened and I dropped my lunch. Mrs. Midoriya's unamused expression quickly got through Midoriya's lies. Okay, she bullied me and dropped my lunchbox. But just as it fell, I did the gestures I usually do. And the lunchbox stopped in place and levitated towards me. Like my quirk? Her mother asked. Yeah, but this is the first time this has happened, Midoriya sighed. Do you have any idea why? Well, I'm gonna need to see you use the quirk before I can say anything, but why don't you take a bath first, sweetie? Mrs. Midoriya replied. You just had a long day at school, I believe. Yeah, maybe that'll help me clear my mind. I'm gonna do that. One bath later, Midoriya quickly put on some casual clothes and returned to the living room, where Mrs. Midoriya had set up a couple of things for Quirk practice. "Oh, Izuka, before we begin, I gotta ask." Mrs. Midoriya took a deep breath. "Why did I find my panties in your clothes?" "I was in a hurry and didn't notice what panties I was grabbing, I guess," Midoriya answered as she walked to the table. "Anyway, this is what I did." She made the gestures. And nothing happened. "Wait, let me try again." She tried again. Same result. "What's going on?" "Wait," Mrs. Midoriya remarked. "Let me go get something." The miniature woman went to her room and quickly returned, with a pair of panties on her hands. "Try these on." "Mom, care to explain?" "Well, I just got the idea that maybe your quirk requires something specific to work, like for example, underwear." Mrs. Midoriya handed the panties to her daughter. "You wore my panties when you used your quirk, maybe you can only use them while wearing them?" Midoriya eyed her mother like she was insane, but decided to humor her. She took off her current pair of underwear, put her mother's underwear, and executed the gestures again. This time, the objects reacted and levitated towards Midoriya. And as the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her mother folded her arms and proudly said, "I believe that proves my hypothesis. Quirk, Panty Powerhouse. By wearing the panties of a person with a quirk, the user can replicate that same quirk, as long as it's not a mutant or a transformation-type quirk." Izuka Midoriya was terrified. Discovering her quirk should have been a monumental discovery, something that could help her social standing. Finally, she had something that made her normal like everybody else. But her quirk wasn't normal. It was a pervert's quirk. What else could you call a quirk that gave you power, but only if you wore another girl's underwear? At least she managed to keep her quirk a secret through middle school. People quickly waved off the reveal of her quirk as a fluke, and Midoriya made sure to never wear her mother's underwear again so as to not cause another mistake. But then came graduation and the DLVRY of high school applications. Midoriya had always wanted to be a hero. Whether their quirks or their role in keeping society safe, she couldn't help but admire them, especially the muscular symbol of peace, all might. She wanted to be like them. Sadly, with a quirk as perverted as hers, her chances to become a hero had evaporated. So, at best, she'd have to go to a hero school, but stay in general education. She got through nearly the entire application form when she stumbled upon a roadblock. The required space concerning her quirk. It asked for the name and a simple description, but how the hell was she supposed to do that when her quirk was what it was? "This is quite a predicament," Midoriya said, right before automatically entering muttering mode. This space being required was obviously going to come up, but I was hoping there was some option to say other. After all, quirks are so varied by their very nature that there has to be some quirks that can't be easily explained, but even the most complex quirks can be easily summarized, so dash. "Sweetie, you're muttering again." Midoriya stopped and turned around to see her mother standing nearby, sporting a reassuring smile. "I'm sorry, Mom, it's just that." Midoriya took a deep breath. "The application form requires me to explain my quirk, and I don't know what to do. Just put the name and description easy." "Are you crazy, Mom?" Midoriya shook her head. "There's no way that'll get through. If I tell the truth, I'm going to get in trouble." "If you lie, you'll get in trouble regardless," Mrs. Midoriya pointed out. "Listen, Izuka, do you want to go to a hero high school? Not even UA, just a hero high school in general?" "Yes, but what I want to do won't mean anything if I reveal my quirk to the faculty." Midoriya rested her chin on her palm. "They'll see me like I'm insane or a pervert. I might even turn into a laughingstock, and it's bad enough to have to deal with one bully for years." Mrs. Midoriya frowned. "I worked so hard to keep my quirk a secret, Mom. It's the only way I could live a relatively normal life." Midoriya continued. "If I reveal my quirk, everyone will think I'm a freak." "In a hero high school?" Mrs. Midoriya shook her head. "There are heroes who have animal heads, and they're not considered freaks. Heck, there are heroes who are essentially anthropomorphic animals, and they're not seen as freaks. Let's not forget heroes with outlandish quirks, too." "Okay, Mom, I get the gist of it," Midoriya sighed. But are you really sure about this? Can you really tell me that if I put my quirk's information in here, that the faculty won't throw away my application or have me arrested? Sweetie, if you have the heart and spirit of a hero, who cares what your quirk does? Midoriya's eyes widened in amazement, but they quickly shrank down in hesitation, and the girl turned back to the application. Panty Powerhouse, a tired voice said. Kids nowadays have a twisted sense of humor. A snow-white cryptid in a snazzy suit snatched the application form and read it to himself. Very interesting, he said as he walked around the room. Quirks like these aren't very common. They're a very interesting example of the random nature of quirks. You're messing with us, aren't you, Principal Nizu? The tired voice asked. There's no way you believe this. I gotta agree with him on this, Principal, a female voice spoke. A name like Panty Powerhouse is hard to take seriously enough, but the description makes it obvious that it has to be a joke. Really? A teenage girl took the time to not only complete the application form, but also write in a fake quirk name and description. The cryptid, Nizu, shook his head. I think you need a sense of humor, Eraserhead, Midnight. Why me too? The female voice whined. Need I remind how you were in a similar situation long ago? Nizu asked next. When one of you said your quirk erased other quirks, didn't your teacher refuse to believe it? When the other said their quirk let them release a gas that put people to sleep, didn't the faculty send them a letter asking you to write another application, this time without being drunk? The voices fell silent. And look at you now. Heroes working as teachers for UA. Nizu chuckled. If you could go so far even with quirks like those, why can't the hero hopeful who sent this letter? Silence. Especially when this girl only asked to enter Gen Ed, and not the hero course? Still silence. I think it's a little unfair, not to mention hypocritical, to judge this hopeful student so harshly without having even met her. I'm not judging her, Midnight clarified. Shoulder is though. And I'm not going to take back what I said, Eraserhead stated. I still think this is some dumb prank. Believe whatever you want to believe, Eraserhead, Nizu responded. You can believe this application is nothing but a joke, just as how I can believe you're unworthy to teach Class 1A and demote you to general education. Eraserhead flinched. I'm joking of course. For the most part. Nizu clasped his paws. Anyway, I'd like to remind you that we currently possess quite the asset among us. Nizu turned around. Isn't that right, All Might? The chair Nizu looked at turned around, and a skeletal man with All Might's features was sitting on it, looking particularly confused. As the #1 hero, All Might has dozens, if not hundreds of connections, Nizu winked. Some related to the police force. I think I see what you're getting at, Principal Nizu, All Might spoke. I'll call Tsukachi and see if he can help us. Tsukachi? Midnight repeated. Full name, Naomasa Tsukachi. His quirk allows him to see through any lies, Nizu explained. We'll have him talk with this mystery girl after the first day of school dash. After the first day of school? Eraserhead repeated sternly. Why not have him see her as soon as possible? Eraserhead, if I sent a living lie detector to your house or during the entrance exams, and made them ask you if your quirk could do what it did, during a most stressful time mind you, what would you have done? Eraserhead fell silent. Our best option is to have him ask her when she's no longer in a stressful situation. In other words, at the end of the first day. Then, we'll have confirmation on what she said about her quirk is true or not. Nizu turned to All Might, who was dialing a number. So, can I count on you All Might? Sure can, Principal Nizu. Then back to Eraserhead. And you, Eraserhead? The man remained silent for a while, looking at the people around him as he thought about it. And eventually he sighed. Fine, let's give this girl a chance. Today was Midoriya's first day at UA. She had passed the test, been assigned to Gen Ed, and managed to avoid being discovered on her way to school. Now she just needed to survive the next 3 years surrounded by legitimately normal quirks compared to her own. This would be easy. Stop that, Mina. Or maybe not. Midoriya's heroic spirit got the best of her and she ran to the source of the exclamation. There, she saw a guy with spiky red hair being constantly punched by a pink girl both in skin and hair and looking particularly bothered by it. This looked like a job for Midoriya. Stop! She tackled the pink girl, her head falling on her bosom as the girls hit the ground and Midoriya hugged her in place. What the heck? The guy asked. Run while you can. Midoriya exclaimed, her voice slightly muffled. I'll keep her distracted for as long as I can. Oh, you think she was hurting me? The guy waved his hand. Nah, dude, we were just playing around. Midoriya released the girl and stood up as she processed the information. She dusted herself, a bewildered expression on her face the whole time. Excuse me? Yeah, you heard me, we were just messing around, the guy explained as the pink girl stood up. She was just teasing me, 'cause I dyed my hair. Yeah, it was just friendly fun, the girl added, startling Midoriya. Have you never seen two friends teasing each other before? Midoriya fell silent. Wait, the guy frowned. Your friends have never teased you before? The silence remained. Geez, no wonder you got confused, the pink girl scratched her head. Well, don't worry about it, I understand. You do. Yeah. In fact, to make it official, why don't we introduce each other? The pink girl flashed a toothy smile. I'm Mina Ishido. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, the guy said next. What's your name? Midoriya glanced between the smiling duo before she answered, I Izuka Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. Mina chirped, patting the greenette's back. Hey, what course are you in? Kirishima and I are in the hero course. I'm in general education, Midoriya flinched. And now that I said that, I need to find my classroom. The greenette bolted out of scene, Mina and Kirishima looking at her vanishing figure. Midoriya kept running, switching to power walking once she entered the building to try avoid any trouble. She had gotten this far, she needed to keep up the streak of good luck. If only you allowed yourself to open up to new ideas. Midoriya stopped, and the gossipy part of her, an unfortunate side effect of both her muttering habit and analytical side of her, overpowered her, causing her to go near a wall and tail a peek from the corner. She could see two girls nearby, one with hair made of vines, the other having hair made of cherry blossom petals. I'm telling you, Ibra, I'm fine, the cherry blossom girl said. Just because we don't share the same views doesn't mean we're not family. I know, Sakura, but what if the time comes when our ideologies clash? The vine girl replied. I would say religion. I know, cherry blossom girl sighed. Just, please, try to understand where I'm getting at. I'll try. I have to get to class. Vine girl left, and cherry blossom girl took a deep breath before heading to the same corridor as Midoriya. The greenette tried to hide, but cherry blossom girl quickly caught her. Using some of the petals on her head? Don't even bother, I know you saw everything, she smiled. Luckily for you, I'm not one to hold a grudge. Name's Sakura Shizuki? Izuka. Midoriya, the greenette answered. I'm in general education, class 1D. No way, so am I. Sakura released Midoriya. I was just heading there, actually. Wanna come together? Sure. Sakura grabbed Midoriya's hand, and the girls walked together to their classroom. The hallways were surprisingly quiet and empty, an atmosphere made slightly more unsettling thanks to how big they actually were. Huh, there's almost nobody here. Midoriya remarked. Everybody's probably at their classrooms, waiting for their homeroom teachers to give them their stuff and call it a day, Sakura shrugged. Today's only going to be a half day, so everybody will want to go home as soon as possible. Midoriya chuckled at the statement, which she quickly followed with a short silence before asking. Sorry if this is personal, but what were you and your friend talking about? She's my sister. Older sister, to be exact. Sakura answered. As for what we talked about, ask me later when we know each other better, and I might give you an answer. Guess that was the best answer Midoriya could expect. She and Sakura were still strangers, after all. Anyway, we're here. Midoriya looked up, and the ridiculously large size of the window once again reminded her of how small she really was as Sakura opened the door. I welcome you to Class 1D. Inside the classroom was, for lack of a better word, utter chaos. Midoriya saw as a couple of her classmates flew around, or engaged in a pillow fight, or were taking a nap. But most importantly, all of her classmates were girls. It was like a reverse sausage party. Was there a name for that anyway? A reverse sausage party? I'm gonna go take my seat, Sakura blurted, returning the girl to reality. Feel free to look around, but homeroom teacher's gonna come soon, so I suggest you do it quick. Midoriya nodded, and as Sakura went to sit down, the greenette clasped her hands as she walked around the classroom, trying to find a friendly face among the madness. And then a pair of hands covered her eyes. Guess who? Midoriya didn't respond, frozen and speechless out of fear. Whoever covered her eyes released them, and Midoriya tumbled into something very soft and very bouncy. Oh man, sorry about that. Midoriya returned to reality and jumped out of the soft bouncy thing, which she soon discovered was a big blue mass? Are you okay? The slime asked. Midoriya flinched. The slime just talked. But wait, I fell on the slime, but who covered my eyes? That would be me. Midoriya turned around and saw a girl with red hair and eyes, scratching her head while flashing a sheepish smile. I'm Chinatsu Akatsuki, the girl said. Nice to meet you and sorry to scare you. And I'm Rum-Yuri Sekai. Call me Rum-Yuri. The slime added, forming a peace sign on top of its head. I cushioned your fall. Thank you, Rumorise. Puff. Midoriya hit the ground, and right next to her fell a pillow. The heck? Whoa, sorry about that. Midoriya stood up as a pair of girls went to her, a girl with black hair and purple eyes, and a blonde girl with blue eyes with a monkey-like smile. We didn't mean to turn you into collateral damage, the girl with purple eyes said as she dusted Midoriya. Are you okay? Midoriya smiled. Why yeah, I'm fine. Oh, polka dots. Midoriya flinched and slowly turned around, eventually spotting the monkey-like girl lifting her skirt and looking straight at her underside. Midoriya wasted no time slapping her hand away, and she also didn't take long to notice the long tail coming out of her lower back, ending in a puffy humanoid hand. WWWW, what do you think you're doing? Relax, girl, I was just messing with you. The monkey girl winked. Besides, my curiosity got the better of me. Oh right, good excuse, Rum-Yuri spoke, forming an angry face on her blank body. Do you do that to every girl that makes you curious? Nah, only if I think their reactions are gonna be hilarious. Midoriya blushed and pouted angrily before she spotted another girl standing up, one that had a rather masculine look to her, though that was probably only because of her angular features. Order! The girl clapped her hands twice, and the color got inverted for a second before turning back to normal, at which point everybody had been magically sat down on their seats. That quirk seems real handy, Midoriya blurted out loud. I agree. Everybody turned around and saw a shaggy man wearing black clothing entering the room, presumably their homeroom teacher. Oh no! We've been tricked into becoming an age-gap teacher-student harem, the monkey girl exclaimed as she opened the window next to her. Everybody run! Just as she jumped, however, the student next to her, a girl with purple hair, golden eyes, and a halo above her head, grabbed her handtail and kept her in place. All right, I'm gonna be blunt. No, this is not a setup for a harem rom-com. I just came here to give you an announcement, the man said wearily. I'm Eraserhead, homeroom teacher for Class 1A in the Hero course. I came here to tell you that, due to shortage of faculty, some classes won't have homeroom teachers for a while, including yours. I'll watch over you for now, but since this is a half day and this is Gen Ed, you'll have orientation, then your syllabus, and I want you to go straight home, understood? The students nodded. Good, follow me to the auditorium so you can have orientation. When the students found themselves at the auditorium, they quickly noticed a couple things. 1, they were the only monogender class on the campus. Every other class from any other course, even Gen Ed, was unisex, even if there were more males than females. And 2, Class 1A was mysterious absent. Even Eraserhead wasn't around. Plus, Midoriya noticed the Vine girl, Sakura's sister, sitting with Class 1B. So, she was in the Hero course, interesting. Every other face drew a blank, though. Maybe if Class 1A was around, she'd find more familiar faces, but... And that's how animals can get quirks, too. Right? She and her class were in the middle of orientation. Better pay attention to the white whatever that was the principal. Now, before we end this orientation, I would like to give you some encouraging words, the principal said next. Some of you may have heard these words. With a quirk like that, you can't be a hero. Midoriya felt a shiver go down her spine, and she clutched her chest as she continued shaking. However, you may have also heard these words. With a quirk like yours, you could make a great hero. Midoriya quickly spotted some of her classmates also clutched their chests, some lowering their heads and frowning as well. Maybe she should join them. I want you to forget every time you've heard those words. Midoriya and her classmates raised their heads. Here in UA, we don't judge people based on their quirks. We don't care if your quirk is stupid, ridiculous, impossible, or any other similar word. In you, a quirk that can heat up a cup of coffee has as much value as one that can summon a thunderstorm. Midoriya slowly gained a smile. There was no way the principal was talking to her, of course, but still, this felt so reassuring. What your quirk does isn't important. It's how you use your quirk that matters. Even if you're not going to become pro-heroes and instead turn into an inventor, or a business person, or just a normal member of society, don't let everyone's fixation on quirks make you feel smaller. The principal moved around, and Midoriya could swear he was looking straight at her. Here at UA, everyone's equal. That's all. Midoriya looked at the ground as she walked out of the building, lost in thought over the principal's words. She quickly broke out of it when her rump was slapped, though. Ha! Never fails, the monkey girl giggled. We were talking with you, girl. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, but her confusion quickly cleared up when she looked around and saw all of her classmates walking alongside her. When did you appear? Midoriya asked. We've been walking together since orientation ended, Akatsuki explained. A different teacher, Midnight, gave us our syllabus and that was it. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained today, Midoriya frowned. Especially after what the principal said. I know, right? That was so awesome, the monkey girl chirped. He pretty much told us what we needed to hear for years. They're just words. Everybody turned around and looked at a brunette whose hair covered her eyes. Once the school year properly starts, we'll learn our place, she continued. In this world, quirks are everything. And everybody won't hesitate to remind us about that when they get the chance. Midoriya's mood greatly soured, especially when she remembered the image of Bakugo doing exactly that. Well, that wasn't upsetting at all, Rumyuri sighed. Yeah, those words were rather mean, Akatsuki added. It's the truth, the girl responded as she pocketed her hands and split from the group. If you can't take it, drop out and go to another school. The girls stopped at the gates and watched the brunette leaving their view, and it took until she fully left before someone said, Wow, what a beach. Yeah, that wasn't very nice, Akatsuki said, before getting an idea. Hey, why don't we all hang out away from that downer? I'm all up for that, the monkey girl chirped. It would definitely help foster a positive environment, the girl with angular features remarked. I'll take that as a yes. Akatsuki turned to Midoriya. What about you, Midoriya-san? Are you in? Midoriya couldn't help but ask. Where would we reunite, though? Well, it has to be somewhere secret, Rumyuri pointed out. Somewhere where we can talk about our problems and vent before we blow up and destroy an entire kingdom. That's a very interesting example, Rumyuri, Midoriya smiled sheepishly. But that doesn't really answer my question. We'll think about it, don't worry, Akatsuki said. For now, let's go home, and we can talk some more during lunch tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. The girls all nodded in agreement, and they separated from Midoriya, walking to the train station as Midoriya stayed behind for a moment. Izuka Midoriya? The girl shuddered and turned around, sporting a nervous smile as she saw. A detective? Greetings, I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I would like to talk to you in private. Midoriya's smile transformed into a scared frown. Next thing Midoriya knew, she was sitting on a chair at the teacher's lounge, with Eraserhead, the detective, the principal, and a woman she thought might be Midnight staring at her expectantly. Am I? Midoriya twiddled her fingers. Am I in trouble? Not at all, Midoriya-san. Nizu chirped, waving his paw. We just asked the detective here to help us with something. He means he asked the detective to come so you could answer a simple question, Eraserhead stated. The detective's quirk lets him see through any lie, too, so don't try weaseling your way out of this. Midoriya hesitantly nodded and turned back to the detective, who paused and took a deep breath before he asked the question. What is your quirk, and what does it do? Midoriya shuffled around nervously. I assure you, Midoriya-san, Nizu spoke. Anything and everything you say here will stay here. And your quirk won't be revealed to the public either. Midoriya gained some courage from the principal's words, but she still fidgeted and had a hard time keeping eye contact as she answered. My quirk's name is Panty Powerhouse. Lets me use the quirks of other G-girls. Be by wearing their panties. The detective stared at Midoriya for a while, until he finally said, She's telling the truth. See Eraserhead? I told you she wasn't kidding. Nizu told the shaggy man before turning to Midoriya. Thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya-san. You may leave now. Midoriya nodded, bid farewell, and Power walked her way out of the lounge as the detective sat down and rubbed his forehead. In all my years in the force, I've heard about several different types of quirks, but this one, I'm still having trouble believing it's real. Principal Nizu, may I go after Midoriya-san? The woman asked as she stood up. I just remembered I need to give her something. If it's what I think it is, then go ahead. Midnight nodded, grabbed a box and left the teacher's lounge, taking a couple steps until she found Midoriya, leaning against a wall and catching her breath. Midoriya-san. Weiss, the brunette exclaimed. Midnight walked up to the girl and handed her the box, saying, I forgot to give you this. A little something to help you with your quirk. Midoriya raised an eyebrow and slightly opened the box. There were panties inside. Huh. These are little trinkets I got from some fellow heroines, Mrs. Joke, Ryukyu, and me lady. How I got them's a secret, though, Midnight whispered with a playful giggle. Anyway, put these on, mark down the info you get from them, then hand it back to me, okay? Midoriya took a deep breath. She wanted to say no, she really did, but how else was she supposed to train her quirk? Alright, I'll do it. Goodbye. I'm Midnight. Okay, goodbye, Midnight-sensei. Midoriya left the building, and Midnight began walking back to the teacher's lounge when she came across a woman. Hi, she greeted. Hi. Midnight greeted back. Are you looking for something? Yes, the teacher's lounge, the woman answered. I'm here for the job offer as Class 1D's homeroom teacher. Midoriya began her first proper school day by talking with Midnight in private. They went to the girls' bathroom and Midoriya handed the box back to the pro hero. I could only use Ryukyu's quirk partially, I couldn't use MT Lady's quirk at all, and Mrs. Joke's quirk. I had no problems with it actually. I see, Midnight scratched her chin. So you can use emitter quirks just fine, but transformation quirks are only partially usable? I could grow scales and a tail, but I couldn't turn into a dragon, if that's what you mean. Understood, Midnight smiled. Thanks, Midoriya-san, I'll be sure to tell the teachers about this. Midoriya nodded and began walking away. Midoriya-san. The girl stopped just as she reached for the door and turned around. I wanted to keep it a surprise, Midnight folded her arms. But your classroom has a homeroom teacher now. Really? Midoriya chirped. Who is it? A pile of books landed on the teacher's desk as the students of Class 1D flinched and turned around, meeting a woman in a business suit, with white hair with red speckles. Good morning, everyone, the woman greeted. My name's Fuyumi Todoroki, and I'm gonna be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Good morning, Todoroki-sensei, the students exclaimed in unison. Fuyumi flinched and blushed, and used to hearing this sensei honorific attached to her name. And as she composed herself and searched her schedule, Midoriya was poked in the shoulder by someone. Ha! Midoriya turned around, and her cheek was poked next. She managed to turn around enough to see who it was, though, Chinatsu Akatsuki. Gotcha, she chirped. Anyway, you don't seem as surprised about Todoroki-sensei. Midnight-sensei told me about her before coming here, Midoriya answered, turning back to Fuyumi as she added, I'm still surprised, though. She looks like a nice woman. Just try not to fall in love with her, the girl with tail ending on a hand scoffed. You'll never live that down otherwise. She has a better chance at it than you do, Jiraiya-san. The girls turned around and saw Koyama, a girl with green hair lighter than Midoriya's, yet also longer, and orange eyes looking at them, a little smile on her face. What's that supposed to mean, Yama-san? The monkey girl, Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. What are you trying to say? My quirk lets me see the compatibility of people and their most likely relationship, Yama answered calmly. And you, Jiraiya-san, have pretty terrible compatibility with just about anybody except Yukari-san. As Jiraiya fell speechless, Midoriya turned to Yukari, the girl with koala traits who sat in front of her. And it was then that Fuyumi regained his composure and spoke. Okay, first things first, today, we're gonna help Class 1A with their Hero Basics 101 class. The statement got everyone's attention. I know it must be weird, but there's a reason we'll do this, Fuyumi said next. The Hero Basics 101 teacher proposed an exercise that got vetoed by the teachers because it could wind up with potentially half the class hospitalized. At best. And so, they're asking us to come up with a safer, less dangerous alternative, Midoriya blurted, scratching her chin. Close, but not quite, Midoriya-san, Fuyumi said, startling the greenette. The alternative's been already picked, we were just asked to help do it. Why our class though? Rumyuri asked, morphing and raising a hand. I mean, besides being completely female, we're nothing special. I'm not quite sure either, but we should be thankful for the chance regardless. Fuyumi checked her schedule. Now, with that out of the way, let's get started. And so began a PRD of normal high schools, and if Midoriya could be honest, she didn't expect the first half of the day at UA to be so normal. Now, things would definitely get interesting after lunch, but right now, things were pretty normal. Lunchtime came, and Midoriya scanned the cafeteria as she tried to find where to sit. Hey, Midoriya-san. The greenette turned around and saw a table with 4 of her classmates already on it. Akatsuki, Rumyuri, a girl with glasses, and a girl with a notebook. With nowhere else to go, Midoriya sat with them. Akatsuki-san, Rumuri-san, Midoriya greeted as she put her food tray down. Any reason you wanted me to sit with you? Rumyuri formed a question mark above her head. Do we need a reason? Which isn't to say we don't have one, Akatsuki said, clasping her hands and twiddling her thumbs as she said, You see, I couldn't help but notice that you were writing about us in your notebook. Shortly after orientation. Right now that she thought about it, being lost in thought never stopped Midoriya from writing about quirks in her notebook. Or muttering. Or both. So, anyway, we decided to use that to our advantage so you can slowly meet everybody. Akatsuki chirped. For example, the girl with glasses is Megaine Koga. Her quirk is scary. Koga pouted, and the girl with the notebook opened it and spoke in a monotone voice. Koga-san seriously doesn't appreciate you saying what she's heard 100 times. Koga nodded, and Midoriya quickly turned to the notebook girl. How do you know that? My quirk, she casually answered. It lets me use my notebook to read the thoughts of whoever I'm looking at. That's really interesting. Koko Satori. Right, Satori-san? Midoriya nodded and took out her notebook, writing down what she saw in an available spot as she turned back to Koga. As for you, Koga-san, what does your quirk do? Koga grabbed an apple in her food tray and focused, causing a dozen eyes to emerge from it a second later. Whoa! Incredible! Midoriya exclaimed, taking a closer look at the apple as she wrote on her notebook. How many eyes can you make? Can you see through any of them? Are the eyes indestructible? If they're not, does it hurt you when they get destroyed? Calm down, Midoriya-san. Satori rolled her eyes. You're scaring everybody. The greenette flinched and leaned back as she caught her breath. I'm so sorry. It's okay, I'm actually flattered you ask, Koga answered as she grabbed the apple and turned it back to normal. Speaking of which, I haven't found a limit to how many I can make. I can look through 2 eyes max. They're easily destroyed, but I don't get hurt when they are. Interesting, Midoriya said as she wrote that down. Very interesting. And that's about 5-ish? Students met, Yuri remarked. Since we already met Jiraiya-san yesterday. The girls turned around and saw the girl with the hand tail pestering a guy with a normal tail. Actually, while we're at it, I also met Sakura-san yesterday. Midoriya scanned her surroundings. Have you seen her anywhere? Akatsuki nodded and pointed at a table next to the exit. It was hard to see, but Sakura's frame could be seen among the students there. So that would be around 7, counting Yama-san, Midoriya said as she began eating her lunch. I wonder what dash. Deku. The greenette flinched and slowly turned around, eventually spotting the explosive glare of Bakugo. And not Suki-chan. Midoriya screamed. What are you doing here? I was heading to go eat with some extras who won't leave me alone, Bakugo narrowed her eyes. But then I saw you sitting in a table and existing. What's wrong with that? Satori asked. Everything. Bakugo glared at Midoriya. For starters, how the hell did a quirkless beach like you even get in? You're quirkless, Midoriya-san? Akatsuki asked. No, I'm not, I swear. Midoriya panicked. I just haven't seen the need to use it. Yeah, 'cause you don't have one, Bakugo growled. I have one. Then why haven't you used it? Midoriya opened her mouth, only to close it, pout, and sit back down as Bakugo kept glaring at her. Well, whatever, what class are you in? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. I didn't see you in either hero course class, so what gives? G General. Education. Class 1D. Well, at least you know your place, Bakugo pocketed her hands. I'm in class 1A, so I guess my class is gonna F up your class after lunch. Midoriya clutched her chest, an overwhelming feeling of hopelessness that she was so familiar with enveloping inside her. Would you stop bothering us? Midoriya and Bakugo turned to the one who said that, Yuri, forming an angry vein on her head. If all you came here to do is bother us, then get out of here. Nobody's going to take any crap from you. Quite the contrary, you will take crap after lunch when my class FNG decimates yours, Bakugo answered with a smirk. But you're right, I'm wasting my time here. See you later, extras. And with that, Bakugo left the table, finally allowing Midoriya to breath. However, as she left and Midoriya saw her classmates giving her thumbs ups, she couldn't help but feel her class wasn't prepared for what was coming next. And the feeling only worsened once Hero Basics 101 came and Class 1D and 1A reunited at the PE grounds. The students were left staring at each other, while the homeroom teachers talked with each other. So, Eraserhead, Fuyumi said, twiddling her fingers. What do you need my class to do? You need to ask that to the actual teacher of Hero Basics 101, Eraserhead sighed. And speaking of him, he should be here any minute now. Aha! A muscular figure jumped from the top of the school and landed in between the homeroom teachers, striking a pose as he exclaimed, I am here. All Might. Fuyumi exclaimed, Why, you're the Hero Basics 101 teacher? Indeed I am. All Might answered with a thunderous chuckle. And you must be Todoroki Shoujo, daughter of my old friend, Endeavor. Ahihi, yeah, old friend, Fuyumi answered with a nervous laugh. Just call me Fuyumi though, please. Understood, Fuyumi Shoujo. All Might eyed Class 1D. Are your students ready for this? Well, it would help if we knew what we were doing, Fuyumi answered. All Might snapped her fingers, and he and the teachers got everybody on their positions. Class 1A made a line near a rectangular field, while Class 1D stood at the sidelines, holding ball. This is what we're gonna do, everyone. All Might exclaimed, raising his arm. Class 1D will help US test and improve Class 1's overall reflexes. Each 1A student will enter the arena, and then the 1D students will throw ball at random. So wait, we're not even gonna beat each other up? Bakugo snapped. I'm outta here. Bakugo, don't act like a spoiled brat. Eraserhead called as the explosive blonde stomped away. Ugh, I'll go get her, the rest of you go on with the practice. Eraserhead pocketed his hands and Fuyumi and All Might promptly began the lesson by bringing the first student, Kirishima. "Oh hey Midoriya," the redhead shouted. "Fancy seeing you again." Midoriya blushed and hid her face behind her ball, confusing the guy. "Kirishima shounen. Are you ready?" Kirishima hardened his skin and took a stance. "Ready." "Then begin." Fuyumi blew a whistle and the 1D girls began throwing their ball. Some were thrown straight ahead, some were thrown up, but all were aimed at Kirishima. He dodged most of them, using his hardened skin to block the few that did hit him. "Enough. 8 ball out of 20 hit." All Might exclaimed. "Not bad, Kirishima shounen, but you could do better." "Understood, sir." Kirishima replied as he walked back to his classmates. Another student pushed past whoever came next, and took center stage as Fuyumi looked surprised. "Is something wrong, Fuyumi Shoujo?" "No, I just didn't think he would go so early." Fuyumi shook her head. "But anyway, we need to keep going." "Everybody," the brunette with eyes covered said, getting everybody's attention. "Don't throw your ball, try to feint it." "And who do you think you are to give us orders?" Jiraiya hissed. "Maybe we should do as she says," Midoriya remarked. "I have a feeling this guy's got something up his sleeve." Jiraiya sighed. "Fine, but only because you suggest it." "Are you ready, Todoroki shonen?" The guy at the center of the area nodded, and Midoriya immediately made a connection. "Is this guy Sensei's younger brother?" Fuyumi blew her whistle, and like the brunette had suggested, the girls reeled their arms back and paused as the boy raised his right foot and stomped. In an instant, the area was surrounded by a giant glacier, and the sight made most of the girls drop their ball, and everybody else drop their jaws. The first girl to react post-shock was Koga, who added eyes to her ball and threw it as high as she could. Using the bottom 2 eyes, she spotted Todoroki standing on the middle of the glacier, shivering subtly. "He's safe inside, but he's shivering a little," she explained as the ball landed on her arms. "He might undo the glacier if we wait long enough." "I doubt it," Satori spoke, checking her notebook. "His thoughts are just, I don't need his quirk, over and over again." "His quirk?" was all Midoriya said before the brunette girl with covered eyes walked past her and put a hand on the arena. A second later, the area surrounding the glacier transformed into lava, and the heat caused the massive ice structure to melt, to everybody's shock. Once the object had melted, the girl snapped her fingers and the area turned back to normal as he asked, flabbergasted. "Who are you?" The girl turned to Todoroki and bluntly answered, "I'm Aoshizu. And if you want to go anywhere as a hero, then try to be less predictable." Aoshizu. Quirk. Terraformer. Any enclosed area she touches is transformed into a different type of terrain until she snaps her fingers, or a full minute has passed. "Hey, wait a minute." Akatsuki whined as the girls threw their ball. "Why does she get to have a quirk introduction before us?" Chinatsu Akatsuki. Quirk, background character. She can enter anything that can be considered a background at will, in a wall, painting, and so on. That doesn't fix it. Jiraiya chuckled. "If it makes you feel better, we're all in the same boat, Akatsuki-san." Samba Jiraiya's. Quirk, third hand. Her quirk gives her a long tail ending on a puffy hand. "Yeah, we all share your pain," Rumyuri said, patting the redhead's back. Rumyuri Sekai. Quirk, slime. Her quirk makes her into a human-sized, shape-shifting blue slime. Satori and Koga simply nodded. Megain Koga. Quirk. She can add eyes to anything she touches, and can see through 2 of them max. Koko Satori. Quirk, reader. Using her special notebook, she can read the thoughts of a person she's looked at before. "Okay," Midoriya sighed. "Maybe we should move on." Izuka Midoriya. Quirk. "Don't you dare." "Well, Midoriya has a point, we need to keep going," Fuyumi remarked. "Still, 16 out of 20, Todoroki. You gotta do better next time." The boy simply nodded as he went back to his classmates. "May the next 1A student come forward." The student hopped to the middle and flashed a confident smile as Midoriya recognized her as well. "Ashido-san." Midoriya exclaimed. Hi there, Midoriya, the pink girl chirped. Call me Mina, please. Midoriya shook her head and turned to Shizu. Any suggestions? Same as last time, Shizu hummed. Though, maybe some should shoot their ball. Not all but most. Jiraiha's flashed her monkey smile. Now we're talking. Fuyumi blew her whistle, and All Might shouted. Begin, at which point Mina smirked and shouted. Acidic Veil. Mina aimed her palms together and shot acid in a way that created a simple, circular shield, pink electricity surging through it as most of the 1D girls threw their ball. The ball hit the veil, and they got stuck, melting into liquid after a few seconds. Gotcha! Mina chirped, lowering her shield and keeping her confident smile as pink electricity surged through her as well. Got any more where that dash? A couple ball hit Mina, and bounced back to their throwers. Jiraiha's, Shizu, and Midoriya. All right. 3 out of 20. All Might exclaimed. Good defense, Ashido Shoujo. But you must never lower your guard until you're absolutely sure it's safe. Right, sorry, All Might Sensei, she said sheepishly. It's okay. Now, let's keep going. But even when the next few students came, Midoriya couldn't help but look at Mina for the remainder of the exercise. Something about her seemed. The next day, Midoriya couldn't stop thinking about Mina. There was just something about the girl that didn't fit in. How could she have developed a super move already, when that was supposed to be taught later in the semester? Or at least, what she saw certainly looked like a super move. And even if that was just a case of her being a fast learner, the pink electricity SRNG through her had no such explanation. Sure, one could say Mina's quirk allowed her to control both acid and electricity, but until further notice, Midoriya had to assume the acid was her actual quirk. Midoriya-chan. Midoriya stopped. Chan? She didn't consider herself close enough to anybody to use the honorific. So, she looked up where she heard the voice. She saw Jiraiha's hanging upside down, her tail wrapped around a tree branch. And while she flashed her simian smile, Midoriya noticed something else. Jiraiha-san. I can see your underwear. Nah, you can't. I got pantyhose hiding them. Jiraiha's boasted. Anyway, I noticed what Akatsuki-san and Sekai-san did with you yesterday, with Satoru-san and Koga-san. And I think I have a way to help speed up the process. Fine, I'll hear you, but get down and cover yourself. Jiraiha's pouted as she released the tree branch and landed safely on the ground, though her primate smile returned as soon as she stood up. I brought together some of my girlfriends so you could meet them. Midoriya grimaced. Please tell me you meant to say, girlfriends, separate. Ahihi. See? This is why I like you, Midoriya-chan. You're funny even when you can't take a joke. Jiraiha's replied, waving her puffy hand. Anyway, meet us at the PE grounds during lunch. I'll get the gang. And with that, Jiraiha's pocketed her hands and strolled into the building, Midoriya following her shortly afterwards to begin the day. Little of interest happened until lunch, where Midoriya went to the PE grounds as Jiraiha's instructed her. She stood in the middle of the empty field, holding her lunchbox as tightly as she could in case anything happened. Midoriya-chan. Midoriya looked up, and Jiraiha's was sitting straight on a tree, standing up as she exclaimed. Follow me. The monkey-like girl grabbed a vine and swung into the woods, her figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. It wasn't long before she was thrown back outside, though, with a trio of girls entering the grounds shortly afterwards. I just wanted to give her a little surprise. Jiraiha's whined, covering her punched cheek. Why do you have to be so violent? I warned you Sora-san and Mizu-san didn't want to do it, a girl with turquoise hair and eyes said as she walked to Jiraiha's side. Alako Yukali. Quirk, Tala. She has the traits of a koala, like being a good climber and having super sharp claws. The girl helped Jiraiha stand up, and then hold her back as she screeched at a girl with a crow's head. This is for everybody's own good. Especially yours, Sora-sen. The girl spread her wings and turned around, before shooting an angry look at the girl. I will meet another friend when I deem fit. Kuratori Sora. Crow. She has the head of a crow, as well as the wings of one. Sora-sen, you have to admit, Yukali spoke. Midoriya-san is already here. Why not try meet her without Jiraiya's bothering you if needed? Sora huffed and turned around again, following this by approaching Midoriya and extending her hand towards her. Greetings, Midoriya-san. I'm Kuratori Sora. Midoriya shook her hand. And nice to meet you too, Sora-san. Well, if Jiraiya's not gonna out us through her monkey business, then I guess I'm in, the remaining girl said as she went to Sora's side. I'm Yamazaki Mizu. Nice to dash. Midoriya flinched and took a step back as soon as she saw Mizu, and spotted 6 pink eyes on her face, with 2 more at the sides of her violet hair. Yamazaki Mizu. Quirk, water spider. Besides giving her spider traits like multiple eyes and fangs, she can also walk on water. Yeah, I know, Mizu chuckled and scratched the back of her head. It's kinda scary when anybody sees me for the first time. Speaking of first times, Jiraiya exclaimed, and everybody threw a cautious look at her. I saw Midoriya-chan muttering and writing on a notebook about our quirks. And I'm wondering, what other entries do you have there? It's a bit personal. But if you really need to know, I have entries on Akatsuki-san, Rimuri-san, Jiraiya-san, Koga-san, Satoru-san, Shizu-san, Mugen-san, and Sakura-san. Yukari raised an eyebrow. Why do you call Shizuki-san by her first name? To not confuse her with her sister. The girls hummed and nodded in agreement. Well, since we're here and the notebook thing has been brought up, how about we show you what we can do, Midoriya-san? Yukari suggested. Then, you can show us what you can do. Midoriya winced. There was no way she could show off her quirk. Yukari-san. Sora-san. Mizu-san. Jiraiya-san. I'm sorry, but it wouldn't be fair, she finally spoke. My quirk isn't something I can show you at will. Or at all. It's one of those kind of quirks, isn't it? Jiraiya asked, quickly going up on Midoriya's face. A quirk with a stupidly specific or situational requirement, right? Midoriya, stunned by how close the monkey girl was, simply nodded. Ah well, guess we'll just have to visit it another day. Jiraiya smirked slyly. Unless you wrote about it in your notebook. Midoriya chuckled. Don't be silly, Jiraiya-san. I'd obviously write about it in a different notebook. Midoriya covered her mouth, but Jiraiya's was already smirking. Smugly. Noted. Hey now, let's drop that subject for now, Yukari said. Let's get back on what we can do, I'll start. Midoriya nodded and took out her notebook and pen as Yukari walked up to a tree and raised her hand. A second later, claws sprouted out of her fingernails and she swung, leaving 5 notable slash marks on the trunk. She retracted the claws and then jumped into the trunk, climbing it quickly until she reached a tree branch. As you can see, I have pretty sharp claws, and can also climb pretty fast up anything. I see, Midoriya wrote it down. Anything else? Well, a variation on the koala thing is that I have an enhanced immunity to oil. I can drink it, but doing so too much will get me sick regardless. It'll never kill me though. That's all I've found so far. Midoriya wrote it down, and turned to the crow-headed girl. And what can you do, Sora-san? Sora spread her wings and clenched her fist. As you can see, from birth I was bestowed the power of the blackbirds who bring the night with their very presence, the crow dash. She means she can just fly. Everybody looked up, and saw the girl with purple hair, golden eyes, and a halo above her head, flying above them with her arms crossed. So we meet again. Sora narrowed her eyes and took off, flying up until she reached the girl. Sora chariot. The purplet murked. Indeed we do, Kuratori Sora. Sora chariot. Quirk, angel's halo. She can summon a golden halo above her head at will, which gives her the ability to fly, among other things. Wait, Sora chariot? Midoriya repeated. We have 2 Soras in our class? Yeah, I was pretty shocked when I found that out too, and they have been like rivals since they found out about it. They now constantly try to outperform each other, Mizu explained. Anyway, they forget everything around them when they fight, so you should probably move on to the next subject. Midoriya nodded, and turned to the spider girl as she wrote what she got down. What can you do, Mizu-san? Mizu aimed her palm at Jiraiya's, who was watching the Soras fight while giggling, and shot a string of spiderweb, trapping the monkey girl in it. Ah, come on. I wasn't doing anything this time. And I can also do other spider-related things, Mizu added as Yukili jumped off the tree and freed Jiraiya's. But the coolest thing I can do isn't even spider-related. Midoriya wrote it down and hummed. And what is that thing you can do, Mizu-san? The spider girl giggled with excitement as she scanned her surroundings, stopping once she spotted a small body of water nearby. She walked up to it, and while Midoriya wondered what was a body of water doing there in the first place, Mizu set foot in it. And it didn't submerge. She set another foot, and it didn't submerge either. And with another couple steps, she was walking on it. Whoa, no way! Midoriya said as she furiously wrote it down. Mizu smiled proudly before she stepped on something. She looked down, and saw it was some purple ball connected to something. She lifted her leg and tried to release it, but as soon as she took out a miniature student from the water, the combined weight caused them to fall and hit the water. Midoriya and the girls quickly went to Mizu's side, and she quickly recognized the small student. Mineta-kun. You know him? Jiraiya asked. I met him during middle school. He helped me escape attention when my quirk first awakened, Midoriya hastily explained as she separated the boy from Mizu's foot. Are you okay, Mineta-kun? The boy coughed and caught his breath. Yeah, I've been through worse. And also, for the girl whose foot stuck on my ball, don't worry, it'll split off as soon as it hits the water. Mizu put her foot in the water, and as Mineta said, the ball separated soon after. Who did this to you? Midoriya asked. Well, while I was training with my classmates, I wound up Grpng, one of my female classmates, Mineta explained. She got mad, of course, and knocked me out and into the water. When did that happen? Jiraiya inquired. Mineta hummed. This morning, I believe. And lunchtime's almost over. Midoriya turned to the Saurus. Can you take me to the principal's office? Before one could say, why did Mineta deserve anything but hatred and a justified death and replacement, Midoriya and the girls were at the principal's office, the white mammal rolling his chair as he put his paws together. One of my students was knocked out from this morning until lunchtime, and I was never informed? Mizu chuckled. And here I thought UA had surpassed all other schools in terms of quality and integrity. The student was Minoru Mineta, Midoriya added. He's in Class 1A, Eraserhead's class. I'll remember that, Mizu giggled. Now, could your friends leave us alone for a minute? The other girls nodded and left through the door. Leave us for real. The girls whined outside, crying about how their plan had been foiled as they left. Now, Midoriya-san, Mizu told the Greenette. How has your first week at UA been so far? It's been fine. Fuyumi-sensei's really nice, and while some of my classmates are not the kind I usually interact with, they're nice too. And your quirk? Mizu tilted his head. Have you told anybody about it? Midoriya paused before lowering her head. No, I haven't. Good, keep it that way, Mizu answered. Save the revelation for when you're in a close-knit location, and are sure you can trust whoever you'll tell them. And if they try to spread it out, let me know, and I'll destroy them. Okay. Good. Now, lunchtime's almost over. Would you like to have lunch here? At this point, Midoriya remembered the lunchbox she held tightly and asked, Why are you being nice to me? Midoriya-san, you may not believe this, but we're kind of the same, Mizu responded. Our quirks could be described as utterly ridiculous. Your quirk lets you use quirks by wearing panties, and mine makes me smarter than any other creature on the planet. Mizu lowered his head. I was ridiculed and given weird looks everywhere I went. I was almost not even allowed to go to school, since most people just saw me as an animal. But I showed them. Mizu raised his head and smiled. And I can see in you, Izuka Midoriya, that same quality. No matter what anybody tells you, what anybody makes you believe. You'll prove them wrong, no matter what. Midoriya shed a tear and sniffed. Principal Mizu. Please, just call me Mizu-kun, the creature answered. Now, I'll ask again, would you like to have lunch together? Midoriya wiped off her tears, and silently nodded. And so she had lunch with the principal, a creature a person she knew would understand her. She had a feeling he would tear this Eraserhead a new one. The next day, Nizu found himself at his office, staring at Eraserhead sitting right in front of him. His expression hadn't changed from his normal smile, but Eraserhead's slightly uneasy body movement made it clear the pro-hero not to mess with the cryptid. So, Eraserhead, Nizu spoke and the man listened. I was informed that an incident happened during hero training yesterday. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. An incident? Fine, let me be blunt. I was informed that one of your students, Minor Mineta, was knocked unconscious during training and was later found, still in the water, during lunchtime, Nizu sternly explained, his expression not changing in the slightest. My questions are these: who did this, and why wasn't it reported? Sir, you know All Might's in charge of Hero Basics 101, Eraserhead responded. You can't blame me for stuff that happens during his class. Fine, you have a point, but All Might would still report the incident if it happened, which it wasn't, Nizu continued. So I ask again, why wasn't this reported? Eraserhead rolled his eyes. I don't know. And that's what I want you to find out, Nizu added, pointing at Eraserhead with his paw. UA prides itself on being anti-bullying and wanting to bring out the utmost potential of its students. If these same students are being knocked out with the teachers unaware of it, our integrity would fall. We'd go back to the times before Quirks. Alright, Principal, I get it. I'll investigate what happened alongside All Might, Eraserhead said as he stood up. But for the record, there's always the possibility that my Netakuen deserved it. Nizu clasped his paws together. Because he's a bad student, or because he's Midnight Sun? Both? Well, the latter more than the former, Eraserhead grunted as he headed for the door. Hero students should be in UA because of their potential, not because they're related to a pro-hero. If they don't have potential, then what's the point? By that logic, Shoto Todoroki, also from your class, has no right to be here and should be taken out, since he's the son of Endeavor. Only one problem, Principal. Todoroki-kun has potential, my Netakuen doesn't. Because he has none, or because you refuse to see it? Eraserhead rolled his eyes and opened the door. Have a good day, Principal. The tired man left the office, and Nizu took a deep breath before rubbing his forehead. Oh, Eraserhead, you're always such a hassle. Speaking of hassles, Midoriya was trying to open the stupidly huge door to Class 1D's classroom, pulling the handle with little success. Do you need help? Midoriya stopped, and turned around to spot a girl with white hair and gray eyes standing nearby. This was Abako Onryo, another one of her classmates. Hi, Onryo-san, Midoriya greeted as she released the handle. Fuyumi-sensei hasn't arrived yet, and she's the only one who can open the door. Well, I think it could be unlocked from the inside, Onryo remarked. Let me try something. Onryo walked to the door, and her eyes glowed as she phased right through it, Midoriya standing in shock as Onryo slid the door open from the inside. Whoa, Midoriya said, summoning her notebook and pen out of instinct. That's so cool. Onryo giggled and blushed. It's not that big of a deal, it's just my quirk. Abako Onryo. Quirk. Phasing. For 3 seconds upon activation, she can phase through anything for 3 seconds. If she goes overboard, though, she gets sent back where she started and can't use it for 3 minutes. By the way, guess who I found once I went inside? Midoriya tilted her head, and Onryo pulled her inside, where she saw Fuyumi sleeping on her dress, an oversized coat covering her. Fuyumi-sensei? Midoriya blurted. The woman snapped awake shortly after, rubbing her eyes before grabbing her glasses and yawning. What time is it? A little bit over 10 minutes since class started, Midoriya answered. What are you doing here? I stayed overnight to check on some papers, and I fell asleep. I don't know where the coat came from, though, Fuyumi yawned again. Anyway, are you two the first ones to arrive? As Midoriya and Onryo nodded, a girl with pink hair and blue eyes entered the classroom. While walking on the wall, staying there until she jumped and landed right on her seat. Mushima-san. Fuyumi called. What have I told you about walking on the walls? The girl smiled sheepishly. Sorry, sensei, I was on a rush. Amy Mushima. Quirk, wall mover. She can walk and jump on walls, and with enough concentration, can even walk on the ceiling. But hey, look on the bright side, Mushima said as she put her feet on her desk. We're not that late for once. Feet off the desk, Mushima-kun. The girls turned around and saw the muscular and masculine Yoko Mugen sitting on her desk on the bottom row, sporting her usual serious expression. Yoko Mugen. Quirk, instant order. By shouting, order, and clapping her hands, any rowdy situation she finds herself in the middle of is made orderly. And going by the time, you're currently the most late, Mushima-kun. Mugen narrowed her eyes. 11 minutes. Wait, I thought both doors were locked? Midoriya asked. They were. I asked Principal Nizu to let me in through the back door. He closed it shortly after. So wait a minute, you saw me sleeping here and did nothing to wake me up? Fuyumi asked in disbelief. Mugen shook her head. Principal Nizu asked me to let you sleep. Oh, well, that was considerate of him, I guess. Fuyumi gathered her papers. But regardless, we need to get everything in order. Are the rest of your classmates coming soon? As if on cue, the rest of Class 1D arrived and took their seats, allowing Fuyumi to begin classes as normal. And by normal, this meant the normal high school subjects all over again. Math, science, history, all the usual stuff. By the time the first PRD was almost over, most of the students were fighting back the desire to fall asleep, Midoriya and Mugen being notable exceptions. Okay, we'll leave it there for now, Fuyumi said as she sat back down. Now, there's something I want to bring up, so you can think it over during lunch break and give me your answer when you return. The students grew curious, yet concerned. Fuyumi was nowhere near the stereotypical SDST teacher, but this was UA, which had high expectations for all its students, Gen Ed included. Just what did they need to do? I'll need you to pick a class president and vice president. This was probably one of the few normal things the girls were excited for, judging by them springing up and shouting with utter excitement. All right, everybody settle down, Fuyumi said, and the girls listened, just barely containing their excitement. I'm giving you lunch break to think carefully on who to pick. When we get back here, I want you to tell me who's your pick. Right. Now, I think that's due for lunchtime. Think this thoroughly. Midoriya grabbed her tray and once again found herself scanning the cafeteria, especially when she saw the table the girls had used earlier already being taken. She kept walking until she saw an interesting sight, a group of 1A students sitting at a table with Mineta. And the students were interesting too, a guy with full lips, a guy with blue hair and glasses. And the last one was Mina. She immediately skipped ahead when they turned to look at her, and she desperately avoided looking back. Midoriya-kun. Midoriya turned around and met with Mugen, who held her own food tray. Do you wish to sit with them? She turned back to the table and frowned. Well, I do, but I don't know if they'd want me there. Why? Well, I'm in general education, they're in the hero course, Midoriya shrugged. I mean, aren't we supposed to sit with our own departments? Mugen lowered her eyelids. I fail to see how that would mean you can't sit with them, but if you're still nervous, why don't we sit with them together? Midoriya shook her head. No, Mugen-san. That's not necessary. I'm not doing it for your vote, if that's what you're worried about. Well, you'd have my vote regardless if you did this for me or not, Midoriya spoke. I mean, your quirk's perfect for turning the most turbulent situations into calm and quiet. Not to mention your presence gives off a strict vibe that would make anybody shut up and listen. A class president needs to be able to keep order within the classroom when the teacher can't do it, so that's also another reason why I'd vote for you. That's a pretty good analysis. The unfamiliar voice startled Midoriya, who scanned around to see she was sitting at the table with the group she just walked past, Mina and Mugen by her sides. I wish we had an analytical mind like yours during our own class election, the boy with blue hair and glasses said. Surely you could have convinced our classmates not to vote for themselves, or at least tried. But Midoriya said nothing, instead turning to Mugen and staring at her in disbelief. You wouldn't shut up and I needed to get us here, sorry, Mugen replied. Anyway, I'm Yoko Mugen. The girl next to me is Izuka Midoriya, we're from Class 1D. Before anybody knew it, Mina was right on Midoriya's face. No way. I've heard about your class. You're the class that's composed entirely of girls, right? Not a single dude in the vicinity? Ashido-san, calm down, Mineta requested. You're scaring her. Mina stared at the purple dwarf for a moment before turning back to Midoriya. So, how does it feel being in a unisex classroom? Respond to Mineta first, Midoriya sternly stated. Mina rolled her eyes and backed away. Speaking of Mineta, did you know somebody told Principal Nizu they found him on the water at lunch? Midoriya lowered her eyelids. Yeah, because I'm the one who brought it up to him. Really? And also, Ashido-san, you're using unisex wrong, the guy with the thick lips spoke. That implies both CCs, not just one. Midoriya felt it was wise to keep quiet about the time she thought her class was such once. Fine, sorry, but you know, Eraserhead was really upset this morning thanks to what the principal told him, Mina shrugged. I honestly feel a little sorry for him, at least until he puts us through intense training in order to vent. We're getting very off topic here, the guy with the glasses said. Let's go back to the matter at hand, how Mineta was found on the water. Fine, I'll repeat myself. During hero training he and I worked on a super move together, which involved him bouncing all over the place on his ball. Eventually, however, he bounced right on my BRSS. Mina explained. And he didn't hit them softly. Oh no, I actually felt his head hit my rib. Ouch, said the guy with thick lips. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. And what did you do? I screamed, called him a pervert and slapped him, but that was it. Mina answered defensively. I didn't throw him into the water nor knocked him out. Okay, but why didn't you report he was missing when he didn't return? I did tell everybody once that I had walked out of worse punishments, Mineta pointed out. Maybe they just assumed I was recovering? Yeah, but from hero training to lunch? Some things take a long time to do, Midoriya-san, Mina said as she stood up. Anyway, that's what happened, and I'm sorry for not noticing Mineta was missing sooner. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go get my food. Mina walked away, and the group watched her as she left. I don't like her, Midoriya blurted. Yes, I will agree that this wasn't good first impression for Ashido-kun, the guy with glasses said. But I assure you she's a nice girl if a little hyperactive. I see. Well, anyway, let's try this again. Midoriya slowly extended her hand forward. I'm Izuka Midoriya. Mugen did the same. Yoko Mugen. The guy with thick lips shook Midoriya's hand, while the guy with glasses shook Mugen's. I'm Rikido Sato. Tenya Ida. A pleasure to meet you. Same here, Midoriya replied as she and Mugen leaned back. So, Sato-kun, what brought you to this table? Ida seems like someone who'd be upset about what happened with Mineta, but not you. Well, to be honest, I felt like he was going through what I did on middle school, Sato sighed. People would look at me and be neutral, but then something happened, or they find out what my quirk was, and then they'd start treating me differently. Midoriya lowered her head. Kinda like me? Sato raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Midoriya flinched. Suddenly, the alarms rang. Midoriya was grateful that circumstances were on her side this time. Apparently some reporters broke through the security somehow and tried to get an interview with All Might. Eraserhead and another teacher, Present Mike, dealt with them easily. Chaos still reigned for a bit. Students ran wild here and there, pushing each other with reckless abandon. If it wasn't for Mugen's quirk, and Ida flying to the exit, chaos would have gone longer and gotten more. Well, chaotic. But now, everybody were back in their classroom, and the election results were in, as said by Fuyumi. Going with your votes, your class president will be Yoko Mugen. She stood up as her classmates clapped. And your vice president will be Koyama. She also stood up, blushing and waving as she was showered in applause too. Koyama. Quirk. Matchmaker. Her quirk lets her see compatibilities between two people and their most likely relationship. Thank you, everyone, she chirped. I'll be sure to do my very best for this position. Mugen smiled. I'll be counting on you, Yama-kun. Okay, with the elections done, there's something I'd like to ask all of you. Everybody went quiet and listened. Have any of you heard about the hero group, Waterhose? It was getting pretty late at the teacher's lounge, and Fuyumi was finishing preparing for tomorrow's lesson when she discovered something shocking. Huh? Midnight, you're a mother? Midnight chuckled proudly, striking a pose as she answered, "Why, yes I am, Fuyumi. You're seeing with your eyes an odd breed of female heroes. A hero MLF. Eraserhead internally cringed, while Present Mike, sitting nearby, chuckled. Amazing, most female heroes who do have children tend to leave the hero business afterwards. Fuyumi scratched her chin. What convinced you to stay in it? My son, of course. Midnight dropped the pose and sighed. There are stories about a hero woman leaving their child in foster care. But the ensuing story is extremely sad. All you need to know, and all I need to care about, is that I want to avoid that for my little Minoru. Minoru? You mean the purple boy from class 1A? Yup, that's him. But enough about my sweet little grape baby. Midnight folded her arms. Did you ask your students about Waterhose? Fuyumi nodded. They had no clue who they were. Well, now you know which hero group to take them to for a field trip. Midnight chirped. I'll deal with convincing them to let us do this. You and the principal can talk about when to do it. I'm sorry, but I need to interfere here, Eraserhead stated, getting everyone's attention. Midnight, we can't just put a bunch of random students on a field trip to meet a pair of heroes who may not even want to be a part of this. Even then, it sounds like something for the hero course, not general education. Midnight calmly turned to Eraserhead and asked, Have you found the student that knocked out and nearly drowned my baby boy? No dash. Then until further notice, your opinion means nothing to me. Midnight turned to Fuyumi. Now, there was something else you wanted to discuss, right, Fuyumi-san? Eraserhead grumbled and sat back down as Fuyumi spoke. Yes, the girls once suggested they could have a spot where they could talk, vent, be a comfort zone basically. Fuyumi scratched the back of her head. And I think I may know a place they can use. In that case, I'll need to ask your girls to do something, Midnight smiled. Something to help Midoriya-sen, to be specific. Speaking of Midoriya, she was looking at the starry night through the living room's window, her eyes gleaming as she looked at a constellation. That's such a pretty arrange of stars. Suddenly, the constellation spoke back. I'm flattered you think so. Midoriya screamed and jumped back, summoning her mother to her side. Izuka! I heard the scream, she exclaimed before noticing the window. Is that constellation smiling? The constellation flew to the window and landed inside, turning back to her base form, a girl with silver hair, hazel eyes, and a black dress with stars sprinkled across the design. I'm so sorry to scare you, Midoriya-san, she said with a giggle. But it never gets old. Kirin Luna. Quirk. Constellation. When she's off the ground, she can transform into a living constellation. She can fly in this form, and it stays until she touches the ground or is knocked unconscious. Luna-san. Midoriya said as she stood up. What are you doing here? And what's with the dress? Izuka, who's this girl? Mrs. Midoriya bluntly asked. Oh, right. Midoriya walked to Luna's side. Mom, this is Kirin Luna, one of my classmates. And Luna-san, this is my mom, Inko Midoriya. Luna bowed down. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko bowed back. Same. Anyway, what are you doing here? Our homeroom teacher, Fuyumi-sensei, asked me to come pick up Midoriya-san, saying she needed to show us something. Luna turned to Midoriya. The rest of our classmates are coming too. Except Shizu-san. Midoriya tilted her head. Why? She's not into social gatherings, is what she said when I asked her. Luna turned to Inko. Anyway, Mrs. Midoriya, may she come? Inko folded her arms. You're not going to stay out for long, right? I don't really feel comfortable having Izuka out so late. It'll be a quick visit and once everything's done, I'll take her back here. Luna clasped her hands. I assure you she'll be in good hands. Inko turned to Midoriya, and with a single nod from her daughter, she took a deep breath and nodded. I want her here before 10. Understood. Luna went to the door and gestured Midoriya to come. Ready when you are. After a little bit of hesitation, Midoriya followed Luna and left the house, the greenette closing the door before she continued to follow her. As they walked, Midoriya took the chance to write down her entry on Luna's quirk on her notebook, with Luna herself being surprisingly calm about the idea. So, are you intangible in your constellation form, or are you physically still there? I can spread the stars around my body to make myself somewhat intangible, but otherwise, tangible. I see, Midoriya wrote that down. By the way, Luna-san, where are we going exactly? We're gonna go meet the rest of our classmates and teacher, and then we'll head to the place they mentioned. Luna scratched her chin. We should get close when we start seeing mist. And as if on cue, mist surrounded the duo, Luna being barely surprised at the event. Greetings, Hazen, she spoke. The mist moved to in front of Luna, and then reformed into a girl with silver hair slightly lighter than Luna's and black eyes. She was wearing a long-sleeved white blouse, black pants, and red shoes. Mitsuki Hayes. Quirk, Misty. She can transform into a living mist that can cover a small. Is everybody else at the station? Yes, they are, Hayes replied, putting her hands on her hips. Also, Fuyumi-sensei asked me to take Midoriya's notebook for now. Don't touch my baby. Midoriya snapped, hugging her notebook tightly. It's just so you can focus until we reach the meeting place. Hayes put a hand forward. Once we get there, I'll hand it back to you, promise? Midoriya eyed the hand, then Luna, who nodded with a reassuring look. After a little pause, Midoriya handed the notebook and pen to Hayes, and she promptly guided the duo to the train station. Once there, the rest of Class 1D and Fuyumi were there, with one particular clothing oddity among them, the girls whose quirks Midoriya could copy, like Mushima, Chariot, Fuyumi, and so on, were wearing skirts, while everybody else either wore pants or shorts. Midoriya had a feeling there was a reason for this. Ah, Midoriya-san, Luna-san, Hayes-san, you've arrived. Fuyumi chirped. She sported the most simplistic light blue dress with matching shoes. Did Midoriya deliver her notebook? Hayes walked up to the woman and handed her the notebook as Midoriya, holding back tears, pleaded, "Please don't hurt it." "Don't worry, I won't." Fuyumi pocketed the notebook and took a couple steps forward. "Now, let's get going. Care to help me out, Shizuki-san?" "Please call me Sakura," she said as she walked to her teacher's side. She wore a plain shirt, black shorts, red shoes, and white socks. Shortly after getting on her teacher's side, Sakura grabbed one of the petals on her head and dropped it before saying, "Follow my petals, everyone." Sakura Shiozaki. Quirk, cherry blossoms. She can control each and every cherry blossom petal that makes up her hair. Were they to get lost or destroyed, they regenerate in the presence of light. And so, Sakura followed Fuyumi, dropping a cherry blossom petal every few seconds so the rest of her class could follow them. Which they silently did, Midoriya being at the very end of the line, clinging to Luna's arm. "What's wrong, Midoriya-san?" Luna asked. "I really don't like being outside at night," she answered, tightening her grip. "I've heard so many horrible stories of crimes committed at night, I'm scared I might become a part of one." "Those are just tall tales, Midoriya-chan," Jiraiya said as she put her arms behind her head. "And even if they were true, there's underground heroes patrolling everywhere, nothing's gonna happen." Midoriya eyed Jiraiya, getting a look at what she wore in the process. A red blouse, orange pants, and red flats. Her usual mess of blonde hair was also neatly tied into a ponytail. Guess she bothered to look nice for once. There it is in the distance. The girls looked at the spot Fuyumi pointed at, and they saw an old facility surrounded by trees. "What's that?" Sakura asked. "It's an old training facility my father used to train me and my siblings with," Fuyumi explained as she kept walking. "Once he got his deal together, however, he abandoned it." "So, it doesn't work?" Jiraiya asked. "It does, but not to the extent it used to. The lights and air conditioner work just fine. But I think it's better that you see it for yourself." The girls kept following Fuyumi until they found themselves at the door. Sakura took a moment to whistle, summoning all the petals she had dropped back to her head before going inside with everybody else. The facility was huge inside, about big enough to house someone half the size of MT Lady when she transformed, and around the place were dummies, targets, and sea cold. Right, the place was notably cold. Even after Fuyumi adjusted the thermometer to make less so, it still felt a little cold. This facility was primarily meant to test my siblings' cold resistance and, in my older brother's case, constantly use fire in order to keep himself warm. Fuyumi clasped her hands together and sheepishly smiled. Sorry for not telling you sooner. That's okay, this type of cold is much better. Akatsuki chirped as she sat down. She sported a dark red vest, red shirt, black skirt, and red shoes. The floor feels really uncomfortable though. We can help with that. Everybody turned to the ones who said that, and saw a duo leaning against each other's backs, arms folded with confident smiles. They both had black hair, but the left one had purple eyes, while the other had black eyes. As for what they wore, they were surprisingly matching, long-sleeved black shirts, skirts matching their eye colors, and shoes matching the other's eye colors. The one with purple eyes created a pair of pillows, while the one with black eyes made an odd symbol with her hands and summoned a pair of flying scarves to her side. Baku knew. Quirk, pillow fight. She can create and control pillows. Shinobu Renzo. Quirk, scarf. She can control any existing scarves by making symbols with her hands. The duet sent scarves and pillows to each of their classmates and teacher, sitting down with them once everybody had scarves wrapped around their neck and a pillowy seat. Thank you, Nu-san Renzo-san, Fuyumi said as she sat down. So, what do you girls think? It's a pretty good place, Akatsuki spoke. I think it'll make a good comfort venting place. Comfort venting place? Jiraiya chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? It's a good place for comfort. Akatsuki clarified. We can go here when we want to talk about things we can't discuss in public. Yeah, Fuyumi said as she took out Midoriya's notebook. Like Quirk's. Everybody turned to the greenette, who looked away shyly. W can talk about Quirks in public, no problem. Yeah, that's not what sensei meant, Midoriya-chan, Jiraiya grinned. Tell us what's your quirk. Midoriya winced and clutched her chest. This soon? I mean, W just got here dash. It's been several days and we have no idea what it is, while everybody else's quirk have been revealed already. Jiraiya whined. The curiosity's killing me. I think what Jiraiya's trying to say is, Akatsuki moved closer to Midoriya's side. This is a place where we can talk about things we can't discuss in public. And since your quirk sounds like one of those things, telling us here sounds like a no-brainer, right? Midoriya looked at Akatsuki's reassuring smile and frowned. You're not gonna hate me or think I'm a weirdo when I tell you what it is? We have Shizu-san to hate instead, and we're a class full of weirdos, so what's one more oddity to throw to the mix? Jiraiya chuckled. Midoriya-san, I assure you, this is a safe place, Fuyumi stated, the girls nodding in agreement. Whatever you say here, stays here, and nobody will ever reveal your quirk. Midoriya turned back to Akatsuki, who nodded one more time with the same reassuring smile. She turned back to face Fuyumi, but she couldn't hold eye contact for more than a second before she grabbed her scarf and lowered her head, saying, Quirkus. It's called Panty Powerhouse. It lets me use other girls' quirks by wearing their panties. Izuka Midoriya. Quirk, Panty Powerhouse. By wearing panties previously used by a quirk user, she can copy that same quirk, as long as it's not a mutant or extreme transformation type quirk. Midoriya lowered her head after that statement, an uneasy silence forming between Class 1D shortly after. Midoriya could sense the disbelief some of her classmates had, and it made her fear for their reaction. Best case scenario, they'd understand why she had to keep this quiet until now, and not pester her about it. Worst case scenario, they went back on their word and think she's a freak or a liar. It wouldn't be the first time she'd been betrayed like that. So that's why Midnight Sensei insisted. Midoriya raised her head and looked at the one who said that. Sakura. Fuyumi Sensei told us Midnight Sensei insisted some of us went with skirts, and others with pants or shorts. Now I see why she'd do that. Of course Midnight had something to do with this, why wouldn't she? After all, it would be the most optimal way of showing her. Midoriya flinched as something was placed on her face. But she calmed down once she touched them and came to a swift conclusion. They were panties. Somebody had put panties on her face like a mask. You said that's how your quirk works, right? Jiraiya, standing nearby, tilted her head. By wearing other girls' panties? Just not on my face, the greenette snapped as she took off the panties and threw them on the ground. I just need to wear like I'd wear any other panty. Midoriya-san. Midoriya turned to Akatsuki, who was holding back tears. Those were my panties. Sorry, Akatsuki-san. Midoriya grabbing and handing back the panties before bowing repeatedly. I got caught up in the moment and acted without thinking. It's okay, but Akatsuki offered the panties back. Can you use these to showcase your quirk? Midoriya blinked twice. What? Yeah, Midoriya-chan, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to show it, Jiraiya explained. And you've gotten me very curious, and you know how stubborn I am when I get curious. Don't mind? Midoriya slowly asked, scanning the room to notice a lack in the confusion she expected. My quirk, that is? Jiraiya-san already told you this is a class of weirdos, hasn't she? Fuyumi pointed out. Besides, we want to see it in action too. I'll teach you how to use my quirk, if that's a problem, Akatsuki added. Midoriya paused for a second. She certainly expected a reaction, but nothing besides scorn or derision or confusion. Though, maybe they'd come after she showed off her quirk. So, she took off her underwear, put on Akatsuki's, and followed the redhead to a painting just standing in the middle of the wall. It depicted a red flaming bird standing at a cliff, watching as a red and white eagle flew towards the laughing sun. I mean, it works for what I want to show. Midoriya and Akatsuki turned to Fuyumi. But what's this, Fuyumi-sensei? Fuyumi shrugged. I didn't paint that. Okay, let's focus, Akatsuki said, turning back to the painting. Put your hand on the painting and close your eyes. Then, wish to enter the painting. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Is that it? That's how it went the first time I did it. Midoriya took that as a yes. So, she obliged. She put a hand on the painting, closed her eyes, and wished to enter the painting. Not a second passed before Midoriya entered the painting, seamlessly falling inside and landing on the hill the flaming bird was at. She turned back, and she saw her classmates looking at her in amazement. As for what they saw, Midoriya was a tiny human next to the flaming bird, and her realistic shape greatly clashed with the painting's art style. Amazing, Midoriya! Akatsuki chirped, clasping her hands together. You really look out of place there, but still it's cool. Akatsuki jumped into the painting and landed right next to Midoriya, who flinched and raised an eyebrow as the redhead offered a hand. As soon as she accepted, Midoriya and Akatsuki jumped out of the painting, landing safely on the ground as Midoriya waited for everybody's reaction. Cool! Amazing! Can you try my quirk next? And just as Midoriya pondered why she was getting such a positive response, the classmates with skirts ran up to her, offering their panties in hand, while the rest watched, excited for what would happen next. Hey, sensei. Maybe you should let Midoriya-chan wear your panties too. Jiraiya grinned. See if she can use your quirk. Fuyumi threw an amused smile at Jiraiya before turning back to Midoriya. So, how are you feeling, Midoriya-san? Better now that your classmates appreciate your quirk. Why? Midoriya scratched her head. I don't get it. My quirk's just stupid and perverted. If I had been a boy with the same quirk, you'd think I'm a sick weirdo. I disagree. I'd find it hilarious. Jiraiya laughed. We're not asking you to be okay with your quirk, Midoriya-san, Akatsuki spoke, putting a hand on the greenette's shoulder. We just ask you to be happy that you have somebody who doesn't judge you for your quirk. Akatsuki walked back to the group and spread her arms as she finished. And that's us. Midoriya fell silent, tears forming around the corners of her eyes as she slowly gained a smile. Won't judge me. Midoriya fell to her knees and hugged herself, sniffing as her classmates and teacher ran to her side. Midoriya-san, are you okay? Fuyumi asked. I'm sorry, I didn't think this would be too much for you. I'm so happy. Everybody backed away and watched as Midoriya raised her head and wiped off her tears, saying, I was so scared that if anybody found out what my quirk was, that I'd end up all alone again. Seen as a weirdo, a freak, someone to be avoided. Fuyumi frowned. Midoriya-san. Suddenly, Midoriya hugged Fuyumi, who stood shocked with a surprised look as Midoriya cried into her chest. Thank you. Thank you. Fuyumi smiled once the shock wore off, and she returned the hug as the rest of the girls watched with little smiles. Fumamama. Jurihaze suddenly exclaimed. That can be your nickname, sensei. Huh? Fuyumi exclaimed, blushing like a tomato. Where did that come from? I mean, you're hugging and comforting Midoriya-chan the same way a mother would. I like Fumamama. Akatsuki chirped. Me too. New added. It's quite the cute nickname, Sakura spoke. And as the girls kept agreeing on the nickname, Fuyumi blushed harder, eventually culminating in her snapping. Stop calling me that. Once Monday rolled around, Midoriya felt her shoulders had greatly gotten lighter. She had revealed her quirk to her classmates and teacher, and they had accepted her. What she had looked for once she found out her quirk, what she thought she'd never get if her quirk was revealed. She got that Saturday night. But now, she didn't mind. She had a group of friends who accepted her despite her quirk, and that's what mattered. Midoriya-san. The greenette turned around, and immediately headed to the ones who called her Akatsuki and Sakura. Good morning, Sakura-san. Akatsuki-san. You look so much happier today, Sakura remarked. I'm glad. Yeah, after revealing. You know what, last Saturday, a big weight was taken off my shoulders, Midoriya explained. I haven't felt this great since. Actually, I don't think I've ever felt this great purity. Is that why you tied your hair in pigtails today? Akatsuki pointed out, scratching her cheek. I'm curious. Midoriya reached the sides of her head and gently touched her pigtails before giggling. Yeah, I thought it was time I changed my look a little. Does it look good? It's really cute, Sakura answered. Maybe a little childish though dash. Deku. Midoriya straightened up and turned around, meeting the gazes of Bakugo and Sato, the latter looking apologetic. Thick Lips here said that you talked with him the other day, Bakugo growled. Care to explain why you never told me? I'm so sorry, Midoriya-san, but she was way too persuasive, Sato apologized, bowing down slightly. Once she started blowing random stuff up, I had to tell her. It's okay, Sato-kun, Midoriya replied, scratching her cheek. I had a feeling Natsuki would pull such a stunt anyway dash. Don't act like I'm not here. Bakugo snapped, grabbing and lifting Midoriya by the neck of her shirt. Explain yourself right now before I blow the answer out of your dash. Suddenly, a couple of cherry blossom petals shot themselves at Bakugo's hand, hurting her enough to make her release the greenette. The petals hastily returned to their owner, Sakura, who was sporting a disapproving look. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo snapped. Defending one of my classmates, Sakura answered sternly. Now explain yourself, why are you bothering her? Why are you defending her? Bakugo snapped, stomping the ground. She's nothing but a quirkless beach. Why would you care about her? She has a quirk. Akatsuki snapped back. Oh yeah? And what is it? Bakugo smirked. Being quirkless? That could very well be a quirk, but it's not her quirk. Then what the hell is it? Enough. Everybody turned around and spotted Principal Nizu standing nearby, arms folded behind his back, and his usual characteristic smile betraying his true feelings. Natsuki. Bakugo, to my office now. You think you can give me orders, rat? Yes, I believe so. Bakugo looked stunned for a moment, but before she could argue any further, Nizu walked up to her and jumped, grabbing and dragging her by her ear towards the school. Midoriya finally relaxed. Until Akatsuki asked the obvious question. What was that, Midoriya-san? What was what? Midoriya-san, your body froze up as soon as Bakugo-san shouted that word, Sato clarified. And sorry, but I have to ask, what does Deku even mean? From my knowledge, it means useless or worthless, Sakura explained. The real question is why Bakugo-san used that word to call you. Midoriya pressed her index fingers together and lowered her head. Natsuki and I have a bit of history together, but I don't want to delve too deep into that. All you need to know's my quirks so subtle people thought I was quirkless, Natsuki included, and when her quirk developed, so did her ego and temper. I still don't get where Deku came from, though. Akatsuki scratched her cheek. I mean your name's Izuka, so wouldn't it be Deka or something? That's a math term, so I don't think it would work, Sato shrugged, then reached for his back. Oh, by the way, I made some sweets for your class as thanks for your help during the whole cafeteria fiasco. Wait, you can cook? Akatsuki exclaimed. I didn't think any hero students or pros besides Lunch Rush could do that. Well, it complements my quirk, so it's a good thing I learned it, Sato snickered as he handed Midoriya a yellow box. Anyway, here you go. Give it to Mugen-san when you get to your classroom. I will, thank you, Sato-san, Midoriya said as she grabbed the box. With a nod and a smile, Sato and Midoriya separated, both going to their classrooms. So, what's up with him? Akatsuki asked. Is he your boyfriend or something? What? No. Midoriya squeaked. He's just a guy I met during lunch during the elections, nothing more. Well, you have to admit you and he seemed to get along well, Sakura remarked. Can we drop this discussion? Meanwhile, at the teacher's lounge, Fuyumi finished telling Midnight, Present Mike, and Eraserhead about how things went Saturday night. I'm so glad things went over well for Midoriya, Midnight remarked as she checked some papers. That girl really looked like she needed it. I'm still skeptical, Eraserhead said. I mean, we needed to get a detective with a truth-detecting quirk's word before we believed her quirk was real. How come these girls just accept it like it was nothing? Well, they're a very odd collection of quirks themselves, Present Mike said. You have to admit, gaining power from underwear doesn't seem so out of place next to a tail ending in a hand, or the ability to enter backgrounds, or being a living blue amorphous slime. No, it definitely stands out. Cheer up, Shota-kun, it won't kill you, Midnight said. Anyway, in other news, I've secured a field trip for Class 1D. Really? Thank you so much, Midnight. Fuyumi chirped, clasping her hands together. Up. And all they ask is that I stay as far away from them as possible. Midnight boasted proudly with a boisterous laugh. What did you do this time? Eraserhead wearily asked. Nothing. I just got flirty with the guy half of the duo and... The woman gave me her terms. Midnight put her arms behind her head. It's not my fault that my charms are just that great. Present Mike raised an eyebrow. Isn't Water Hose a married couple? I stand corrected. It was then that All Might entered the lounge in his skeletal form. Greetings, everybody. What did I miss? We were just talking about Fumamama and her students, Midnight answered with a sly smile. Fuyumi pouted. Of course you'd bring that up. Phew. Mama? All Might slowly repeated, shaking it off his head soon after. Well, anyway, today both 1D and 1A are going on trips, right? They are, Eraserhead nodded. 1A is going to the USJ to do rescue training, while 1D are going to Water Hose's base of operations so they can see how pro heroes operate. I still don't see why that's necessary, though, Present Mike remarked. I mean, not to offend the new girl, but her class is just in general education. People have a bad habit of taking the hero profession for granted because they don't know just how hard the job is beyond smoke and mirrors, All Might explained, sitting next to Fuyumi as he added, by letting general education see how heroes operate up close, but from a safe distance, they gain a better appreciation and respect for the people in charge of keeping the world safe. Eraserhead raised an unamused eyebrow. Are parts of that speech speaking from experience, All Might? I'm not that old, the man exclaimed. Wait, All Might. Fuyumi asked, scratching her head. Why did you call him All Might? Midnight eyed Eraserhead and Present Mike, before the three answered in unison. Because he is All Might. The principal never told you? All Might asked next. Fuyumi, however, froze and her eyes turned as wide as dinner plates, as her skin turned pale. What? Sato-san from Class 1A made some sweets as thank you for the cafeteria fiasco. Midoriya handed the box to Mugen. He hopes you like it. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I'll be sure to thank him personally later. With the box delivered, Midoriya sat back at her desk, with Akatsuki and Rumyuri quickly getting her attention. Midoriya-san, we developed a super move over the weekend. Rumyuri chirped. Wanna see it? Maybe later. Midoriya took a deep breath. For now, I just want to take advantage of the peace and quiet around us right now before everything turns chaotic. Wow, Akatsuki-chan was right, Rumyuri giggled. You're a lot more relaxed than usual. That's thanks to what happened last Saturday night, when we went to the old training facility. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Also, Akatsuki-chan? Yeah, chan. Akatsuki said brightly before enveloping Rumyuri in a hug. Rumuri-chan and I kinda became best buddies over the weekend too. As happy as Midoriya was for her classmates, she had to admit that a girl who could fade into the background and a human-sized slime wasn't what she'd call a conventional friendship. Now she was curious as to who would make the next odd pairing. Oi, Midoriya-chan. Midoriya turned around and met Jiraiya's smiling face. She was a bit startled by it, but she considered this an improvement over her normal reaction to scream out loud. You're smiling more often. I like that, Jiraiya grinned. Saturday night really helped, huh? Yeah, not thanks to you by the way. Midoriya narrowed her eyes. Please keep what happened there a secret. Relax, Midoriya-chan, everybody's got your back covered here. Jiraiya said, leaning back and putting her arms behind her head. Nobody's gonna learn your quirk over our dead bodies. Speaking of which, I'm still surprised you took it so well. Class of weirdos, remember? It would be hypothetical to find your quirk weird. Hypocritical, Chariot corrected. Bless you. Fuyumi entered the classroom in that moment, and everybody turned to her and exclaimed, Good morning, Fuyumi-sensei. Except Jiraiya, who chirped. Fumamama. Good morning to all of you, and Jiraiya-san, please don't call me that. Fuyumi sighed and rested her chin on her desk. I'm supposed to be your teacher, not your mother. Can't you be both? Smith. Oh. Why did you hit me, Sora-san? You know why. All right, everybody settle down, Fuyumi said wearily as she grabbed and checked her schedule. Now, all of you remember when I asked you who were water hose, right? Did any of you manage to research information about them? A couple students, most notably Midoriya and Mizu, raised their hands. Were we supposed to? Jiraiya asked, tilting her head. Smith. Oh, not again. Yes, because it wouldn't hurt to know more about the hero group you're gonna meet today, Fuyumi smiled. Today after lunch, we're gonna go on a field trip to their hero agency. Woohoo! Everybody turned to look at Mizu, who covered her mouth and giggled. Sorry, it escaped me. It's okay, Mizu-san, Fuyumi replied, waving her hand. If anything, I'm happy at least one of you's excited. Why weren't we informed of this field trip earlier? Mugen bluntly asked. We weren't sure whether we'd manage to book a field trip to their agency, but thanks to Midnight, we got one. Fuyumi explained. Anyway, we'll leave after lunch, right at the same time Class 1A will have their expedition to the USJ, so I expect to see you there. Anywho, let's continue with the schedule. Later, at lunch, Midoriya sat down with a group consisting of Rumyuri, Jiraiya, and Mizu, the last one sporting a wide smile across her face. You seem to be really happy for this field trip, Mizu-san, Rumyuri remarked. Yeah, I'm just so excited to see water hose in person. Mizu replied, blushing as she explained, I did some research on them yesterday, and I immediately became a fan. Figures the student who can walk on water would be a fan of the water hero duo, Jiraiya snickered. I, for my part, am more curious about why we're doing this in the first place. Then she turned to Rumyuri. That and this new technique you and Akatsuki-san developed that she keeps mentioning. You'll see it when the time's right, Rumyuri responded, then turned to Midoriya. I'm excited for it, but what about you, Midoriya-san? Midoriya rested her cheek on her palm, lifting her head slightly as she thought about it. She quickly scanned the possibilities, the idea of this technically being the first time she'd get to meet pro heroes in person and so on. But in the end, she giggled and answered with a bright smile. I think this'll be fun. Meanwhile, at the principal's office, Nizu and Bakugu stared at each other, the latter wrapping her arm around her chair, while the former poured some tea for himself and Bakugu. So, Bakugo-sen, I must say this first impression I got of you was quite telling, Nizu started. Not only do I find you bothering and threatening one of your fellow students, but you sit with your legs quite apart. I got shorts underneath, so what's the problem? Bakugo responded. Besides, let's not ignore the facts. Either you or the teachers were incompetent enough to let a quirkless by dash. Bakugo-san, I suggest you keep your mouth clean while you're here. Nizu sipped his tea. I don't appreciate the attitude, you know? And what are you gonna do, rat? Bakugo narrowed her eyes. Expel me? Demote me to another course? Nizu put his tea down and smiled. No, I believe there's only one truly poetic way to punish you for your actions. Like, today, both Class 1A and 1D are going on expeditions, and I want you to forget everything about the 1A expedition. You're gonna join Class 1D on their field trip to Waterhouse's agency. The statement made Bakugo react, standing up hard enough to topple the chair as she yelled. No, that punishment is beyond cruel and unusual. You can't do that to me. I believe I can. Nizu laughed. You will go with Class 1D on their field trip and that's final. No, don't you effing dare. I mean you want to punish me, I don't get it but fine, but do anything but dash. That. Bakugo stood in front of the bus that would take her and Class 1D on their field trip, with the bus to the USJ nearby. Hi, Midoriya-san. Sato exclaimed. Hi, Sato-kun, she greeted back. Have fun on your expedition to the USJ. I'll try. Good luck on your field trip too. Sato entered his class's bus, and the next guy Midoriya noticed was Mineta, who turned to her as she exclaimed. Hi, Mineta-kun. Have fun too. Mineta performed some gestures with his hands before giving her a pair of thumbs up and a nervous smile, followed by him skedaddling into the bus. If you're wondering, that was sign language. Midoriya flinched and turned around, meeting with Shizu as she finished. He asked you to try your hardest to make it seem you don't know him. Midoriya frowned at the statement, but her attention was diverted when she heard a whistle blowing and saw Mugen gesturing the girls to get in. So, dragging Bakugo inside with her, the girls entered the bus and sat down at the end row of seats as the vehicle drove off. God damn it. Bakugo yelled, snapping out of her trance. I should be heading to the USJ to prove I can do search and rescue, not the hero agency of some dumb heroes with a bunch of extras. Not to be mean, but you're here through your own fault, Sakura, sitting at the seat in front of Bakugo, commented. If you hadn't bullied Midoriya-san for no reason, you'd be on the other bus. I had a reason, you know? Bakugo snapped. I needed to make sure this quirkless beach dash. She had a quirk. Everybody but Midoriya, Shizu, and Fuyumi snapped at Bakugo. Then what is it? You can't just tell me she has a quirk and not tell me what it is. We can leave this discussion for later, Fuyumi stated, getting everyone's attention. For now, just hang on tight until we reach Waterhouse's agency. Fine. I'll wait. Bakugo grumbled. But while we're at it, she turned to Midoriya. What can your classmates do, Deku? Huh. Why are you asking me? Because you're the living quirk encyclopedia since elementary school. You can't tell me you haven't written about your classmates' quirks? No, I did write about them, I just don't think they'd be happy if I told you without their consent. Yeah, we don't consent to this. Yuri exclaimed. Ask us yourself, Bakugo. Bakugo growled, but she calmed down as soon as Shizu poked her shoulder and spoke. I don't really care, so I'll tell you mine. It's called Terraformer, and it lets me transform any contained terrain into a different terrain. That doesn't sound like sheet actually, Bakugo remarked, earning a language from Sakura before she added, of course, it's still nothing compared to my quirk. Interesting, Shizu tilted her head. Is your quirk a strong one? Not just a strong one, Bakugo smirked. But one of the strongest quirks in Class 1A. And what does it do? I sweat nitroglycerin, which I can ignite by will to create firecrackers at minimum and massive explosions at maximum. Now, though she wouldn't admit it, Midoriya grew a little concerned. Usually, whenever Bakugo revealed her quirk, she immediately became the center of attention, being surrounded by dozens of people who would shower her with praise, while leaving Midoriya in the dust. However, Her classmates barely even reacted to the statement. If anything, they seemed unimpressed. Except for Shizu, of course. That certainly sounds like an interesting quirk, and definitely a strong one, she remarked. Is anybody else in your class as strong as you? Some come close, but nobody's as strong as me. Except Icy Hot and Pinky, but you didn't hear me say that. But we certainly did. Yuri scoffed as she and Akatsuki laughed. Bakugo growled again, but this time, it was Midoriya who got her attention. Icy Hot and Pinky are what you call Todoroki-san and Ashido-san, right? Yeah, I got a nickname for everybody in my classroom. Bakugo folded her arms and smirked. And if they want to get rid of them, they're gonna have to get along with me. Akatsuki rolled her eyes. I bet she's never gonna drop the nicknames. Bakugo simply leered at the blue-red duo this time, before she continued. Anyway, since I'm gonna be stuck here with all you extras, I think it's only fair I give you nicknames as well. The redhead will be Red Dash. Of course. The blue thing will be Slime Dash. That's my quirk's name Dash. Whatever, I don't care. Cherry Blossom Hair will be Cherry. Sakura huffed and rolled her eyes. And the girl with the hand coming out of the stick on her but can be Sheet Grin. Jiraiya's chuckled. Excuse me, Shizu said, tugging Bakugo's shoulder. I didn't hear my nickname. I could only think of names for a few of you. Bakugo out her arms behind her head. I'll see if I still have brain cells to come up with the rest later. Shizu then did something Midoriya, for some reason, felt creeped out by. She smiled. I'll await my nickname then. The bus stopped, and Fuyumi called, Okay, everybody, we're here. The students got up and left the bus in an orderly fashion, Midoriya being the last one to leave. Once outside, she was surprised to see that Fuyumi had taken the class to a forest area with several bodies of water around them, a small building located in the middle of the locale. Water hose primarily specialize in search and rescue, so they surrounded themselves with water so they can easily travel anytime their help is needed, Fuyumi explained as the girls scanned the scenery. Anyway, I'm gonna go inform Water Hose we're here. You girls stay here and don't cause any trouble, alright? Yes, Fuyumi-sensei, the girls answered. Well, except for Bakugo, who rolled her eyes and pocketed her hands. Do whatever you want, I'm gonna go blow off some steam. Bakugo-san, quirks aren't allowed. Fuyumi called. You can't tell me what to do. Shizu, smiling once again, said, I'm gonna go make sure she doesn't destroy the forest. Before chasing after the blonde. Midoriya had a feeling Shizu was starting to grow fond of Bakugo, and it was probably just her, but the idea of Shizu and Bakugo developing a friendship disturbed her greatly. Don't pay attention to them, Midoriya-san, Akatsuki blurted, returning the greenette to reality. Let's focus on the fact we're here now. Yeah. We're about to meet a pro-hero team in flesh and blood. Yuri added, bouncing to the duo. Even if they're a minor group, that's gotta be more amazing than what most Gen Ed classes get to see. I'm pretty sure the other Gen Ed classes are doing something similar, though, Sakura remarked, scratching her hair. At least, that's what I gathered from the other buses besides the 1A1. I see. Still, it's rather exciting, Midoriya remarked. I've only ever seen pro-heroes from the sidelines. Seeing two of them up close. It's exciting but also kinda scary. Akatsuki grabbed Midoriya's hand. That's why we're all here, to make it less scary. Midoriya smiled, but a notable sight quickly got her attention. It was Mizu, crouching down at the edge of one of the bodies of water. When Midoriya decided to approach her, she put a hand inside the water. Mizu-san. The water spider girl flinched and squeaked as she jumped back. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Midoriya said as she helped the spider girl stand up. Are you okay? Why yeah, thanks, Midoriya-san, Mizu replied. I was just checking the water to see if it was deep or shallow. Why would a pro-hero duo with water quirks be in a place surrounded by shallow water unless it helped their quirks? They heard Sakura point out nearby. That's if I decided to make a hero agency for wood quirk users, right next to a volcano. Mizu lowered her head and eyed Midoriya before explaining herself. My quirk's other ability woke up when I was 4. Until then, I could fall into water like normal. Now, I need to try make sure the bottom of my feet don't touch it if I don't want to walk on it. And since the water becomes like the floor for you, and it's difficult to see through its clarity, Midoriya continued. You're worried that you'll end up walking over into a deep body of water without realizing it? Mizu took a deep breath and nodded, freeing herself from Midoriya's grasp soon after. It's kind of a crapshoot when you think about it. I think it's really cool anyway, Midoriya shrugged. In fact, I actually had a couple questions to ask you about it. Could we save those from later? I'm about to meet two heroes I recently became a fan of and I want to prepare myself. Actually, now that you mention it, Midoriya scratched her chin. What did you see that made you a fan of Waterhose? Oh, what didn't I see? A giant human construct, teleportation, manipulation of waves so it could send drowning people back to the shore. Mizu clasped her hands and blushed. It was such a joy to watch. Midoriya smiled. I can see why you'd become a fan of them, then. Yeah, though I kind of feel a little silly too. Mizu scratched her chin and giggled. I mean, on the surface, it looks like I'm a fan of them because they're water quirk users, kinda like me. That's still better than most of their fans. Midoriya and Mizu flinched, turning around along with the rest of their classmates to watch as Fuyumi returned, with Waterhose by her side. Sorry that I took so long, everybody, but here they are. Fuyumi made a drum roll gesture before pointing at the hero duo and proclaiming, I present you Aqua Izumi and Kabuto Kaiju, also known as Waterhose. Back where we left off, Class 1D stood at the Waterhose Agency, waiting for Shizu and Bakugo to return so they could continue their proper field trip. As they waited, Waterhose talked with Fuyumi about something, and Mizu couldn't take her eyes off the hero group. To think I'm standing at Waterhose's agency, with Waterhose themselves standing nearby. Mizu said, blushing as she clasped her hands. Even when they're just talking, they're still amazing. What's taking Shizu-san and Bakugumi so long? Jiraiya asked, looking at the door as Handtail tapped the ground with her finger. It's been a half hour already. I think that's the first time I've ever heard someone use the me honorific, Sakura commented. Why use it for Bakugo-san though? Because unlike Shizu-san, she doesn't leave Midoriya-chan alone, and from their interactions and attitude, I can tell she's AD-. Jiraiya folded her arms and narrowed her eyes. And I don't know about you, but I don't want anything to do with a JRK who pesters one of my girlfriends. At least she said the words separately this time. Midoriya thought as she looked at the duo, before focusing on Mizu. Hey, Mizu-san? Yes, Midoriya-san, the water spider girl replied, not taking her eyes off Waterhose. I get you're a fan of Waterhose, but do you think you could tone it down a little? Midoriya clasped her fingers together. It's a bit odd coming from me, but you're acting like an hyperactive fangirl right now. Why is it odd coming from you? Rumuriet. Well, I know what it feels like, since I've acted like a fangirl when I've seen some hero fights at the sidelines. Midoriya scratched her head. But I'm also a little worried for Mizu-san. Heroes don't like their fans being on top of them all the time. How do you explain MT Lady then? Mashima inquired. Even she has her limits. We're back. Everybody turned around and saw Bakugo and Shizu walking through the gate, the latter looking at the former with a little smile. About time you arrived. Jiraiya growled. What took you so long? None of your business, Slot Wukong, Bakugo responded. Now, what are we doing here? I'm so sorry for her attitude, Fuyumi told Waterhose, bowing down as she added, she's coming along as a punishment. So, she's not one of your students? The male half of Waterhose asked. Fuyumi shook her head. She's from Class 1A. Ah, the hero course then. That explains the attitude, the female half remarked. Don't worry, if the hero course is half as competent as they make it out to be, she'll be curbed soon enough. Don't ignore Bakugo-sama. Shizu called. Sama? The students repeated. What the heck happened in those 10 minutes that made you idolize her? Midoriya asked. I got to see her quirk in action, Shizu answered, blushing as she clasped her hands. And in short, it was magnificent. What a bootlicker. Oh really? Well, I hate to break it to you, but a strong quirk isn't enough to get by in the hero business, the male half spoke. You need control, technique, finesse, all that stuff. Tisk, of course I got all that, Bakugo smirked. I have the best chance out of anybody in the hero course to become a hero. The #1 hero, in fact. Is that so? The female half smiled. In that case, we're gonna have you act as our test victim. Shizu and Bakugo flinched, just as Fuyumi explained. What they mean is that you'll roleplay the part of a civilian who's stuck in the ocean, which is what water hose frequently deal with. Yeah, I get that, but why me? Bakugo snapped. I just told you, I'm gonna become a hero. And in order to understand your job, you must be in the shoes of a victim at least once, the male half answered. Besides, you were supposed to go to rescue training, right? Think of this as being half of what you missed. But I dash. You're going to roleplay as a civilian, and that's that. Bakugo tried and failed to express her frustration several times, eventually leading her to storm out of the building. Is it really necessary for Bakugo-sama to play the victim? Shizu asked, getting Fuyumi's attention. I could do it in her place. Shizu-san, what good would that do for Bakugo-san? Midoriya replied. She needs to see how it feels to be in the helpless civilian's shoes, otherwise she's gonna take her job for granted. While Shizu's eyes weren't visible, her anger was pretty evident. I asked the teacher, Midoriya, not a quirkless brat who's only gotten in Bakugo-sama's way. The students gasped, while Midoriya blinked twice and tilted her head. Oh right, you don't know what my quirk is dash. You don't have a quirk. It's nothing more than an illusion you put up to ignore the reality that you're dash. Suddenly, Fuyumi grabbed Shizu's ear and dragged her out the building, saying plainly, give us a second. And then they left, leaving behind the stumped students and water hose. Thank goodness Fumamama took them away, Jiraiya's remarked. I didn't want to have attempted murder on my resume. I think we're being a little biased here, Sakura remarked. As Midoriya-san said, we know what her quirk is, Shizu-san doesn't. Do you honestly believe she'd be less of a JRK if she knew what her quirk was? Sakura fell silent. Well, we can't begin the demonstration without your teacher, but we can introduce ourselves, the man spoke. I'm Aqua Izumi, and this is my husband, Kabuto Kaiyu, the woman said as the man waved his hand. We're very happy that you decided to come to our agency. Nice to meet you, water hose, the students greeted, Mizu giggling a little afterward. Now, while your teacher returns, how about we give you a tour through our agency? Yay! Meanwhile, Bakugo and Shizu sat on a pair of tree trunks while Fuyumi glared at them, arms crossed. What you two did at the agency was just unacceptable. I get that I'm not your teacher, Bakugo-san, and that your thought process is different, Shizu-san, but I just can't let you get away with this. Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do? Send me to the USJ? Bakugo asked with arms crossed. In case you haven't noticed, I shouldn't even be here. That stupid rat put me here, 'cause he felt like it. Yeah. Shizu exclaimed. Fuyumi glanced at the girls, then adjusted her glasses. I think I know what I need to do. Took you long enough, Shizu stated. Are you gonna drive Bakugo-sama back to the USJ? No, she's staying here, principal's orders. No, what I want to do is something different. Fuyumi turned to Bakugo. You think your quirk's the strongest among my class? I know it doesn't sound impressive, what with what little comparison there really is dash. Yes or no? Yes. Fuyumi nodded and turned to Shizu. And you follow her now because you think her quirk's strong? Strong quirks ruling over the weak is common knowledge, Shizu responded as she folded her arms. That's just the way the world works dash. Alright then, let's do this, Bakugo-san, you'll fight me. If I can beat you, then you'll both do as I say, okay? I'll do whatever you want, but I doubt Bakugo-sama will follow, Shizu stated. The weak follow the strong, but the strong don't obey another strong. What I'm saying makes sense, right? It definitely does, Bakugo smirked. I'll play along with your little charade, but you'll take me to the USJ if I win, got it? Fuyumi smiled. I'm gonna wipe that smirk off your face. You'll try. And so, with one quick setup later, Fuyumi and Bakugo stood at opposite ends of an arena drawn by Shizu with a marker, and as soon as she finished, she tried to touch it. Shizu-san, Keep your hands off the arena. The girl leaned back and looked at Fuyumi. I'm fighting Bakugo-san, so I'm gonna ask you to stay out of this. Biba dash. Don't worry, Shitsu, Bakugo responded, pounding her fists as she eyed Fuyumi with a cocky grin. This'll be over very quickly. Shizu pouted and hummed fine as she took a couple steps back, then exclaimed, Begin! Bakugo literally burst forward with an explosion, laughing as she prepared to throw an explosion right in front of Fuyumi's face. But something about her caught her off guard. Her expression, her eyes in particular, was dead serious as she took a deep breath, and her mouth glowed white. Bakugo tried to go back, but it was too late. Fuyumi released a massive stream of white fire from her mouth, engulfing the explosivo blonde. However, Bakugo didn't feel like she was burning alive, but more like she was caught inside something warm that unexpectedly turned cold as the fire turned into ice. I believe, Fuyumi snapped her fingers, that this is my win. Fuyumi Todoroki. Quirk, fire and ice. She can summon white flames from any part of her body, which barely burns and freezes at the snap of her fingers. She can also melt the ice. She makes ANF freeze fire with a touch. The hotter it burns, the longer it takes. Shizu stood stunned as Fuyumi walked to the frozen blonde and put her hand on her icy prison, melting it away in an instant. Bakugo dropped to her knees soon afterwards, catching her breath after shaking off the water covering her. All right, get up. Bakugo looked up and saw Fuyumi extend a hand towards her, saying, I got a spare uniform on my bag, let's go get you changed dash. Without thinking, Bakugo slapped Fuyumi's hand away, shivering as she stood up and glared at the woman. Fuyumi, however, remained unfazed, and looked at Bakugo as she and Shizu stomped away, the latter throwing a raspberry at the woman before following the shivering blonde. Recognizing the waste of time, Fuyumi walked back to the water hose agency as Bakugo had a single thought. She'd be having a much better time at the USJ by now. Meanwhile, things were comparatively normal at the USJ. Class 1A were having a normal class about search and rescue, the main component of heroism, and they were being watched by their homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, their hero basics teacher, All Might, and the owner of the USJ, 13. During this normal class, however, All Might quickly noticed Mina Ashido, of all people, sitting quietly by the cliffside of what was supposed to be the avalanche zone. Young Midnight, I gotta go see what's on young Ashido's mind, All Might told Midnight. Could you draw the lots for the teams in my place? Of course, All Might. With that said, the number one hero walked to the pink girl's side and sat down. Is something wrong, young Ashido? The pink girl remained quiet for a moment, further troubling All Might until she spoke. This is nothing like what I expected. All Might raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, young Ashido? When I think heroes, I think brave crime fighters who uphold the peace of society, people who beat villains with a smile and bring hope with their very presence dash. Young Ashido, are you describing heroes in general, or me? Well, you're the definition of heroism. Ah, I can't argue with that. But I think I get what's troubling you. You're not used to the less physical aspects of heroism, are you? Mina looked elsewhere and blushed red. I've never been the most patient or smart person. I never really thought heroism would involve more than crime fighting. That's a big part of it, but it's not the only part, young Ashido. All Might put a hand on Mina's shoulder. See this exercise as a way to help you learn how to do these aspects of heroism. After all, I never hurts to learn, right? Mina slowly regained her smile, and she stood up, stretching a bit as she said, I got it, All Might. So, what do we do now? Mina found herself standing at the bottom of the artificial chasm, and alongside her was the froggy girl known as Tsuyu Ajui. And Mineta. God damn it. All right, children. This is what we need you to do. One of you will be unconscious, one will have a broken leg, and the last one will call for help, 13 explained calmly. We're gonna go see who'll be the heroes that will save you, so discuss who will play what role in the meantime. The teachers went to pick the heroes, and besides Tsuyu's longing stare at Eraserhead, Mina noticed Mineta resting on the ground, as if he was playing dead. What are you doing, Mineta-kun? I mean, it's clear who will have which role, right? Mineta replied with a shrug. Ajui-san can jump real high, so she should get the broken leg. I could simply use my ball to leave the chasm and thus should be rendered unconscious, and since you have the loudest personality in the classroom, I thought that could translate into you asking for help. That's actually a pretty decent plan, Mina raised an eyebrow. How did you come up with it so quickly? To be fair, his plan is really just simple common sense, Tsuyu remarked. Anybody could have come up with it. Mineta flashed a thumbs up. Thanks for agreeing with me, Tsu. Don't call me that. Right? Sorry, I'm gonna be unconscious now. Mina watched Mineta close his eyes and fall limp, while Tsu got on the ground, grabbing her leg with her arms as 13's voice called. The heroes have been picked. Call for help when you feel like it. Mina nodded and took a deep breath before shouting at the top of her lungs. Help! Somebody help me! We're here! Mina and Tsuyu looked up to see the heroes picked, Shoji, Ida, and Tokoyami. Oh, thank God you're here, heroes! Mina exclaimed. This chasm just opened out of nowhere. One of my friends broke her leg and the other's unconscious. You have to do something. Don't worry, good citizen. We'll save you. Mina nodded and then spent the next few seconds cringing internally. She was supposed to be the next symbol of peace, and yet here she was, badly acting like a victim. Not only that, but once she and the other two were rescued, Mineta didn't open his eyes once they hit the ground. All right, that was a good exercise, 13 stated. Now please move aside so the next team can give it a shot. That means you can wake up now, Mineta, Eraserhead tiredly said. Mineta woke up and stood up soon after. Man, I didn't think being unconscious would be such a tough act to pull off. Mineta turned around to see Mina and Tsuyu staring at him. What? Senseis, Mina said, getting the teacher's attention. Can I speak with Mineta in private? The teachers agreed with a shrug and the pink-purple duo went elsewhere, while All Might and 13 went to check the next group, leaving Eraserhead alone with the frog girl. Is something wrong, Eraserhead? Tsuyu asked. You look more tired than usual. It's none of your business, problem child. Tsuyu, however, was undeterred. She stared at Eraserhead with her unblinking, neutral eyes, making it clear she wasn't gonna leave him alone until she got an answer. Eraserhead calmly gave up. The issue of who dunked Mineta into the water has been bothering everyone, especially Midnight and Principal Nizu. They say that letting such a thing go under the bus would make UA no better than the average high school, so they're forcing me to find out who did it. Tsuyu tilted her head. Would finding out who did it help you? Sure, at least it would help me get some sleep, Eraserhead shrugged. But again, it's none of your business dash. I'm afraid it is, since I'm the one who did it. Eraserhead flinched and slowly turned to Tsuyu, who now sported a calm smile. What are you talking about? I dunked Mineta in the water, Tsuyu stated with nary a shred of remorse. I was trying to drown him. How do you function? Mineta and Mina stood still for a moment, until the former finally replied. I don't get the question, sorry. Don't play dumb with me. I've heard the rumors. Mina stated. You're a hopeless pervert who has done everything, via stealing panties, entering the girls' bathroom, and more. In fact, the only reason you're even here is because of nepotism. So why? Mineta tilted his head. Why don't you act like it? Mina stomped the ground. Ever since school started, all I've seen you do in the classroom is listen, write stuff down, and maybe talk with some of our classmates once in a while. Isn't that what people usually do in schools? Mineta pointed out. Yes, people do that. Perverts don't. Mina flailed her arms. Why aren't you checking any girls out? Seeing them lustfully, saying outrageous things about us, or trying to grope us once or twice? Mineta shook his head. Wait, I'm confused. You want me to do that to you? Of course not. Then why are you scolding me for not seeing you as lust objects? Mina flinched and fell utterly silent, ruffling her hair as she walked to a nearby artificial rock, which she sat on as Mineta added. Where did you even hear the rumors, anyway? Mina frowned. One of my friends from middle school, who changed to another school on my second year, warned me about you and told me how you were going to UA. Mineta sat next to Mina. On the ground. What else did she tell you? The fact you were Midnight's son, that you had groped everyone in the new school, and your other exploits. And you believed her. I never had any reason to doubt her before. Mina put a hand on her cheek. Even when Kirishima told me not to listen to her, I just couldn't risk it. Mina lowered her head. And when you crashed your head straight into my booth, I remembered her words, and thought those rumors were true. I nearly split my head doing that, Mineta said, holding back a chuckle. Mina forced a smile. Well, you nearly broke one of my ribs. Whoever said BRSTS were like airbags was a liar. Yeah. Screw them, whoever they are. The pink-purple duo laughed out loud for a while, eventually falling silent after a few seconds, and staying that way until Mina spoke again. It's so stupid, isn't it? Mineta raised an eyebrow. If you grope me, you're a pervert. If you don't, then there's gotta be something wrong with you. Mina shook her head. I mean, I know I'm smoking hot, but that just doesn't make sense. Well, I guess, in a way, it would make sense for someone with body issues who's in denial of said issues. Mina's smile slowly turned into a frown, and eventually spoke. Mineta, I'm Dash. The bus is leaving. What? The duo stood up and watched as the UA bus drove back to UA, with 13 coming to pick up the pair soon after. Don't worry, you two, the bus will come back as soon as Azui-san has returned to UA. Azui-san? Mineta repeated. Why is she going back to UA in the first place? Mina inquired. Because she just confessed to try drown one of her classmates, and the principal needs to talk to her about it. 13 turned to Mineta. By the way, Mineta-kun, the classmate she tried to drown was you. Mineta and Mina exchanged shocked expressions, the former turning back to 13 as he gave a simple response. What? Tsuyu Azui sat at the principal's office, Principal Nizu sitting on his desk, his characteristic smile hiding his displeasure. So, Tsuyu Azui-san, the white cryptid spoke, sending a chill down the frog girl's spine. You admit to being one to dunk Minoru Mineta-kun into the water, right? Yes, I do. And you also admit you did so with the intent to drown him? Yes, Dash. Care to explain? Tsuyu remained silent for a few seconds, until she eventually gave an explanation, while looking away from the white cryptid. You know how Mineta-chan's seen, right? He has decent smarts, and his quirk has versatility, but any potential he has is brought down by his perversion. He just can't keep his thoughts in his brains and not his pants. Nizu put his paws together. You speak as if you knew Mineta-kun personally, even adding chan to his name. Tsuyu shook her head. No, I'm just taking pity on him. We were classmates during middle school until he was transferred to another school. Nizu hummed. Do you know the reason why that happened? Tsuyu scanned the office. Anything I tell you will stay here, right? Nizu simply nodded, and Tsuyu blushed as she explained. Back in our middle school, I was one of the very few mutant students, alongside Mineta. Even so, we never really hung out. He seemed to prefer being surrounded by more normal-looking girls. I don't see how that justifies trying to kill him. I was just getting there. Tsuyu took a deep breath. My mom and my dad met when they went through an embarrassing moment. They crashed into each other and fell down. My dad kinda groped my mom, but he quickly apologized for it. They hung out a bit more after that, until they eventually fell in love. And, as a fair guess, you and Mineta had a similar first contact? Tsuyu nodded. We were both running late for school, and we crashed on the way there. We fell, he groped me, and he apologized before continuing on his way. And you saw your father in him? Yeah. But unlike Dad, who made sure not to fall into another incident, Mineta just wouldn't stop getting himself to crash face first into some girls or GRPNG one of their BRSTS, or entering the wrong bathroom. Were these events accidental? That doesn't matter, they kept happening and they needed to stop. Tsuyu scratched her cheek. So, with the help of a classmate, we got him in so much trouble that he was forcefully transferred to another school, and his record was wiped. That's rather extreme. What did you do to get him such harsh punishment? That I'd rather not talk about it. Fair enough. And when you met him again in the hero course, you thought he hadn't changed. Yeah, he desperately tried to make it seem like he didn't know me, that we were complete strangers. Tsuyu lowered her head. That, coupled with him slamming into Ashido-san's bosom, kinda made me lose control. And you tried to drown him? Tsuyu nodded. Alright, Tsuyu Azui-san, that will be all. Return to your classroom. Tsuyu tilted her head. Am I in trouble? Return to your classroom at once, Tsuyu Azui-san. The frog girl got off her seat and walked out of the office, leaving Nizu to silently think of what to do. He never thought he'd need with that kind of person again, let alone have that person be a hero student. Meanwhile, at Waterhose's agency, Class 1D and the hero couple were on a boat, sailing the large body of water that surrounded the agency. Shizu and Bakugu stood in a small platform far away, acting as mock civilians. As for Class 1D, most of them showed excitement over the boat, Midoriya and Mizu in particular looking at the clear water surrounding them. I've never been on a boat before. Midoriya chirped. What about you, Mizu-san? Huh? The water spider girl flinched. Oh, me neither. Midoriya frowned. Is something wrong? I can't see the bottom. Mizu lowered her eyelids as she stared at her reflection. I could see it back at the agency, so. Mizu-san, nothing bad's gonna happen, Midoriya said, patting the water spider girl's back. Take it from me, if something bad happens, I'm more than likely the target, hehe. That's not funny, Midoriya-san, Mizu flatly stated. Sorry. Alright everybody, we'll get to the good stuff in a minute. Caillou said as he steered the boat. We'll keep scouting the area until we hear the civilians calling for help. Okay. Speaking of said civilians, Bakugu glared at her reflection while Shizu tried comforting her. Look at the bright side, Bakugu-sama. Regardless of what happens today, you'll go back to the hero course once we go back to UA. Bakugu said nothing. Please don't give me the cold shoulder, Bakugu-sama dash. Suddenly, Bakugu put a hand on Shizu's mouth and shot a glare at her. Never say cold shoulder again. With her statement given, Bakugu released Shizu's mouth, who remained silent. Back on the boat, however, a certain Koko Satori managed to see their inner thoughts through her notebook, and to nobody's surprise, they were filled with thoughts of Deku and Bakugu. Satori-san, what are you doing? Fuyumi asked, approaching the pink-haired student. Nothing out of the ordinary, Satori replied. Just on Shizu-san and Bakugu-san's. Huh? Fuyumi edged closer. What's wrong? My notebook is registering a third set of thoughts. Satori turned back to see Shizu and Bakugu. But I only see Shizu-san and Bakugu-san over there. Fuyumi grimaced and turned to Koga. Can you grow eyes underneath the boat, Koga-san? Koga nodded and put a hand on the ground. From the bottom of the boat, a pair of eyes emerged and glowed as Koga saw through them, spotting a shadowy figure under Shizu and Bakugu's spot. There's someone else with them. With their attention grabbed, everybody turned to Bakugu and Shizu's spot, and saw the platform shaking, right before an arm grabbed Bakugu's leg and tried to pull her down, with Shizu slowing her down by grabbing and pulling back. Hey, what the F dash? Bakugu yelled as she raised her arm. Let go off me, you creep. Bakugu shot an explosion at the arm, but while she managed to get the hand to release her, she also caught a glimpse of the creep trying to pull her in. And he looked like an older, demented male version of her. Shortly after, a web of strings grabbed her and Shizu and pulled them both to the boat, Mizu releasing them just as the creep got on top of the platform, shooting a demented smirk at the group. Kabuto-kun, get us out of here. Aqua exclaimed. No need to tell me twice. The male half of Waterhose steered the boat around and began driving away as the creep took a giant leap towards them, covering his arm with some kind of muscle tissue as he prepared a punch. He's gonna attack. Fuyumi exclaimed. I know, don't worry, Aqua said as she raised her arms. I got this. Aqua motioned her arms and a torrent surged from the water, following her movements and swallowing the creep, who was promptly spit back at the platform. Aqua Izumi. Quirk, aquatic teleportation. By submerging herself and other people in a torrent of water, she can take them someplace else as long as there's a body of water nearby. Teleportation, the muscular man chuckled. How interesting. He's not gonna stay still for long. Aqua stated as she prepared another torrent. Ice Knight, I'm gonna take your students back to the agency. Got it. And before anybody could say anything, a water torrent grabbed Class 1D and Bakugo and teleported them out of the area. Ice Knight, take the wheel. Caillou ordered. I'm gonna try keep this guy occupied. Fuyumi nodded and hastily grabbed the wheel, just in time for Caillou to dive into the water. A few seconds later, a massive, watery man with flowing hair burst out, his massive form looming over the creep. Kabuto Caillou. Quirk, Poseidon's avatar. By jumping into a big enough body of water, he can transform into a splitting image of the water god Poseidon. The aquatic avatar summoned a trident from the water and slammed it down, sending the platform and the creep flying into the sky. The creep, however, simply laughed in utter joy. I'm certainly going to enjoy this. Class 1D emerged from the torrent back into the shore at the agency, with the added benefit of coming out perfectly clean. Wow, the torrent didn't get us wet. Jiraiya's chirped. How's that even possible? Whatever the reason, I'm writing it down, Midoriya remarked as she wrote it down on a notebook she suddenly took out. And in the meantime, we got a call for help. All Might. Bakugo exclaimed, getting everybody's attention. I know it's a long shot, but if there's anybody who can end this in a snap, it's him. What about the teachers, like Midnight or Fumamama? Jiraiya asked. Midnight's quirk could be detrimental in an open space like this, while Fumamama won't last forever, Yukali spoke. Our best shot really is to call All Might for help. Just then, one of Waterhose's sidekicks spotted the girls, took them inside, and helped them call All Might's phone. Because of course the agency of an uncommon hero couple would have the number one hero's number on standby. As soon as it seemed he answered, Shizu snatched the phone. All Might Sama dash. My voicemail's here. Classes 1D as a whole suddenly felt immense weight on their shoulders, Shizu dropping the phone as it continued. I'm afraid I can't answer right now. I'm in the middle of some important business. I might be available later, though, so feel free to message me later. The voicemail ended just as Class 1D came to a horrifying, if hasty, conclusion. There was a chance they'd have to face that muscular Bakugo lookalike. Alone. Principal Nizu arranged some papers on his desk just as his phone rang, calmly answering it without looking away from the papers. Moshi Moshi? Principal Nizu. Ah, if it isn't Izuka Midoriya-san. Nizu remarked cheerfully. Tell me, how's your class dealing with the field trip? Everything was fine, until a creep came out of nowhere and attacked us. We tried calling All Might, but it went straight to voicemail. Nizu remembered All Might left his phone charging at the office before heading out. Come to think of it, so did Eraserhead, and Midnight was in the middle of a class. How inconvenient. What about Fuyumi-san? Fuyumi-sensei is engaging the villain with Waterhose, but I don't know how long they'll last against him. Well, this was certainly troublesome. Not only was Nizu gonna have to deal with a potential Yandere in the hero course, but Fuyumi's class was in trouble. Luckily, one of those things could be easily dealt with. Alright, Midoriya-san, I understand the situation. I want you to give your classmates a message. Back at Waterhose's agency, Midoriya nearly dropped the phone in shock, hastily catching it as her classmates noticed. What's wrong, Midoriya-kun? Mugen asked. What did Principal Nizu say? Midoriya took a deep breath, turned to her classmates, and nervously answered. He's giving us permission to use our quirks. A resounding what? Echoed across the room as Nizu, now being heard by everyone, explained. Midoriya-san, just because you're in general education doesn't mean you can't put up a fight. Nizu smiled. In fact, several of your classmates participated in the hero course entrance exam and barely failed by a small margin. This is your chance to prove you're not helpless. Your chance to prove Gen Ed's not helpless. Suddenly, Bakugo snatched the phone and growled, and just how do you expect them to survive against a villain? I might have a chance, but the rest of them dash. Bakugo-san, with all due respect, I was talking to Midoriya-san, Nizu bluntly answered. Could you please return the phone to her? Not until you explain yourself, you goddamn rat. Then this conversation is over. Best of luck to you. Click. Bakugo felt compelled to throw the phone through a wall, but she settled on putting it back where it was. And punching the wall. First All Might can't help us, and now the rat abandons us, she snapped before pointing at Class 1D. This is why I didn't want to go with a bunch of extras like you. Midoriya's eyes widened, but she remained calm as Shizu walked to Bakugo's side and stated, "Why, Bakugo-sama's right. She should have gone to the Uze with the rest of her class." "Oh, shut up already, won't you, Shizumi?" Jiraiya snapped. "The only reason you're even taking her side's because you got a Quirk F this itch." Shizu blushed and narrowed her eyes. "That's not true at all. I just have a better eye to tell the weak from the strong, unlike the rest of you." "Everyone please calm down," Yama quietly pleaded. "Fighting amongst each other won't help anybody." "Yama-san's right," Mugen stated. "Look, I know the situation just suddenly worsened. I'm pretty sure none of us expected to be attacked by a villain, and right in the middle of an exercise too. But going into a panic will only lead the villain to us. At the very least, we should come up with a plan." "How's? Almost none of us have quirks made for combat, and the few who do would be killed by that monster before they could use it." Shizu stated. "Whether we stay here and do nothing or go out there and fight, it won't make a difference." "Okay, I'm sorry, but I simply need to ask the obvious," Midoriya stated, staring at Shizu. "What's your damage? Why do you keep acting like quirks determine everything?" "It's the way the world works, Midoriya-san. Strong quirks rule over the weak, no matter how much we want to think otherwise." Shizu snapped in return. "Whatever that villain's quirk does, it has to be stronger than, I don't know, walking on walls, or phasing for seconds, or even having hair made of cherry blossom petals." Mishima, Onryo, and Sakura looked at Shizu, the latter with anger, the former two with sadness, and Midoriya quickly followed that statement with a question. "So, you'd rather stand still and do nothing while the heroes do everything?" Shizu raised an eyebrow. "What are you suggesting, Midoriya?" "The principal gave us permission to use our quirks, and we have to think of a plan to use them as best as we can." Midoriya took a step closer, her expression gaining a hint of frustration. "The last thing we need right now is a crybaby who'd rather whine about how we're doomed rather than help us find a way to survive." You're not one to talk, Deku," Bakugo stated. "Neither are you nor Shizu-san, but you don't shut up anyway," Midoriya bluntly responded. Bakugo and Shizu flinched in unison, and they barely stayed for a couple seconds before bolting out of the agency, some of Class 1D bidding them farewell. It was then that Jiraiya approached Midoriya and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm proud of you, Midoriya-chan." "Thanks, but save that for later," Midoriya turned to her classmates. "For now, we need to send a distraction while we come up with a plan. And I think I know who to send." Midoriya looked at Akatsuki and Rumyuri, who pointed at themselves as the greenette explained. "Akatsuki-san, Rumuri-san, you two have worked on a special technique you've mentioned a couple times by now." Midoriya folded her arms. "Can you use it to help us buy time?" "Of course we can," Akatsuki chirped, flashing a thumbs up as Rumyuri added, "That villain won't know what hit him." "Good, before you go though, take someone else with you." Midoriya walked to Mizu and put a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Take Mizu-san with you." The water spider girl eyed Midoriya for a moment before the statement settled in. "What?" Back with water hose and Fuyumi, Kaio's avatar kept throwing water spears at the creep, who simply jumped all over the place while cackling like mad, using the resulting surge from each attack to propulse himself. "This is definitely a step up from most of my jobs, the creep. But you're gonna have to try harder if you want to hit me. We're getting nowhere with this," Aqua stated before turning to Fuyumi. "Hey, your father's a pro hero, right? Can't you call him for help? He has a fire quirk, and unlike mine, it's the type that doesn't mix well with water." Fuyumi answered. "Besides, even if I called him, he wouldn't answer. He's a busy man." "Then why don't you help us?" Aqua suggested. "You're a pro hero too, aren't you?" Fuyumi's eyes widened, just in time for the woman to hear Caillou scream in pain. Turning around revealed the reason why. The creep had reached the Avatar's chest and was slowly pummeling his way into the heart of the construct. This eventually led to him splitting the Avatar's chest open, exposing Caillou, who had a water spear at hand. Without missing a beat, Caillou threw the spear, lodging it right in the creep's eye, causing him to scream in pain and cling to the Avatar tightly as he turned back to Caillou, flashing a demented smile while his injured eye twitched. "That's more like it," he exclaimed. "I'm almost considering sparing you." The creep reeled his fist back and covered it in muscle tissue. Keyword being almost. "Who the hell are you?" Caillou asked. "You can call me Muscular," the creep answered, narrowing his eyes. "I'd pick something else for my final words, though." Muscular tightened his fist, but it was enveloped in white flames soon after, the flames freezing soon after. The source of the flames, Fuyumi, jumped out of the Avatar and kicked Muscular off the water being, grabbing Caillou as Aqua teleported them back to the ship. "Are you all right, Kabuto-kun?" Aqua asked. "Yes, but we need to get the students out of here," Kabuto exclaimed. "That guy's called Muscular, and I get the feeling he's here to spill some blood." Nice deduction. The trio turned around and saw Muscular jumping on board, slamming his frozen fist against the ground to free it as he said, "But I'm not here to spill any old blood. I'm here to spill the blood of the number 2 hero's child." Waterhose turned to Fuyumi, whose eyes widened with shock as Muscular recognized her. "Bingo! I can't do this," Mizu stated. "Even in my dreams, what you're asking of me would be impossible." "Mizu-san, I know it must sound unbelievably to face a villain for the first time, but you don't have to actually beat him," Midoriya replied. "You just need to distract him alongside Akatsuki-san and Rimuri-san until we come up with a plan." "And how do you know I'll survive long enough?" Mizu frowned. "Even if I can walk on water, that won't mean anything when I'm slammed at the bottom of the ocean." "I can sadly corroborate that," Satori remarked, getting everyone's attention. "My notebook got the thoughts of the creep, and it had nothing but thoughts of death and murder. Whoever this creep is, he's in for the kill." "Thanks, Satori-san, that was definitely needed," Koga flatly said. "Whatever Satori-san implies, you're forgetting one important thing," Akatsuki pointed out, flashing a smile. "You'll have Akatsuki Blue on your side." Everybody raised an eyebrow, and Rumyuri and Akatsuki took this as the chance to reveal their secret weapon. Rumyuri turned into a stream of liquid, then went down Akatsuki's mouth, the redhead taking every last bit before closing her mouth. Shortly after, Akatsuki levitated, her hair spiking up as it went from red, then purple, and finally blue, her eyes gaining a similar, glowing shade of blue as she stated with a layered voice. "This is Akatsuki Blue." Class 1D looked in wonder, Mizu blushing as the fused student flew to and extended her hand towards her. "We'll keep you safe for as long as we can, Mizu-san, we promise," she stated. "Now, will you come with us to help drive back that creep?" Mizu turned to Midoriya, who nodded with a reassuring smile, and the water spider girl turned back to Akatsuki Blue, a confident smile forming on her face. Slam. Fuyumi jumped around the boat as Muscular kept throwing enhanced punches, Waterhose doing their best to try and stop him. "I don't get it," Fuyumi remarked, landing on top of the cockpit. "Why would you want to kill me? Isn't it obvious? Your sweet little father has earned himself several enemies over the years," Muscular smirked. "In particular, a certain organization would like to get him out of the way, and what better way to do that than by killing his masterpiece?" "Masterpiece? That must mean he's confusing me for Shoto," Fuyumi thought, gaining an unimpressed look as she continued. "Which says a lot about how dumb this guy is. Shoto's basically famous in UA, how could he not know who he is? Ice Knight, look out." Fuyumi snapped back to reality and jumped away before Muscular jumped and leveled the cockpit with a single punch. One strong enough to cause the rest of the ship to crack and snap in half soon after. Before Fuyumi and Waterhose could ponder what to do, however, 3 web strings grabbed them and pulled them into the woods, Muscular flashing a macabre grin as the ship sunk with him still on it. As for Fuyumi and Waterhose, the trio landed safely on the grass as a meek voice spoke. "Are you okay?" Fuyumi turned around, and to her shock saw Mizu and a hovering Akatsuki Blue standing nearby, the former waving her hand while smiling sheepishly. "Mizu-san." "Akatsuki-san," the woman remarked. "What are you doing here?" "And Akatsuki-san, what's up with your hair?" "Hee, we're not just Akatsuki. We're Akatsuki Blue," the fused student posed. The perfect mix between Rumori-chan's mutation and Akatsuki-chan's Imirayon. Fuyumi and Waterhose turned to Mizu, who was far more blunt. Akatsuki-san and Rumori-san discovered a way to fuse together. "We called All Might for help, and he didn't answer, so then we called Principal Nizu and told him what was happening, and he gave us permission to use our quirks." "Nizu gave you permission?" Fuyumi flinched. "How's the rest of the class doing?" "They're okay," Akatsuki Blue explained. "They sent us here to distract the creep while they come up with a plan." "A distraction, you say?" The group turned around and saw Muscular walking out of the water, his face frozen in a maniacal grin as he finished. "I love distractions. Gives me so much more stuff to kill." Back where we left off, Muscular stretched a bit as he eyed the three new girls added to his massacre menu, Mizu trying to maintain a battle stance while Akatsuki Blue narrowed her eyes. "Well, let's see what we got here," Muscular stated as his eyes fell upon Mizu. "A mutant, interesting. Every other mutant I've killed had blood that had a different color. I wonder if you'll be the first one with normal blood." Mizu was this close to crapping out bricks. "And the other?" "One," Muscular eyed Akatsuki Blue. "You have the looks of someone who fused with someone else. A 2-in-1 special. I also don't get those very often." Akatsuki Blue clenched her fists and flew towards the psychopath, ignoring Fuyumi and Mizu's warnings before throwing a punch right at his face. A punch that barely even fazed him. "A nice attempt, but your throw was rather lacking." Muscular grabbed Akatsuki Blue's head. "Let me show you how it's done." Muscular clenched a fist and launched it right on the girl's stomach, causing her to cover her mouth before blood and a blue substance escaped her nostrils. With another punch, this time to the face, the fused student was sent flying back to the group, the blue substance hastily going back to her insides. "Holy shit, that one hurt," she exclaimed, clutching her stomach. "I nearly hurled Rumori-chan out of my system." "That was really reckless of you," Fuyumi chided as she stood up. "Fight from a distance from now on." "You understood, Fuyumi-sensei." "You're not gonna send her back?" Aqua asked. "I could teleport her back to the agency." "You'd need to use the body of water to do that," Fuyumi glared at Muscular. "And that madman isn't gonna let us through without a fight." "You're demon right about that." Muscular chuckled. "And if you're not gonna give me a fight, I'll just have to give you no choice but to give it to me." Muscular covered his muscles with muscle fiber things and slammed them on the ground, causing it to shake momentarily as rocky structures emerged from it. Fuyumi, Waterhose, and Akatsuki Blue dodged, while Mizu shot a string of web and jumped, narrowly missing the structures. Muscular split his fibers from his arms to his legs and dashed to the side, intercepting Mizu as she swung around, grabbing her by her throat as he dashed again, this time towards the water. "Let's see how well you can swim." Quickly realizing what this meant, Mizu bit Muscular's arm, but all this did was make Muscular run faster. Soon after, a giant fist emerged from the water and struck Muscular, freeing Mizu while sending the psychopath flying away. Shortly after, the fist opened and lowered its palm as a familiar voice spoke. "Mizu-san, get on the hand." "Fuyumi-sensei?" The owner of the hand rose up, revealing himself as Kaiyo's avatar, who had Fuyumi and Aqua at his shoulders. "Get on board." Fuyumi shouted. "We'll keep you out of that psycho's reach." "Where's Akatsuki-san?" Mizu asked worriedly, taking a step back. "She's resting nearby." Aqua answered. "I teleported her to a safe patch on land. I need you to get here, though, otherwise I can't do the same with you." Mizu looked back at the hand, but took another step back instead. Seeing this, Fuyumi slid down and landed in front of the water spider girl. "Mizu-san, is something wrong?" Mizu twiddled her fingers and avoided eye contact. Scared of the water?" Fuyumi raised a confused eyebrow. I'm scared that, if I make one bad step, I'll sink to the bottom and drown. I've only ever walked on it, I never swam or moved through it otherwise. Fuyumi extended a hand forward. Mizu-san, I promise you that no matter what happens, we'll take you to safety. I just need you to come with me. Suddenly, Muscular sprung up, cackling as Fuyumi jumped forward, breathed a large stream of fire, then turned it into ice before launching it at the man. And I suggest you do it now. Fuyumi's words, as well as Muscular tearing through the ice like it was paper, convinced Mizu to go up the water hand, her teacher following her as Muscular watched the avatar get ready to fight again. Tisuke, you had your chance to entertain me before, he smirked. You think you can do that again? The avatar prepared a water lance, and Muscular flashed an inviting grin. Click. It's done, one of the sidekicks present spoke. We just called the police. They should be here in a couple minutes. That's great. Midoriya chirped as the sidekick went elsewhere. That means we just gotta stall long enough for them to arrive. And with the plan we got going, that'll be a piece of cake. Jiraiya's chirped as she reached for her skirt. Now, time to begin phase 1. Yukili was quick to stop her. Jiraiya-san, what do you think you're doing? Duh? Getting ready to wear Midoriya's underwear so she can copy my quirk? Or at least some aspect of it. 1. The quirk doesn't work on mutants, Yukili said, folding her arms. 2nd, don't do it in public, you pervert. Go to the changing room. Is there even one of those in here? Besides, I think we all know who needs to come with me for this. Jiraiya flashed a sultry look at Midoriya. Right, Midoriya-chan? But Midoriya said nothing, too focused on seeing through the window to pay attention. Midoriya-chan. Bakugu-san and Shizu-san look so miserable at the bus, Midoriya spoke. Jiraiya frowned. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts about what you told them. Oh no, what I told them was something they needed to hear years ago, Midoriya sighed. But I still can't help but feel I was a little biased. I mean, neither of them know I have a quirk. Even if they did, they'd either see you as a weirdo at best, a monster at worst, Koga remarked. I'm speaking from experience, Midoriya-san. Sometimes, it's better for people not to know what someone's quirk is. Midoriya turned back to see the bus one more time, before joining everybody else in starting phase, and what a coincidence, Bakugu was also feeling a little bad for what happened, if for a completely different reason. A reason she had a feeling Shizu just couldn't see. Okay, let's try think about the positives, Shizu spoke, oblivious to Bakugu's disinterest. Once this is all done with, you'll go back to the hero course. You'll be back where you belong, far away from those weirdos. Those weirdos are your classmates, Bakugu sternly pointed out as she stood up. And if I go back to class after they handled this, then I don't really belong in the hero course. Shizu tilted her head. What are you talking about? A hero is cool. A hero is the epitome of awesome. But above all else, a hero is meant to bring hope. To turn a seemingly hopeless situation around, Bakugu explained, clenching her fist as she continued. A hero would jump into the fray and do their damnedest to try make the situation better. They wouldn't sit on their butts and wait for someone else to do their job for them. At the risk of looking like a dumbass, I'll say it once again, Shizu stood up. I don't know what you're talking about dash. I'm from the FNG Hero course. You and the rest of those beaches and Deku are just Gen Ed. Bakugu snapped without looking at Shizu. And yet while I'm sitting here on my sorry but the extras. They're trying to turn this problem around. They're gonna get F-ed. Shizu flatly said. But at least they're trying. Which is more than we can say about ourselves. And I'm not gonna let that stand. With that said, Bakugu began stomping her way to the door, just as Shizu asked. Where are you going? Bakugu stopped at the door, and opened it as she turned to Shizu, and bluntly stated. I'm gonna help Deku. Akatsuki slowly woke up, catching her breath as the first thing she saw upon waking were Mizu's multiple, concerned eyes. Mizu-san? Oh, thank goodness you're awake, Mizu remarked. I was worried I'd be stuck in the middle of the water with a comatose person. Akatsuki raised an eyebrow at the odd statement, but quickly realized why Mizu said that. The girls were in a patch of land surrounded by water, the avatar fighting Muscular nearby. Ugh, that guy did a number on me, Akatsuki said as she grabbed her head. Wait, I'm using singular pronouns. Rumori-chan. Are you there? I'm here. Akatsuki sighed in relief, but Mizu was quite confused. Where's Rumori-san? Right here, Akatsuki pointed at her head. When we're Akatsuki Blue, Rumori-chan becomes a voice in my head that guides me and prevents me from making rash decisions. So, where was she when you dashed straight to the villain? I was telling her to stop. I guess the excitement of debuting Akatsuki Blue made my plead fall on deaf ears. She says she has no comment. Akatsuki said. With that said, Akatsuki took a deep breath and shook her head. Akatsuki Blue didn't have as great a debut as we expected, huh? Don't beat yourself up for it, Akatsuki-chan. We knew we would be outmatched, we simply didn't expect such a vast gap. Akatsuki smiled. Well, we should at least try to see if we can put a dent to that monster. You still got fight in you? Mizu asked. I thought Akatsuki Blue was over? Nah, we did the intro, and that BS dig made us skip the middle. Akatsuki smirked as she levitated and her hair and eyes flashed from purple to blue repeatedly. Now, we'll return the favor and make him be our big finale. Then, the fused student turned back to the water spider girl. Could you help us, Mizu-san? Mizu eyed the fused student for a moment, then smiled and nodded. What do you need me to do? As that happened, the avatar kept Muscular busy while Fuyumi quickly went to the top of its head, with Aqua by her side. Once they were at the top, Fuyumi raised her arms and took a deep breath, before releasing the biggest stream of fire she could manage, before freezing it into a giant iceberg. As the iceberg began to fall, Mizu grabbed Akatsuki with her web and shoot her up, the girl surrounding her arms with a blue, slimy substance as she got closer to the iceberg. And once she reached it, she slammed the slimy fists on it, cracking it until it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Rumyuri and Akatsuki separated as Fuyumi caught them, and Aqua used her quirk to teleport everybody out of danger, leaving Muscular to laugh in joy as he dodged shards while the avatar collapsed near him. It's raining sheet. Hallelujah. The group emerged back at the shore of Waterhose's agency, catching their breath as Fuyumi crawled to her students and asked, Are you girls all right? Yeah, I think so, Mizu answered. I mean, my heart's going 7 beats a minute, but I think I'll be fine. We're okay too, Akatsuki said, hugging Rumyuri closely. Just exhausted. Fuyumi smiled. Don't worry, Akatsuki-san, Rumori-san, once we get on the bus dash. Suddenly, Muscular jumped from afar and landed right in front of the group, his energetic smile clashing with the collection of shards piercing his body. There was even a shard on his eye, but he barely seemed to notice. Can't you leave us alone for 1 second? Fuyumi snapped. Not until you die. Muscular stated, ripping off the shard in his eye as he added, I was given a simple mission, kill the masterpiece of endeavor, and neither the pro heroes or the hero course will stop me from doing it. Hero course? Mizu asked. At this, Muscular grabbed Mizu by the throat and lifted her as he stated, You know what I'm talking about. Fighting with pro heroes? Rushing headfirst into danger? And doing all of this while in a school uniform. Only the hero course would do something so crazy. Or what, are you gonna tell me all of this was done by someone else? Fuyumi breathed fire at Muscular, but he simply prepared to use Mizu as a human shield. Mizu, having enough, spat right in Muscular's eyes, which began melting as the man was struck by the flames, which freezed instantly. Mizu-sen, are you okay? Rumyuri asked. What did you do just now? Akatsuki asked. Before Mizu could answer, Muscular laughed and flexed, destroying the ice surrounding him as he stated. Venom spit. Holy FNG sheet, have I not fought a Venom quirk user in years? Murdering you will be tons of fun. Not if we got something to say about it. The group turned around, and to their surprise, the rest of Class 1D stood nearby, with Midoriya floating above everybody, a halo above her head. Midoriya-san. Mizu asked. What's going on? Midoriya turned to Mizu, and flashed a thumbs up and smile as she said, You, Akatsuki-san, and Rumori-san did well. Now it's our turn to fight. I don't care how many people are thrown at me. I'll kill them all the same. Those were the words Muscular, warrior poet that he was, chose to begin his onslaught of Class 1D. He began by jumping high and covering his arms in muscle fiber before slamming them right on the ground. While shaking the floor violently, Class 1D nonetheless managed to withstand after the attack, quickly following it by spreading their numbers. First, Renzo grabbed her scarf and tried to use it to wrap one of Muscular's arms back. The guy simply smirked as he surrounded the arm in muscle fibers, ripping the scarf apart. Renzo was appropriately shocked. That's my favorite scarf. Just as Muscular faced the scarf user, he felt something soft hit the back of his head. He turned around again, and next thing he knew, one of the girls, Baku knew, wrapped herself around his neck and placed a pillow on his face, using all her strength to keep it in place. Until an unamused Muscular threw the pillow away and grabbed the girl with his. Really, kid? He asked with a look of bewilderment. Muscular threw her in the air, then kicked her straight to Renzo, sending them both flying into some trees. Shortly after, he heard a scream and turned to see Onryo running at him, flailing her arms while screaming at the top of her lungs. Good method, but you need to scream louder. Muscular shouted, surrounding both his arms in muscle fibers. Scream so loud even the dogs can hear you. Once close enough, Muscular tried to squish her with a thunderous clap, but Onryo responded by going silent and jumping straight at him. She phased through him, Muscular feeling a bizarre sensation as Onryo fully went through him, then jumped off his back, before being grabbed by Midoriya. Good work, Onryo-san, she exclaimed. Onryo clutched her chest. I think I saw my life flashing through my eyes. What the hell was that just now? Muscular yelled, sounding legitimately upset. If you're not gonna fight me for real dash. Suddenly, a cherry blossom grazed Muscular's cheek, moments before haze enveloped his area of view. Then came another petal to graze him. Then another and another until they multiplied to 2, then 4, then 8 and so on. Until Muscular had enough and dispersed everything with a booming clap, sending Haze and Sakura flying off. Alright, let's do this. Sora exclaimed as she raised Yukili as high as she could. Altitude special, drop deep bunyip. The crow-headed girl dropped the koala girl, who screamed as she headbutt Muscular, before launching a quick barrage of claw swipes at the man. He simply smiled as he took the swipes head-on. Yes, this is it. Muscular's smile widened as fibers filled his neck. Fight like your life depended on it because it does. Once Muscular's head was wrapped in fibers, scaring Yukili, he headbutt her hard enough to send her flying into the trees, right where the bus was, crashing right next to Shizu. What the hell's going on out there? She exclaimed. We're fighting the villain so he won't kill us. Yukili answered as she stood up, rubbing her head. Where's Bakugo-san? She left a while ago, Shizu answered. She said was planning to help you with your plan, somehow. Yukili's eyes widened and she ran out of the bus, leaving a disgruntled Shizu behind. Why is everybody eager to run into danger? Don't they realize it's safer to stay here in the bus? And then the bus shook, before being lifted and thrown by Muscular. Shizu managed to jump out a window before the bus was intercepted by Fuyumi, who froze it with her quirk as she exclaimed. Shizu-san, get out of there. Shizu, stunned by what was going on, pointed at herself before Muscular stepped to her, landing in front of her as the girl reached for her pocket. What you got there? He asked with a wicked grin. Some kind of weapon? Keeping her arm obscured, Shizu took out a marked and began marking the ground, trying her hardest not to break visual contact with the psycho. It's nothing. You can call me Muscular. Oh, Muscular? Weiss, I can see why you're called that. Muscular chuckled and flexed his muscles with a proud grin. These babies? Yeah, I worked real hard to be able to squish the heads of people with them. Oh really? At this point, Shizu was almost done surrounding herself and Muscular in a circle. That, must have been quite a journey. It was. You should give it a shot. It feels so satisfying to murder people with the fruits of your labor. Yes, sorry, Shizu smirked and furrowed her brows. But I really don't like killing people. With the wabi circle marked, Shizu put both hands on the ground, then jumped away as the circled area transformed into coal tar. Rather than land on her feet, however, Shizu hit the ground and rolled until she reached water hose. Moments later, Sora, Jiraiya's, Chariot, and Midoriya took advantage of this turn of events, the former two by jumping or gliding around Muscular to get his attention, while the latter shot energy blasts at the man, somehow avoiding hitting their classmates in the process. Ice Knight, the police will be here soon. Aqua informed Fuyumi. Think you could freeze that guy in place? Fuyumi, realizing she had done nothing until this point, nodded and approached Muscular while taking a deep breath. Hey a-hole. Suddenly, Fuyumi stopped and looked up, seeing Bakugo spinning with her explosions as she approached Muscular. Midoriya immediately grimaced upon seeing this. Everybody back away. Eat this. Howitzer impact. Bakugo unleashed the biggest explosion she had ever mustered, with the tar simply helping it be even stronger and volatile. Everybody tried their hardest to stay in place, but some, like Mizu, were sent flying straight into the river, which quickly caught the attention of Shizu. Natsuki-san, what were you thinking? Midoriya snapped at the explosive blonde. What do you think, Deku? I'm teaching this bastard his place. Bakugo hissed. I'm not gonna let any of you get away with doing my job. I'm from the hero course. That's right, you certainly are. A shiver went down Bakugo's spine as she and Midoriya turned around to witness the smoke cloud dissipate, revealing Muscular still standing with tan skin, his grin more demented than ever. Now, show me what the hero course is all about. Midoriya and Bakugo got ready to fight the man, only for him to be completely swallowed by a wall of white fire, which then solidified into a huge iceberg. Nope, this has gone long enough. Fuyumi declared as she rested next to the iceberg. Now we just need to wait until the police arrive. Won't the ice melt though? Midoriya asked. Nah, my ice only melts when I will it, Fuyumi glared at Muscular. And I'm not gonna let this psycho out no matter what. Well, that's good, Midoriya scanned her surroundings. At least we... Wait, she grimaced. Where's Mizu-san? Screw six eyes, where the hell is Shizu? Bakugo added. Deep inside the water, Mizu slowly opened her eyes to see a couple of blurs surrounding, most of which quickly went up towards the surface. Mizu herself tried to follow them, but the most she managed to do was awkwardly flail her arms and legs around. She continued doing this regardless, hoping to head closer to the surface. Until she saw another blur enter the water, and this time, it was heading straight for her. She tried to flail it away, but the blur went closer until she could clearly see it was Shizu, whose hair had flowed up to reveal a pair of green eyes. Mizu tried to open her mouth, but Shizu quickly shut it, reminding her they were still underwater. Shizu wrapped her arm around Mizu's shoulder, and she carried the girl as she swam out of the water and back into the shore, both girls desperately grasping for air soon after. Shizu-san. Mizu-san. They looked up and saw both Fuyumi and Midoriya approaching them. Are you okay? The greenette asked as she helped Mizu stand up. Why yeah, I'm okay. Mizu took a deep breath. I thought I was a goner, but Shizu-san helped me get out of there. Shizu-san. Fuyumi and Midoriya turned to Shizu, who avoided eye contact with them. Well, Muscular's been taken care of, and the police are gonna come take him away any moment now, Fuyumi said as she helped Shizu stand up. Let's head to the agency so we can dry you both. The girls nodded and went with their teacher back to the agency, wherein Mizu whispered to Shizu. Thank you. Shizu, in her usual fashion, rolled her eyes and shrugged it off. But even so, Midoriya could tell she was happy. The police arrived at the water hose agency and quickly surrounded the area in police tape, taking extra measures to surround the frozen Muscular. Among the police was Detective Tsukachi, who looked at the progress being made by his co-workers with a neutral expression. Detective Tsukachi. The man turned around to be greeted by Waterhose and Fuyumi, the latter bowing as she said, Thanks so much for coming when you did. I didn't know how much longer we'd manage to hold on. It's not an issue, just doing our job, Tsukachi replied. However, Todoroki-sen. Please call me Fuyumi. Todoroki, is usually reserved for my youngest brother, Shoto. Very well, Fuyumi-san. I'm gonna need both your and Water Hose's testimony. I wish to know what happened here. Fuyumi flinched but quickly regained her composure. Of course. Meanwhile, over at a new bus provided by the agency, the students were waiting for Fuyumi to drive them to UA, the ones who just finished drying off stretching as well. That has to have been both the craziest and most awesome field trip we've ever had. Jirihei's chirped. Also the most dangerous too, Yama remarked. I really hope we don't have another one for a while. Seconded, Sakura remarked. Though in my case, I hope we don't have a similar experience again at all. Don't worry, Yama-san, Shizuki-san, we won't. The girls turned around and saw Fuyumi enter the bus, taking a deep breath as she reached the driver's seat. We're gonna stay at UA for the rest of the semester. How do you know that? Midoriya inquired. Principal Nizu called me to tell me he was thinking about it. Fuyumi replied as she started up the bus. We'll discuss it when we get back, but it's very likely that that's what he'll decide. With her mind spoken, the bus began driving and Class 1D headed back to UA. During the trip, Midoriya sat at the bottom seats like before, but Shizu and Bakugo sat elsewhere, leaving Sakura and Akatsuki as Midoriya's companions instead. Man, that was the most exhausting thing I've experienced in my life, Akatsuki said, rubbing her head. Rumuri-chan and I will have to put an extra effort to make Akatsuki Blue more than a last resort. On the bright side, you managed to help fight back the villain, Sakura remarked. Even if our exploits will be kept secret, at least we can have pride in that we did something. Kept secret? Midoriya asked. Why would they be kept a secret? Principal Nizu gave us permission to use our quirks. Midoriya-san, if you were reading the news about a villain attack during a school field trip, and the news said that the students helped take down the villain, would you believe it? Well, there are several factors that dash. Would you believe it in general? Akatsuki asked. Midoriya frowned and lowered her head. I see your point. Noticing Midoriya's sadness, Sakura smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. You did some good work too, Midoriya-san. Yeah, becoming practically Class 1D as a single person was amazing. Akatsuki chirped. I bet if Rumuri-chan merged with you like she did with me, you'd be unstoppable. Midoriya blushed and scratched her chin. I wouldn't go that far. And the remainder of the trip home, Midoriya kept talking with Sakura and Akatsuki, blissfully unaware of Shizu and Bakugo glaring at her. Class 1D was attacked during their field trip? Midnight exclaimed. Nizu calmly nodded. In the middle of their field trip, a villain known as Muscular appeared and attempted to murder Fuyumi-san, believing she was her younger brother, Shoto Todoroki. Why didn't you tell me about it, then? Midnight exclaimed. I would have put my lesson on hold to provide assistance. For all intents and purposes, Midnight, your quirk doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, so even if you managed to use it, you could have knocked out Class 1D. A risk we couldn't take should Muscular simply power through it, Nizu explained matter-of-factly. And before you ask, Eraserhead and All Might were busy, as was the rest of the faculty. Oh God, a full class of students was attacked and nobody was sent to help? Midnight rubbed her forehead. Please tell me they came out okay. Yes, they did. Midnight flinched. They did? How? Nizu put his paws together. Midnight, if I tell you how they came out all right, do you promise to keep it a secret until the next staff meeting? Midnight simply nodded. Great. 'Cause if you keep your mouth shut, Nizu smiled, I'll tell you the identity of the student who tried to drown your son. Midnight's eyes widened. Once everybody had reached UA, Class 1D walked out of the bus and went straight inside, Bakugo and Shizu being the last to leave. Judging by the clock, we got some time left before lunchtime's over, Fuyumi remarked as she glanced at her wristwatch. You girls go to the cafeteria, I'll be at the teacher's lounge if you need me. Yes, Fuyumi-sensei. The students separated from their teacher and leisurely walked to the cafeteria, talking amongst themselves. Well, I'm starving. I'll try to get something that doesn't taste like Rumuri-chan. What's that even mean? And as the discussions continued, Midoriya was grabbed by the arm and dragged elsewhere, her classmates none the wiser. Midoriya was pinned against a wall, and she looked down to see the perpetrator as Io Shizu, who had pulled her hair back to reveal her furious, green-eyed scowl. "This has to be the first time I've ever seen your eyes, Shizu-san dash. Don't stall, Midoriya-san. Want answers and you're gonna give them to me." Shizu snapped. "What the hell's your quirk?" Midoriya lowered her eyelids. "Oh, so you're curious about my quirk now? Listen, before the fight I only had your word for it, and everybody with half a brain knows that actions speak more than words." Shizu folded her arms. "And what you showed at the fight was little, yes, but it was more than enough to make me question everything." "Good. But not good enough. Listen, you clearly have a quirk of some kind, but the type of quirk it is, how it works, escapes me. Try acting a little nicer from now on." Midoriya narrowed her eyes. "Maybe the answers won't run away from you like everyone else." Midoriya began walking away, stopping only when Shizu suggested, "Is it some kind of copying quirk?" The greenette turned around and said matter-of-factly, "Close, but no cigar." With that said, Midoriya left, leaving a befuddled Shizu behind. She quickly went to the cafeteria shortly after, grabbed some food, and sat down with a group composed of Mizu, Akatsuki, Jiraiya, and a special guest, Rikido Sato. "I gotta say, I'm surprised you chose to sit with me," Sato remarked. "I was just about to go look for another table when you arrived." "Midoriya-chan likes you, so that puts you on our good side already," Jiraiya explained. "And before you ask, I mean she likes you as a friend, not as a boyfriend." Akatsuki was quick to jab Jiraiya. "Oh. All right then," Sato shrugged. "Anyway, my class went to the USJ to do some rescue training. We went on a field trip to Waterhose's agency," Mizu said. "Sadly, we were stuck with your classmate Bakugo the whole trip," Akatsuki added, the girls nodding in agreement. "I see, sorry to hear that," Sato said sincerely. "She can be quite a handful." "And that's putting it lightly," Midoriya chuckled. And as the group kept talking in the midst of a friendly atmosphere, Mizu watched them from afar, a relieved smile forming on his face as he saw Midoriya laughing and smiling. "Midoriya-san, I'm glad to see you're getting the help most of your kind never get, and see it get results. Which is why I hope you can forgive me for what I have planned for your class next." "He wants to do what?" Fuyumi's words echoed across the teacher's lounge as her fellow co-workers looked at her in shock. In particular, All Might, the person she was talking to, briefly lost his smile as he further explained. "I know this is something the principal should have told you himself, but he's a very busy polar albino mole, so he asked me to tell you instead dash. That doesn't make his suggestion okay." Fuyumi snapped, ruffling her hair as she sat down. "To suggest something like that right after suffering a villain attack is just dash." "It's just what, Fuyumi-san?" Everybody turned around and saw Nizu standing at the door, looking as calm as ever as he sipped his tea. And then Fuyumi picked him up as soon as he finished sipping. "I want to talk to you right now." "Fair enough. Care to come to my office?" Fuyumi nodded and stomped her way out of the teacher's lounge, leaving her co-workers to calm down, or in All Might's case, burst back to his base form. I had a feeling Fuyumi Shoujo wouldn't take the news well, but she was even more upset than I expected, the number one hero said, clutching his chest as he caught his breath. And her reaction? Honestly, the energy's what I expect from Endeavor's child dash. But to get up close and lash out right at the number one hero's face is something else entirely, Eraserhead sighed. Especially considering you were just the messenger, All Might. "We can't really blame her for reacting the way she did though," Midnight pointed out. "Like she said, her class just went through a villain attack yesterday. Even if the principal's plan would start next week, it's still a very sore point." "Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. Once the principal sets a plan in motion, nothing can stop him," All Might sighed. "The best we can do is hope Class 1D are prepared for what's to come." Speaking of 1D, Midnight scratched her chin. "Did Tsukachi tell you anything about what happened at the field trip?" The skeletal man shook his head. "He said it was classified. So, we just have to assume what's on the newspapers is what actually happened," Eraserhead groaned. Still, the fact a group of Gen Ed students got attacked, then regardless of who saved them, they're gonna get it rough. All Might raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Hisashio, wait, right, he went out? Eraserhead groaned. Back when I was in Gen Ed, we once got attacked during. I don't even remember when, but the next day after the attack became public, people became annoying. Can I carry your bag? You sure you're feeling well? You got stuck in a villain attack. Holy shit. These and many more statements were thrown at Class 1D's direction, and of all the students, Midoriya was having the hardest time keeping her cool. It was bad enough her class were attacked during their field trip, to have it referenced time and time again, right on their faces no less, was even worse. Good lord, why's everybody so annoying today? Jiraiya growled, pocketing her hands. I bet if they knew what really happened, they'd piss us off and leave us alone dash. Shush, Jiraiya-san. Yukari whispered as she covered Jiraiya's mouth. The last thing we need is to get in trouble. Meanwhile, Rumyuri hopped by Akatsuki's side, watching the girl frown as she read a newspaper detailing the event. There's no mention of Akatsuki Blue anywhere here, Akatsuki whimpered, shedding tears as she cried. We put so much effort and nobody will ever know. Calm down, Akatsuki-chan. Rumyuri said, wiping Akatsuki's tears. I'm sure we'll get another chance eventually. Sakura. The group stopped and turned around to see a pair of students approaching them, led by Sakura's sister, Ibara Shiozaki. Hey, that's your sister, isn't she, Sakura? Midoriya asked. Sakura grumbled and nodded, fully knowing what was going to happen next. Sakura. My class just got the news. Shiozaki exclaimed, running up to her sister and clutching her arm. Are you okay? Do you feel well? Yes, sis, I'm fine, Sakura growled, snapping free from her sister's grip. I told you as much back home, right? That was before I found out your class got attacked. Shiozaki stated. I was willing to leave you before, but now, I can't do it knowing you could be hiding some injury. For crying out loud. Shiozaki, maybe we should leave them alone for now. Red-headed student spoke, putting a hand on Shiozaki's shoulder. I'm sure people have pestered them about the attack enough. Thus, finally, someone sensible. Jiraiya cried. Oh, thank you so much, girl whose name I don't know. I'm Izuka Kendo. I'm the class president of Class 1B, while Shiozaki here is the class vice president. Class president, huh? Mugen remarked curiously. I'm Yoko Mugen, and my class vice president is Koyama over there. Greetings. Hi, Kendo waved her hand. Well, we'll go back to our classroom now. I hope you have a nice day. Same. Mugen, Kendo, Yama, and Shiozaki exchanged bows before Class 1B departed, waving goodbye at the Gen Ed class. Your sister seems to be interesting, Sakura-kun, Mugen remarked. Sakura sighed. Trust me, she only gets more interesting the more you hang out with her. That's the first time I've seen your sister since the semester started. Midoriya scratched her chin and entered muttering mode. Not to mention her classmates looked interesting as well. The girl with the red hair, Izuka Kendo was her name, right? I could definitely tell she has the authority to keep a class full of personalities in check, but Sakura's sister, I'm not sure how she would fare dash. Shut the F up, Deku. The greenette flinched and her class turned again, this time seeing Bakugo, Ida, and Sato approaching them, along with a guy with spiky red hair who they could only assume was a fellow classmate. I could hear your dim muttering from a mile away, Bakugo hissed. Just when I was getting used to its absence, too. Bakugo-sama. Shizu chirped, running towards the explosive blonde. It's so good to see you again. Who the F are you? I'm Io Shizu-san, remember? We met at the field trip to Dash. What field trip? Bakugo looked elsewhere. I never went to any field trip, and if I did, it wouldn't be with a bunch of extras like your class. Bakugan, I cannot allow you to be so bluntly cruel to a fellow classmate. Ida snapped, chopping the air. You yourself told us you went to a field trip yesterday. The F are you talking about? Bakugo closed her eyes. Didn't you read the school newspaper? Bakugo walked up to Akatsuki and snatched her newspaper. There's not a single mention of my name among these extras, so I wasn't there. By that logic, Class 1D wasn't there either, since they're never mentioned by name, Sato pointed out. Why are you so vehement on denying you were there? Bakugo crumbled the newspaper and threw it straight into a trash can, before pocketing her hands and stomping away. Bakugo-kun! Wait! Ida exclaimed. Dang it, she's already gone. You have our condolences, Mugen stated, Yama nodding in agreement. Thank you very much, Mugen-kun, Yama-kun. Ida adjusted his glasses. Now, just to clear this up, she did go to your trip, right? Yes, but being perfectly honest, we too like to assume she wasn't there, Yama answered. We can only imagine how much you got to deal with, since she was with us for a day and she drove us crazy. I prefer not to discuss that. Anyway, I wanted to ask, you guys were in the middle of a villain attack, right? The spiky-haired guy remarked. I just want to say, after that, I think you're really manly. Manly? Jirihei's put her hands on her hips. Look, maybe most of us don't have curves like Yukari-san, but that doesn't mean you can joke about it. Yeah. Yukari snapped. No, what I'm trying to say is, I think it's really cool that you actually got to witness a villain attack, the guy clarified. You got to see pro-heroes in action too. Honestly, I'm kinda jealous. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Kirishima, is that you? Oh, Midoriya-san, hi. Sorry I didn't notice you before. Kirishima spoke, waving his hand. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm kinda jealous since our class spent the whole time at the USJ just doing basic rescue training. You at least got to train somewhat, we were just caught in the middle of an attack, Yama said. Even so, thanks for being honest and yet not condescending with us. You don't know how many people have bothered us today. And now it's our turn to give you our condolences, Ida stated. And we apologize, but we must be on our way, classes will start soon. Which reminds me, we saw your teacher not too long ago. Sato remarked. She was carrying Principal Nedzu, probably heading to his office. Midoriya tilted her head. Why would Fuyumi-sensei carry Principal Nedzu to his office? I don't know, but she seemed to be rather angry about something. I'm not just angry, Nedzu-san, I'm livid. Fuyumi exclaimed, while the mist-colored meerkat looked calmly at her and listened. I mean, it would be one thing if you wanted me to go outside again after promising my students we wouldn't do that, but what you suggest is just. Fuyumi grumbled as she sat down on a chair, folding her arms as she stated. We're not gonna do it. I'm not saying I plan to do it without your class's consent, they're the ones who'll do the bulk of the work after all, Nizu replied, taking another sip of his tea. I merely wanted to hear your opinion on the matter. We're not gonna do it. Now, Fuyumi-san, no need to start shouting. Nizu clasped his paws together. Very well, your co-workers are against the idea as well, and even though I would like to hear what your students have to say on the matter, I promise you that the idea won't be executed no matter what. Then you might as well drop it right now, because I can assure you Class 1D will reject the idea just as much as I do. Fuyumi stated. I mean, after having survived a villain attack, why would they even consider going with your idea? Why would you even consider working for UA knowing your father hates the school? Fuyumi flinched. That's not the same thing. You're dodging the question. Luckily, before things went out of control, Midoriya and the rest of Class 1D entered the office, with the greenette being the first to speak. Did we arrive at a bad time? Oh no, Midoriya-san, you're just in time. Nizu chirped. You see, I wanted to hear your classmates' opinions on an idea I had. A horrendous idea if I might add. Fuyumi stated. Listen to this. He wanted you to roleplay as villains during a mock-up exercise with Class 1A. What? The girls exclaimed in unison. Principal Nizu, is this true? Midoriya asked. I'm afraid so. My idea was to take advantage of how everybody would see you solely as victims after the field trip incident, in order to teach them the grave mistake that is underestimating your opponent, Nizu explained calmly. However, now I see that my idea was perhaps a little rushed, and that maybe, with a few tweaks, we might be able to make this work. No, this isn't gonna work at all. Fuyumi stood up and walked to Midoriya. Let's just get out of here and get to our classes. Fuyumi walked to the rest of her class, but stopped when she noticed Midoriya wasn't coming along. Instead, she stood in place, scratching her chin in thought. Midoriya-san, how do you plan to make the idea work, Principal Nizu? Midoriya asked the snow-furred chipmunk. I believe I've involved myself enough with this idea. Nizu put his paws down and leaned forward. If it was up to you and your classmates, how would you do this exercise? Midoriya-san, you can't be serious. Fuyumi frowned. I literally just told you he wanted you to play the role of a villain dash. Yes, but we won't be villains anymore. Class 1D exchanged confused looks as Midoriya explained. Well, my take would be very similar. We'd roleplay as something against Class 1A, and the idea behind the exercise would still be to teach them how underestimating your opponent is a very bad idea. But, like I said, we won't be roleplaying as villains. I like where this is going. Nizu smiled and nodded. But if you won't be villains, Midoriya-san, what could you possibly be? Midoriya snapped her fingers and smiled. Vigilantes. Vigilantes? That was the collective reaction Class 1A had when Eraserhead informed them of the principal's improved plan. Eraserhead, unfazed by the shout, promptly explained. It has been observed that the hero courses have treated the Gen Ed classes like victims after the water hose incident. While well-meaning, this does count as underestimating the capabilities of the UA students, and this vigilante test is meant to fix that. The Gen Ed classes? Mina raised an eyebrow. So, it wasn't just Class 1D? Don't get me wrong, Class 1D have been treated like victims too, but this also caused a chain reaction that led the other Gen Ed classes to be treated the same. Eraserhead lowered his eyelids. And again, this test will make sure you learn not to make the same mistake. Just because they went through a hardship like that doesn't mean you can treat them as helpless. But still, they're just Gen Ed, so you pointed out. It's not like they've been trained to prepare for a villain attack or something. Besides, everybody read the school newspaper, right? Bakugo added, folding her arms. They didn't do jack shit against the villain. It was all Waterhorse and their teacher. Eraserhead eyed Bakugo. You went with Class 1D to the site of the attack, didn't you, Bakugo? No. Then where were you while we were training at the USJ? Bakugo flinched, and she shook her head before yelling, "Ifu," and looking elsewhere. Anyway, I've given you the most important announcement. I'll go tell Mike to begin your English class. Think about what I've said in the meantime. Oh, and also, see you Azu-sen. The frog girl perked up. Yes, Aizawa-sensei? Eraserhead summoned his quirk, throwing daggers at the frog girl as he answered. I want to talk to you after class. With his words spoken, Eraserhead stood up and left the classroom, which was filled with murmurs soon after. Azui-san, a girl with notable pink cheeks, whispered to the frog girl, Did you do anything to get on Aizawa-sensei's bad side? Not that I can think of, Tsuyu answered, putting a finger on her chin. Everything I've done up until now are things he wouldn't, or at least shouldn't, have a problem with. We should focus right now on the most important matter, preparing for this eventual exercise, Ida stated. No matter what else happens, we need to take it as if we were facing real vigilantes dash. Why are you taking this seriously, Glasses? Bakugo interjected. That bunch of beaches got a screw loose. They survive a stupid villain attack and then they get the idea to roleplay as vigilantes. Why the F do we gotta play along? Bakugo will have to face villains at some point, and vigilantes are the closest thing to a neutral party society's got, a girl with a big, black ponytail spoke. It just seems logical to do an exercise where we face vigilantes. Fine, Ponytail, I'll give you that, but why have the 1D extras be the vigilantes? Because they've been underestimated the most and they need to vent somehow, Mineta suggested, Sato nodding in agreement as he added, yeah, just because they're Gen Ed doesn't mean they can't be threatening. You guys are taking this too seriously, Mina spoke, putting her arms behind her head. This is just an exercise. As long as we give it our all, we should be fine. It's easy for you to say that, Mina-chan, Kirishima commented. You're the strongest student besides Todoroki-kun. Perhaps, but still, you can't say I'm wrong, Mina smiled confidently. I assure you, Those girls are probably thinking of strategies while we're talking. Okay, so, here's my theory. You see how Yukari-san has the biggest BRSTS this side of Fumamama, and her mutation's based on a mammal, right? Jiraiya's asked to Midoriya, who lowered her eyelids. Meanwhile, Sora-san and Mizu-san are fairly thin and flat, and the animals their quirks are based on are a bird and an arachnid. So, with this in mind, mutants with mammal-based quirks have bigger, or more shapely bodies compared to non-mammal mutants. Midoriya just stared at Jiraiya's with indifference before asking, Jiraiya-san, do you ever want to discuss something that isn't perverted or provocative? Where's the fun in that? Jiraiya chuckled. Then the door slid open, and Fuyumi entered the classroom. Good morning, students. Good morning, Fumamama. The girls excluding Midoriya and Shizu chirped. Girls, I already told you just to call me Fuyumi, she said as she headed to her desk. Anyhow, now that I'm here, there's something we need to talk about regarding the vigilante exercise. The classroom went quiet with anticipation. Your vigilante names. Noise returned to the classroom, this time in the form of joyful cheers. Settle down, girls, settle down, Fuyumi requested, and the girls obliged. I know you're all excited for this, but you need to learn a couple rules before you start making names. Rules? Sakura inquired. Of course, first, and also the most obvious, is that you should try keep this name separate from your hero name, Fuyumi explained. Now, this may be an exercise, and what happens in it stays in it, but if there's the chance you could join the hero course and you're asked to pick a hero name, you'll want to make it clear your vigilante past is behind you. Midoriya nodded as Shizu raised her arm, asking, How are we supposed to know if our name's good or not? I'm glad you asked, Shizu-san, for you see, I asked a friend of mine to help us with this. The door slid open once again, and a flirty voice cooed. Hello, sweeties. Midoriya flinched, not only at seeing Midnight entering the classroom, but at her provocative pose and walk as she went to Fuyumi's side. Midnight here will serve as a second opinion in regards to your names, the teacher continued. She'll hand you a couple boards and markers you can use to write your name, and when you think you got it, walk up here and show us the name you picked. Midnight reached for her back and took out boards and markers, handing them to each student as Fuyumi finished. One last thing, don't use your own names or quirk names, and don't ask your fellow classmates for help. This needs to be entirely yours. Now, if everybody's ready, then let's begin. Midnight went back to Fuyumi's side and the students promptly began to write their vigilante names. Most gave it some thought, and others looked like they were turning gears trying to think of something. Midoriya was somewhere in the middle. She was giving it some thought, but she needed to turn a gear or two to stay focused. Especially Sakura became the first to finish and reveal her vigilante name. Cherry Entropy. That's way too badass. Yuri exclaimed in shock. I have to agree with Sekai-san, Fuyumi remarked, scratching her chin as she turned to the cherry blossom girl. I didn't know what to expect from you, Sakura-san, but this certainly wasn't it. Sakura smiled. I got a few tricks up my sleeves. And I think this name will definitely make the Hero Corps students keep an eye out. Midnight flashed a thumbs up. I approve it. Fuyumi shrugged. Well, it's good enough for me, approved as well. 1 down, 19 to go. Sakura walked back to her desk, and the name-making continued with the next one to finish. Jiraiya's. Handy dancing. Some of her classmates looked surprised, while others burst out laughing. Funny and energetic, fitting for someone like you, Jiraiya-san, Fuyumi said, holding back a giggle. Approved. I approve as well, Midnight said with a nod. And with this name, you should see the best type of names you can pick for the exercise. You're right, Midnight. The name of the game is being underestimated, so try to have your names take advantage of that, Fuyumi stated as Jiraiya walked back to her desk. You could do something imposing like Cherry Entropy, ensuring that the heroes have a warning before they fight you. You could also do something silly like Handy Dancing and have the heroes further lower their guards, Midnight added. After all, who'd ever take someone named Handy Dancing seriously? The students nodded in agreement, and they continued trying to make up their names. The clock ticked as more and more of Class 1D showed their names. Except for Midoriya, who was biting her marker trying to think of something. She didn't get it. When it came time for thinking up hero names, she would have half a dozen possible ideas in an instant, and yet doing the same for a mock-up exercise was too much for her? If Bakugo was here, she'd be calling her useless all over her. Useless. Bakugo. That. Midoriya eagerly wrote something down on her board and walked to Fuyumi's desk, where she revealed her vigilante name. To her classmates' varied reactions. You're kidding, right, Midoriya? Sorest. There's no way you're serious. Chariot added. I know just who would be set off at that name, Jiraiya's remarked, flashing a wide grin. And I love it. Considering the meaning behind the name, though, it might be a little on the nose, Fuyumi frowned. And I get the feeling I know where you got it from dash. Before you disapprove, Fuyumi-sensei, let me explain, Midoriya said. For the longest time, people called me this name to mock me for seemingly being quirkless. And even after my quirk appeared, one person in particular kept calling me that, to remind me that in her eyes, I was still beneath her. Fuyumi and Midnight frowned sympathetically as Midoriya continued. So, I want to use this name to make her eat her words. To make her think of what she could have caused had things continued the way they were. Even if I lose, I want her to think about what could have been. That's quite devious coming from you, Fuyumi remarked. But I can't think of a better way to get your point across. Approved. I still have my reservations, but I can see where you're going, Midnight folded her arms. I'll approve it, but as soon as you get second thoughts about your name, don't hesitate to call me, all right? Midoriya nodded, and she turned back to her classmates as she grabbed her board and walked back to her desk, taking a contemplative look at what she had written. Mina snapped her fingers, and an intense burst of wind was released, the shockwaves from the attack rustling the trees surrounding the area. But most importantly, Mina's finger was perfectly okay. How was that All Might? The Pinkette asked with a proud smile. I call it Milonga Smash. Good work, Ashido Shoujo, All Might remarked with a little smile. I can definitely see the improvement. All Might, is something wrong? Mina asked, approaching the skeletal number 1 hero. You've been looking rather contemplative for a while now. All Might took a deep breath. I can't stop thinking about this upcoming exercise. Oh, is that it? Don't worry, All Might. Mina flashed a thumbs up. Class 1, A's gonna win it no problem. Beating the other team isn't the point of the exercise, Ashido Shoujo, All Might sighed. And besides, it's not you I'm worried about. I'm worried about Class 1D. They will have quite the uphill battle ahead of them. Well, we agree on that one. Mina put her arms behind her head and smiled. Especially when Todoroki-kun and I are part of the enemy team. All Might furrowed his brow in disapproval, prompting a sheepish Mina to add, sorry. All Might took a deep breath. Ashido Shoujo, what I'm gonna say next is going to sound insensitive, but you have to remember that I'm only saying it for your own good. And then he told me that my arrogance would be my downfall if I wasn't. Careful. Mina was currently telling the story to Kirishima, one of the only people who knew about her secret, although he seemed more neutral than she expected or needed. I mean, I know my upgrade gave me a little bit of confidence, but it didn't make me arrogant. Mina continued, angrily sipping her juice. There's a clear difference between being confident and being arrogant. Indeed there is, but it's a very thin line, Kirishima answered, taking a bite out of his sandwich as he added, even if it was a broad line, though, you'd still be arrogant. Mina gasped and leaned forward. You won't take my side in this? Mina-chan, this is the number 1 hero we're talking about. He may be a lousy teacher, but considering the current status of society, and all the years he's worked as a hero, if somebody can tell confidence from arrogance, it's him. Kirishima took another bite. But even if he wasn't the number 1 hero, we've been friends long enough to know you pretty well. Mina folded her arms and looked elsewhere. We've been friends for a long time, yes, but long enough that you know everything about me? What's my favorite color, then? Pink. That was on me, I shouldn't have made it so obvious. Pinky shitty hair, give me a space. The duo turned around and saw Bakugo standing nearby, holding a tray full of food. Ah, Bakugo-chan. Just who I was hoping to see. Kirishima chirped as he moved aside, allowing Bakugo to sit next to him. There's a matter I would like to hear your opinion about, and it's all about Mina-chan dash. No, it doesn't. Don't even try, Pinky. I could hear you both from a few miles away, Bakugo stated sternly. Even so, what the hell could you be talking about that you'd need my input on? Kirishima wasted no time. Do you think Mina-chan's arrogant? Everybody in our class is arrogant, Bakugo answered, angrily eating her food as she continued. Just because they passed the entrance exam, they act like they deserve to be here, that they're worthy of being the heroes of tomorrow, when they're nothing more than extras in MY story. Kirishima and Mina kept staring at Bakugo, expecting a proper answer and not a short rant. Bakugo eventually delivered. But if I had to single out the most arrogant extra, Pinky would rank among the top 10. See, Mina-chan? Kirishima shrugged. Even an arrogant JRK like Bakugo-chan can see it. Mina grabbed her tray and stood up. You know what? Who cares what you think? It doesn't matter if I'm a little arrogant. I got the power to back it up. So do I, but you don't see me beaching and crying when a random a-hole tells me I'm full of myself. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Who called you arrogant, anyway? Mina flinched and avoided eye contact, growing more and more disturbed as Bakugo continued staring at her. Whoever it was and whatever the reason, don't let it get to your head, Bakugo nonchalantly spoke. At least you have power to back it up, like you said, unlike most other extras who just act confident to hide the fact they're pathetic weaklings. Mina nearly dropped her tray, but she quickly kept her tray in place, sparks and lighting surging through her body for a moment before she turned back to normal. Mina-chan? Kirishima asked. I. Mina frowned and took a step back. I'm gonna go eat elsewhere. Mina Power walked to another, empty table, where she sat down and began eating her food, doing so with a slightly fast pace. What's wrong? Mina nearly choked on her food, pounding her chest and coughing as he saw someone sit on the same table. Rikido Sato. Don't scare me like that, Sato-kun. Mina snapped once she caught her breath. And besides, nothing's wrong. You're stress eating, Sato pointed out. Mina raised an eyebrow. How can you tell? Fast pace, go for another bite as soon as you swallow, and a worried expression on your face. I guess I really am stress eating. And again I ask why? Mina took a deep breath and scratched her cheek. I was talking with Kirishima-kun about something when he brought Bakugo-san along, and she said something that really upset me. Yeah, I've noticed that's a specialty of her. Sato lowered his eyelids. Just yesterday, she asked me if my lips had been assaulted by bees. Your lips are pretty prominent. I get that a lot. Mina simply nodded, and after a few seconds in silence, she asked. Sato-kun, how do you deal with it? Being born with a weak quirk, that is. Sato raised an eyebrow, and Mina hastily explained. I mean, you eat some sugar, which is inconvenient to find in a battlefield, and you get stronger, but it only lasts for a few minutes and then you get dumb. That's not really very impressive. I got that a lot too, but I never really paid attention to that. Sato folded his arms. The only thing I could really do was practice my quirk and never give up. Mina hummed. I see. What about you, Ashido-san? Sato asked, startling the pinkette. How do you feel about having such a strong quirk? WL. At first, I was ecstatic that I was on top of the world. But now, though, I'm having second thoughts. Would talking about it help? Mina turned to Sato, who was forming a supportive smile. Shortly after, she returned the smile and answered. If you're willing to listen. Change my hero name? Fuyumi exclaimed at Nizu, who remained unfazed. For what? Well, as it turns out, there's already a hero named Ice Knight. Nizu calmly, almost obliviously, answered. And since your hero career is still young, you have the ability to change your hero name without causing too much ruckus. Fuyumi leaned back. That's not what I mean, Principal Nizu. I can do the paperwork needed to change my hero name, but I got a class to teach. That's perfectly understandable, and I took the liberty of dealing with that problem ahead of time. Nizu clasped his paws together. I assigned a substitute teacher to replace you for today. Fuyumi stood up. A substitute teacher? That's exactly what I said. But who did you pick? Midnight lead Class 1D into one of the many mock-up cities UA had in reserve, the class looking rather curious about where they were heading. Class 1D, welcome to Training City Omega. Midnight and the class entered the city, and they were amazed by what they saw next. A massive replica of a generic city, looking just pristine enough to tempt the students to wreck it when the exercise began. This is the city where the exercise will take place at. I want you to walk around this place and remember the routes. Carefully so you can plan ahead. Does Class 1A know about this place? Midoriya asked. I feel like it'll be a bit unfair if we know the layout, but they don't. Vigilantes are all about unfairness, Shizu remarked, and surprisingly, most of the class nodded in agreement. Class 1A haven't been to this area yet, Midnight answered. As for letting you check it first, most vigilantes know the average layout of the locations they operate at. Even with exceptions, they still study the layout as much as possible before they act. Speaking of vigilantes, Akatsuki blurted. Are we all going to do our things individually, or can we make teams? Midnight hummed. Vigilante groups aren't uncommon, and it could further enhance the lesson the exercise is all about. I'll ask Principal Nizu about it, but do make some teams in the meantime. Midnight left to ask the Polar Meerkat about it, and Akatsuki and Rum Yuri immediately hugged each other, hopping up and down as Shizu scowled. Just because we can make teams doesn't mean you two will work together. You're just jealous of our bond. Akatsuki scoffed, blowing a raspberry at Shizu soon after. Actually, I think Shizu-san might have a point. Everybody turned around, and they saw the source of the voice was none other than Koyama, who remained calm as Jiraiya's panicked. Shizu-san having a point? The universe might implode. It's okay, Jiraiya-san, Shizu said. I still have 2 or 3 chances to be wrong before we're doomed. As I was saying, Yama blurted. We need to think about this strategically. We can't just team up for the sake of teaming up. Yama-san is right. Midoriya scratched her chin and began muttering. Teaming up could both make or break our chances to get the point across. If we're gonna do so, however, there are several things we must take into account, like dash. But Midoriya winced in pain as everybody faced Yama, whose smile remained as she spoke. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking, Midoriya-san. Sorry, Yama-san. However, you did bring up some good points, Midoriya-san, so I will work with that. Yama promptly turned to her classmates and explained. We will make groups of up to 5 people, and whether by theme or the strength of the bond, the team must have a strategic goal in mind. This might be an exercise, but we can't half-bake this. The girls nodded in agreement. Now, talk among yourselves, try to get into an agreement before we investigate the city. Yama turned to Midoriya. In the meantime, I have to talk with Midoriya-san in private. Midoriya winced, raising her head as she could only ponder what Yama wanted from her. Next thing she knew, Midoriya and Yama stood at another section of the city, the latter bowing as she said, I'm sorry for hitting you as hard as I did. It's okay, Yama-san, I understand why you did it. Midoriya replied, scratching her head as she added. In fact, I'm kinda glad you did because once I get going, there's very little that can stop my muttering, so you saved us from a 5-minute rambling. Hee. Yama stood back up and flashed a kind smile. I like you, Midoriya-san. The greenette blushed brightly. That's a little forward, Yama-san. I mean platonically, you goof, Yama chuckled. Or, to be more accurate, I like the fact you came to our class. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Yama-san? Yama took a deep breath and leaned against a wall, folding her arms as she explained. I'm sure you've noticed that Class 1D is quite the odd collection of quirks. Ranging from entering the background, to having a long tail ending in a hand, to super limited permeation, the only theme in terms of quirks is that they're rather strange. Midoriya leaned next to Yama, who continued. My quirk lets me see the potential relationships between 2 or many people. Essentially, it turns my life into a visual novel with one crucial difference. The values never stay fixed. Fixed? When you turn off a visual novel or save at a particular time, the relationship values you have at that point stay put until you play again. But that's not the case here. Values can change in small ways or big ways, but they never stay put. Midoriya lowered her eyelids, listening clearly as Yama gave some examples. During the field trip, Bakugo-san entered my relationship values list, like every new character. Your and her values were rather low, while her and Shizu-san's level was quite high. At least, on Shizu-san's end. Then the villain attack happened, and the values changed. Bakugo-san gained a higher opinion of you, while her opinion on Shizu-san plummeted. And when Natsuki acted like she wasn't on the field trip, Shizu-san's opinion of her plummeted as well? She was heartbroken. In a matter of a few days where I didn't lift a finger, they went from friends to strangers. And I saw a similar phenomenon when you revealed your quirk to us. Midoriya flinched. Your opinion of me lowered? Quite the contrary. They felt relieved, cheerful, happy to have a friend that knew what they had gone through. Yama faced Midoriya, her expression saddening as she explained. You see, Midoriya-san, you're not the only one of us who had a low opinion of their own quirks. We all did. And I can assure you that before we entered UA, before we met you, we had nobody who shared our pain. Nobody knew how insecure we felt. But why would that change when I told you what my quirk was? Because you did the one thing most of us were too afraid to do. You confided on us what your quirk was, and when you looked ready to cry, fearing rejection. Yama clutched her chest. That hit right where it hurts the most. Midoriya frowned. Yama-san. But oh well, I'm getting melodramatic and off-topic, Yama said, taking a deep breath before adding, I have a strategy for this exercise, and I want to hear your opinion on it. Oh well, go right ahead. Okay, so, you know how we all are gonna send our vigilante costumes tomorrow? Well, in my idea. Yama narrowed her eyes deviously. Some of us will be wearing something different. Seemingly getting the idea behind Yama's statement, Midoriya smiled with confidence. You have my attention now. Are you okay? Fuyumi snapped out of her trance and turned around, immediately seeing she was at the teacher's lounge, Midnight's slightly concerned expression looking straight at her. She calmed down with a deep breath, then responded with a wave of her hand. Yeah, I'm fine. You're stuttering and looking spaced, Midnight stated, folding her arms. Something is definitely on your mind, and if my intuition tells me anything, it has to do with your class. Well, Fuyumi never had the best poker face of the Todoroki household. That honor belonged to her father, Endeavor. It's just that I can't help but be worried for them, Fuyumi confessed. Last time Class 1D and 1A had a joint exercise, it was a simple friendly game of dodgeball. Nothing more, nothing less. But now that both classes are technically gonna fight, you're worried that this might prove too much for them? Midnight finished. And considering your little brother is part of the class your students are up against, you're conflicted on who to cheer. Fuyumi put a hand on her cheek. I want to cheer for Shoto, but my students are gonna need all the support they can get. Although, even if they do get the support, I feel like they'll likely lose. Midnight lowered her eyelids. Sounds like you don't have that much faith in your students. No, she's just being realistic, Eraserhead said, startling the women. Both classes will have to fight each other, and going by raw power alone, Class 1A has 1D beat by a landslide. You're only saying that because you're the homeroom teacher of 1A. Midnight pouted. Doesn't mean I'm wrong, though. All three of you are missing the point, All Might remarked, getting the trio's attention. The goal of this exercise is to teach Class 1A, and to an extent the other classes, never to underestimate their opponents. If they're even slightly aware of that, they're not going to waltz in and act like they won just because they showed up. You don't understand, All Might. The raw power in Class 1A is so high that they're basically an elite class of goofball powerhouses, Eraserhead argued in response. Even if they act carefully, they have little to worry about in a fight. Fuyumi frowned and lowered her head, prompting Midnight to put a hand on her shoulder and say, They'll be okay, Todoroki-san. I'm sure of it. We're effed. We're totally royally effed. Those words were said by, who else? Shizu, who earned groans from her classmates as they were currently in the locker rooms, changing into either their vigilante costumes or something more casual. Would it kill you to be a little more positive, Shizu-san? Midoriya asked, rolling her eyes as she unbuttoned her shirt. As long as the point gets across, it doesn't matter if we win or lose. Jiraiya-san, just think about what's about to happen. We're gonna face off against a class full of monsters in Quirk power alone, with nothing but our wits. Shizu responded. Can you seriously tell me, straight to my face, that we stand a chance against such a collection of power? In a straight fight, no, but this isn't a straight fight, is it? Even if it isn't, and even if they don't use their quirks, we know jack squat about fighting. Most of our quirks don't even function well in a fight, if at all. Hearing that, Midoriya turned around and stomped towards the brunette, stating sternly as she did. Which is why Yama-san and I set up the plan the way we did. So that the ones who had quirks unfit for combat could escape more easily or find another way to fight back. Yama-san and I aren't asking you to charge headfirst into fighting the entire class by yourself, we just want you to swallow your goddamn pride and follow the plan for 1 DMN second. Am I clear? Shizu meekly nodded. Good, then do your part. Midoriya snapped. If you follow it well enough, you won't ever need to worry about throwing fists. With her words spoken, Midoriya turned and walked back to her locker. See, can I ask just one more thing? Midoriya turned back, her expression showing her exasperation at the brunette. Shizu followed by standing up, checking herself for a moment. She was wearing a pink vest with a long-sleeved, purple lavender stripped undershirt, a matching set of stockings, red skirt, and black skate shoes. She also had her hair tied in a pair of pigtails, and her hair combed back, revealing her eyes. Then, she grabbed her skirt and lifted it, revealing a sight that baffled Midoriya: frilly panties. Do I really need to use panties for this costume? Shizu asked, avoiding eye contact as she blushed. Can't I use shorts or boxers or something that, I don't know, makes me feel a little less naked? Nah, it has to be this way, Jiraiya stated, suddenly showing up at Midoriya's side. It's part of the ultra-hyper-super-duper-hyper-secret plan in case Yama-san and Midoriya-chan's plan falls apart, right, Midoriya-chan? Jiraiya winked at the greenette, who looked at her in disbelief before she turned back to Shizu, and nodded with a nervous smile, mouthing sorry, when Jiraiya left. Shizu, for her part, pouted while blushing brightly. And then the time came. Both Class 1A and 1D went to the designated city, and as the former stood on top of a formation overlooking the city, All Might's booming voice spoke through the loudspeaker. All right, heroes of tomorrow. The exercise is simple. The city has been evacuated because of sightings of a group of vigilantes in the area. Your job will be to catch the vigilantes before they can escape the city. However, you gotta do it fast. Fuyumi's voice spoke. The vigilantes' reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes, forcing a retreat. You will be judged by how many vigilantes you manage to apprehend, as well as how many of the vigilantes escaped before the timer ran out. Midnight's voice said next. If all or most of the vigilantes have escaped before the timer runs out, you'll automatically lose the exercise. That's barely worth pointing out, Bakugo said as she stretched, flashing a cocky grin as she added, I'll have killed all the vigilantes before the timer's halfway done. If any of the vigilantes end up being killed, you'll automatically lose. I wasn't speaking seriously. Bakugo hissed. God damn it, people nowadays take everything too seriously. Are you ready? Class 1A got on their battle stances. Set. Bakugo, in particular, looked at the distance and noticed something, or perhaps someone, on top of the tallest building. She now knew where to go. Go! The timer began, and Bakugo blasted off into the sky, while her classmates took to the ground, or in Suyu's case, hopped around with an unwilling Mineta on her back. Alright, Mineta-kun, let's get something straight here. I'll be the main hero while you'll act as support, the frog girl stated as she scanned the area. I don't want you to get away from me for even a second, understood? And tell me if you see anything suspicious. Sure, Mineta scratched his cheek. Just don't try kill me this time. And finally, Mina separated from her group in order to look at another section of the city, hoping to find some of the vigilantes there. She even charged herself with some of One for All's energy in order to go faster, but she failed to find anything of interest. Until she found a group of 4 people, dressed in baggy street clothes, with a boombox playing some music nearby them. There's no way this is gonna work. Yet again, Shizu was the one throwing the pessimism around as she, Koga, Nu, Yama, and Mugen masqueraded as a bunch of girls in a library and the librarian in charge, the last one shushing Shizu soon after. For their disguises, Mugen wore a business suit with a pair of red glasses, while Yama, Nu, and Koga had a simple dress, a shirt and shorts, and a shirt and pants, respectively. Nothing as elaborate as Shizu's disguise, though. I mean it, there's no way they're gonna fall for this, Shizu said, lowering her book to eye everyone. I mean, I'll admit, I wouldn't recognize any of you in your current attire if I hadn't seen you before, but they have. And besides, our disguises aren't that complex anyway. They don't need to be complex, Shizu-san, Yama said as she lowered her book. They just need to make ourselves look different enough to fool the heroes into helping us leave. But still dash. I think they're coming, Mugen remarked, looking at the door. The girls quickly lifted their books and tried to remain calm as a group of Todoroki, Ida, Sato, Kirishima, and a guy with black hair entered the building. They're not here, it's just a bunch of girls, the guy with the black hair remarked. Wait a minute, what are they doing here? Didn't the city evacuate? Todoroki scanned the girls, Shizu in particular. There's clearly only one explanation for this. Shizu shivered and sweated bullets as Todoroki approached her, then walked off to another spot, pointing at a broken loudspeaker on the wall. They didn't know the city was evacuating. Oh hey, you're right, Todoroki-kun, Ida said, taking a closer look at the loudspeaker. The vigilantes must have come here before the library opened and destroyed the loudspeaker so that they could keep some people inside to use as hostages. Why didn't we think of that? Nu whispered to Koga, who shushed her in response. Alright, ladies, here's the situation. A group of dangerous vigilantes has been spotted in this city, Kirishima explained to the girls as the boys approached them. Everybody has already evacuated, so we need you to come with us to take you outside before the vigilantes show up. Just follow our lead and you'll be out here in no time, the guy with yellow hair added. You can trust us. With that said, the girls and librarian put their books down, stood up, and followed the hero students as they lead them out of the building, the heroes none the wiser. Ashido-san to Todoroki-kun. A voice with static spoke on Todoroki's ear. Ashido-san to Todoroki-kun. Can you hear me? Todoroki put a finger on his ear. Todoroki here, what's the situation? They got earpieces. The girls thought in horrified unison. I found a group of street dancers, I think, still on the city. It looks like the evacuation didn't get everybody like we thought it did. We encountered a similar situation. We found a group of girls still inside a library, and the loudspeaker was broken, so I think they didn't know an evacuation was happening. That's odd, I don't see a loudspeaker anywhere here, but I doubt they couldn't know about it. I mean, they're street dancers. Surely they'd see people running for their lives, right? I don't know about you, but something seems fishy here. You can figure out what happened on your own, Ashido-san, we're a little busy right now. Alright, I'll keep you noted if something happens. Todoroki ended the conversation, and by the time he did, he and his group had taken the girls out of the building safely. He then put a hand on Shizu's shoulder, oblivious to her shock as he said, "The exit's right over there. Head to it as fast as you can and don't look back. We'll take care of everything from here, alright?" Shizu nervously nodded, and Todoroki patted her back, slightly pushing her forward as the rest of her group followed suit. However, once they got closer to the exit, Shizu suddenly bolted off into it in a girly run, crying her heart out as All Might's booming voice delivered the heroes some shocking news. Terraforce, Seer, Dreamer, Matchbreaker, and Lawkeeper have escaped. 15 vigilantes remain. Realizing what this meant, Todoroki touched his earpiece again and stated, "Attention, everyone. The vigilantes have disguised themselves as civilians. Repeat, they're disguised as civilians. If you see any civilians on the streets, don't hesitate to engage them. They're disguised as civilians? Mina repeated. Wait, then that means. The pink girl slowly turned to face the street dancers, who turned off their boombox before flashing threatening glares at her, prompting Mina to charge up with one for all, ready for a battle. They're disguised as civilians? Mineta repeated as he scanned his surroundings. I don't know where they got that idea, but that makes things harder. Maybe for most of our classmates, but not for us, Tsu casually remarked as she continued hopping around. After all, with your smarts and my technique, there's nothing that can catch us off guard. Well, except for one thing. And that is... that. Tsu turned around and jumped away moments before a blue wolf tackled them, Akatsuki riding on top of them. The heroes slid back, and Mineta tried to jump off, only for Tsuyu to slap him back onto her back as Luna jumped off the blue wolf, giving a better look at her vigilante costume. She was wearing a long robe covering her body, stylized to resemble the starry night sky, and she had a pair of black gloves. I apologize if my arrival scared you, but I need you to understand, I can't let you go on any further, Luna stated as the wolf growled viciously. My name is Lunatic, and this is where you stop. Lunatic? Mineta asked, scratching his chin in thought. I'm guessing she has a star or space-related quirk, then dash. Then, Tsuyu rapped Mineta with her tongue. What? I'll take care of this one, Mineta. Tsuyu stated, glaring at Luna all the while. You go search for the rest of the vigilantes. Mineta screamed as he was thrown into the sky, catching a glimpse of Tsuyu, Lunatic, and the blue wolf ready to fight each other before he heard someone exclaim. Bunyip drop. Mineta looked up moments before Yukili fell from the sky and smacked him, clawing at him as hard as she could before they hit a rooftop, wherein he kicked her off him, doing so hard enough to make her slide until she reached the edge. Once she got up, Mineta got a better look at her costume. She was effectively wearing an archaeologist outfit, fedora and whip included. You can call me Animal's hero, Yukili stated as she cracked her whip. And this is where you stop. Mineta flinched, but quickly regained his composure and prepared to fight. Elsewhere in the city, the group of Todoroki, Sato, Ida, Kirishima, and black-haired guy ran across the streets, searching for any sign of other civilians in the city. I can't believe we didn't notice something so obvious, Kirishima remarked. Why would there be civilians still in a city that was evacuated? There's nothing we can do about the vigilantes who got away, Ida stated as he scanned his surroundings. We need to do our very best to find the remaining vigilantes and dash. Suddenly, Ida was kicked in the head by Akatsuki, who jumped back as the group stopped and took a better look at her. She was wearing a pink dress with a long-sleeved white vest on top of it, black shoes, and a long-sleeved white jacket that only had the collar buttoned, allowing it to flow like a cape. Finally, she wore a red hat with a red star symbol on front. Stop there, vigilante, Ida stated, quickly regaining his composure. Your law-breaking days are over. Ida dashed towards Akatsuki as she flashed a cocky smirk, and she activated her quirk, disappearing into the background just as Ida swung his kick at her. What? You really think it's gonna be that easy, heroes? Akatsuki scoffed as she began running around. If you want to catch me, you're gonna need to be smarter than that. Todoroki, can you freeze her in place? Sato asked. Her quirk seems to be some kind of teleportation, the red-white-haired guy commented. Not to mention that we're in an enclosed area. If I use my quirk and she ends up teleporting again, all I'll do is trap us here. Suddenly, Akatsuki jumped out of the background and landed on Todoroki's head, jumping away as the black-haired guy aimed his odd, tape dispenser-shaped elbows and shot some tape, catching Akatsuki's foot as she teleported into the background, dragging the guy until he hit a wall. Shiro-kun, are you all right? Ida asked as he ran to help his fellow classmate. Yeah, but I don't think it'll be that easy to catch her, he said as he retracted his tape. It seems she accesses another dimension after she teleports. If we want to catch her, we need to catch her off guard. Sato and Kirishima scanned the spots the girls was running to, then noticed her running towards Kirishima, who hardened his body with a smile as Sato reached for her and took out a small packet. He ate what was inside just as Akatsuki teleported and headed straight for Kirishima. Suddenly, Sato's muscles bulged, and he and Kirishima switched places, the buff student throwing a punch right into Akatsuki's stomach, sending her flying straight into a wall. And as she slid down and clutched her stomach, Todoroki walked up to her, aimed his right palm at her, and stated, "Sorry about this. Foreground has been captured. 14 vigilantes remain." Mina chuckled as she finished tying up the street dancers, followed by another statement from All Might's voice. Walltaker, Handy Dancing, Mental Diary, and Phasergeist have been captured. 10 vigilantes remain. This is a little bit easier than I expected, Mina remarked as she dusted her hands. At this rate we'll end up capturing all of you. 5 of us still managed to leave the city, Hero, Mental Diary stated. And that number's going to increase if you keep wasting your time here. Mina raised an eyebrow, not quite sure on what the vigilante meant, until she looked at the sky and saw a girl swinging around using her spider webs, carrying another girl with a notable scarf. Ashido-san to Todoroki-kun, "Can you hear me?" "Todoroki here, what's going on, Ashido-san?" "There's a couple of vigilantes heading for the exit. One of them is using webs to swing around, and the other has a scarf, but I don't know what her quirk is." "Understood." Todoroki turned off his earpiece and turned to Shiro. "Can you try intercept them, Shiro-kun?" "I'll give it my best shot." Shiro used his tape to go up and chase after the vigilantes as soon as he saw them. He was eventually spotted as well, though, so the vigilante swung faster, using her free hand to shoot some web at Shiro, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Shiro easily dodged the webs and got closer to the vigilantes, flashing a determined smile as he did. "He's gonna catch us." "We're not gonna make it," the girl with the scarf said. The spider web girl narrowed her eyes and grabbed the scarf girl, stating, "No, I'm not gonna make it." She swung twice and threw the scarf girl at the exit, mere moments before Shiro wrapped her in his tape and swung back to the group. "Hydro Arachne has been captured. 9 vigilantes remain." "Good job, Shiro-kun," Kirishima chirped. "What happened to the other girl?" Todoroki asked. Shiro took a deep breath and sadly confessed. "I got as close to them as I could, but the scarf girl was thrown away before I could catch them both." Todoroki's eyes widened. "Which means Battle Scarf has escaped. 8 vigilantes remain. For the love of All Might, another vigilante escaped?" Bakugu growled in disbelief. "I didn't expect much from these goddamn extras, but this is getting FING ridiculous. Once I'm done beating the shit out of Deku, I'm heading back down to teach them how it's done." Suddenly, a golden energy blast headed for Bakugu, the explosive blonde narrowly dodging the attack before someone caught it and threw it again, forcing Bakugu to dodge once more. This continued for a couple of passes before she got tired and shot an explosion at the blast, destroying it completely as the people responsible for the blast appeared. On her left side was a vigilante with the wings of a crow on her back, a pitch-black dress with golden highlights, black gloves, and a witch doctor's mask. On her right side was a purple-haired girl with a golden halo, wearing a simple white robe with a big, golden ribbon tied to her waist. "Who the F are you?" "I'm Crow God." "Sky Throne." The girls went to each other's side and took a battle stance. "And we're your opponents now." Outside the fake city, the vigilantes who had managed to escape sat down in some benches, looking at how the rest of their classmates were doing through some monitors. They briefly paused their watching, however, when Renzo came out of the room and ran up to Nu. "Renzo-chan." "Nu-chan." The girls hugged each other and laughed joyfully, Yama briefly glancing at them before flashing a smile. "I'm glad you managed to get out, Renzo-san. That should make us 6 escapees. That's gotta do a lot of damage to Class 1A's score by the end of the exercise." "I wouldn't be so upbeat right now, Yama-san," Shizu said, her eyes focused solely on the monitors. 6 of us escaped, yes, but about 5 of us have been captured, including Mizu-san. Even if our escapes damage their score, nearly capturing just as many's gonna put them back on track." "Not necessarily, Shizu-san," Mugen stated. "The point of the exercise, as it has been hammered until now, is not to underestimate us. By that alone, Class 1A already has lost a lot of points that they won't get back, even if they manage to capture everybody else. And how can you be so sure about that, Mugen-san? Shizu folded her arms sternly. Hero high schools favor hero students all the time. I'm pretty sure that even if they don't capture the rest of us, the school's just gonna think up some convenient excuse to let them pass. Your antagonism against hero schools is palpable, Shizu-san. The group turned around and saw none other than their teacher, Fuyumi, approaching them and sit down next to Shizu, who growled. What do you want, Fuyumi-sensei? Principal Nizu told me to go check up on you, Fuyumi sighed, clasping her hands together as she checked the monitors. Anyway, how has the exercise been doing so far? My and Midoriya-san's plan worked, and about 6 of us have escaped so far, Yama explained as she turned back to the monitors, her smile faltering a little. Things haven't been going as well since then, though. What she means is that Class 1A's kicking our butts, Shizu translated sternly. You might as well put an end to the exercise right now to save what little dignity we have left. I can only end the exercise if all the vigilantes get captured, the timer runs out, or one of you suffers such a serious injury that continuing the exercise is unwise, Fuyumi answered with a dejected sigh. Until then, I don't have the authority to put an end to anything. So you're just gonna sit there and watch us be humiliated by the hero classes, then? Shizu folded her arms and crossed her legs. Perfect teacher of the year material right there. Shut up, Shizu, the rest of the girls stated. Back at the exercise, Mineta jumped around, narrowly dodging Animalist's whip before throwing a couple ball at her, which she also dodged. Her whip wasn't so lucky, though, quickly finding itself covered in ball. Animalist attempted to throw the whip around, but as soon as one of the balls stuck to it hit the ground, it wouldn't budge, no matter how hard Animalist budged. I would stop trying if I were you, Mineta stated proudly. Once my balls stick to something, they don't let go no matter what. You know, that statement alone sounds really wrong coming from a guy, Animalist remarked, releasing her whip and dusting herself. The fact you're telling this to a girl only makes it worse. Yeah, now that you mention it, that sounded really wrong, Mineta nodded in agreement. I really should watch what I say more often. Animalist smirked. Just like how you should capture the enemy before talking. The vigilante turned around and whistled, prompting Mineta to take out one of his ball and get ready to throw it at whatever came next. Only for absolutely nothing to happen. Well, besides the 2 miniature students spotting Crow God and Sky Throne fighting against Bakugo. Oh, so that's why she didn't respond, Animalist casually remarked. Say, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much of a chance do my classmates have against your classmate? It's tough to say, Mineta folded his arms and scratched his chin. I mean, the obvious thing to say is that Bakugo-san would destroy them no matter what, but she can also be incredibly reckless, and your classmates have already proven to be quite sneaky, so dash. However, by the time Mineta turned to Animalist, she was nowhere to be found. So he ran to the edge of the rooftop he was on and looked down, seeing the archaeological vigilant being tied up by a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail and a hero costume covering her whole body, consisting of a black bodysuit, gloves, and boots combo with a red sleeveless jacket. Animalist has been captured. 7 vigilantes remain. Thanks for the catch, Yayarozu-san. The best way to thank me is to not have me do your job again. Yayarozu replied as she grabbed and pulled Animalist over her shoulder. Or even better, go help Azuri-san while I deliver her to the authorities. It was in that moment that Mineta realized something in shock. Azuri-san. The frog girl was sent flying into a wall, regaining her composure fast enough to jump off and lash her tongue against the wolf and its rider, who dodged it with ease before the wolf let out a loud screech, sending Tsuyu flying away again. This time, she hit a tree face first and dropped to the ground, barely getting up as the blue wolf and rider appeared right in front of her, the former growling as the latter asked. Ready to give up yet, hero? The only reason you want me to give up, Tsuyu said, briefly losing her balance before she stood up again, is because you know you wouldn't win in a straight fight against me. And you say that while barely able to stand up, Lunatic sighed. Just admit defeat and I'll consider just knocking you out. Or hey, how about we do something better? How about you jump off your pet dog and fight me one-on-one? Tsuyu asked, raising an eyebrow and tilting her head. I mean, 2-on-1 doesn't sound like a fair fight, don't you think? Lunatic closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Before she obliged and jumped off the blue wolf, who looked surprised at this before Lunatic told her, "Go get foreground." Then she flashed a smirk at her. It's time to bring out cerulean sunrise. The blue wolf chuckled like a hyena before morphing into a giant blue ball, which bounced once before heading towards the city. Tsuyu tried to respond by launching her tongue at her, but Lunatic grabbed it with her bare hands and kept her in place. Hey, you're the one who requested a one-on-one, remember? Tsuyu grimaced, but braced for the fight to come as she touched her earpiece. Ahui ho ho Hiroki, gu you hiri? Azui-san, I can't understand you with your mouth full, Todoroki responded as he and the rest of his group transported Foreground, who was stuck inside a large iceberg. What's the situation? Ahoer Igalane's Hohin. Todoroki somehow managed to translate. Another vigilante's coming? A wolf howled, and before the group could turn to see what was coming, a giant blue hammer suddenly appeared and smacked the ground hard enough to send the group flying, quickly morphing to smack them off into a building, though most of them managed to regain their footing quickly enough to witness the blue creature break the ice, then quickly enter through Foreground's mouth. Now knowing what would happen next, Todoroki slammed his right foot down, sending a wave of ice just as Foreground finished swallowing the blue creature, and smirked, jumping into the sky shortly before the waves hit the iceberg. Once in the sky, she clenched her fists as her spiked up and became purple, eventually turning blue as she floated in midair, flashing a cocky smirk at the heroes as All Might's voice exclaimed. Foreground has been freed. Not only that, but she and Slime God have merged together to become Cerulean Sunrise. Fusion, huh? Better get rid of her soon then, Todoroki stated. Shiro-kun, tie her up. Shiro wasted no time and shot his tape at the fusion, covering her completely in tape. That she eventually destroyed by applying some force, making sure to grab the remaining tape before Shiro could retract it back. Just as Shiro realized what this meant, Cerulean Sunrise pulled his tape, sending him flying straight to her, the boy being unable to do anything before the fusion smacked him right on the gut and sent him flying straight into a building, or more accurately through a building, and into the ground, where Shiro fell unconscious soon afterwards. One of the heroes has been defeated. 19 heroes remain. Todoroki and his group turned back to watch as Cerulean Sunrise smirked at them, ready to attack again. And then a pink blur entered the field, unleashing pink shockwaves as she stopped and took a battle stance. The blur turned out to be Mina, who kept herself charged with some of One for All's power as she stated, "I'm your opponent now." Back at the watching room, Shizu looked at the screen in disbelief, while her classmates rejoiced at the fact that their class had finally gotten a win against Class 1A. "Looks like our class isn't as hopeless as you thought it was, right, Shizu-san?" Yama asked, putting her hand on Shizu's shoulder. Snapping out of her trance, Shizu slapping Yama's hand away and furiously spat. "Nearly half of our class has already been taken out while 1A has only had one loss. Unless 1A suffers more losses before the timer runs out, that doesn't mean we had any chance to succeed." Yama rubbed her hand and actually glared at Shizu as the brunette turned back to the screens, clasping her fingers together as she stated, "We're only going to get a Pyrrhic victory at best." Fuyumi looked at Shizu with an expression of disappointment, before she too turned back to the screens, watching silently the next fight. Die already! Bakugu shot explosion after explosion at Sky Throne and Crow God, who dodged them easily while the former throwed energy blasts at her, which she also dodged, if narrowly. Not only that, but she had effectively remained stationary during the fight, being nowhere near close to the top of the skyscraper. Seeing this, however, Bakugu got an idea. She kept dodging until Sky Throne summoned another energy ball and shot it at her. Bakugu dodged narrowly, then aimed her palms at it and released an explosion, the resulting force sending her flying straight for the skyscraper as she exclaimed, "Thanks for the boost, dumbass." Sky Throne and Crow God tried to follow after her, but they were stopped by another flying student, this one possessing the head of a black bird, probably a raven, with a shadowy entity clinging to them. Back with Bakugo, she landed on the top of the skyscraper and stood up, dusting herself as she took a moment to look at the person standing on top of it. It was none other than Midoriya, wearing a vigilante costume that was effectively a green bodysuit with black highlights. "Well, would you look at that?" Bakugo smirked. "If it isn't the one and only Deku." Deku flinched and raised an eyebrow. "Who told you my vigilante name? Seriously? You picked a name that effectively means useless as your vigilante name." Bakugo laughed out loud. "And here I was thinking you were never going to accept that name. But then again, I guess I can't blame you, considering how weak you are and all." Midoriya narrowed her eyes. "Is there something you want?" "Why, yes, I do. I want you to surrender and let yourself be captured." Bakugo narrowed her eyes. "And don't try to fight back, Deku. We both know it's time to put an end to this farce." Midoriya smirked. "As much as I agree on the farce part, I'm afraid I gotta disagree with the surrender part. I think you should be the one to surrender." Interesting idea. Here's my response." Bakugo lunged forward and shot an explosion right on Midoriya's face, smirking as the greenette was engulfed by the smoke cloud. "Nice try, Natsuki." The smoke cloud dispersed shortly afterwards, revealing something that shocked Bakugo. Deku not only had claws, and her forearms were covered in some rocky green scales, but a pair of green draconic wings sprouting from her back, ready to take flight as she flashed a smile and proclaimed, "But I'm not going down that easily." She transformed. Shizu exclaimed, looking at the screen in disbelief as she added, "How can she transform? She didn't do that back at the field trip." "Midoriya-san's quirk is quite incredible, you see," Nu remarked proudly. "It's as versatile as it is difficult to explain dash." Renzo quickly covered Nu's mouth. "Nu-chan, we're not supposed to tell anybody else about the quirk without Midoriya-san's permission, remember?" "What? You know what Midoriya-san's quirk is?" Shizu shouted. "Yeah, but we're not going to tell you anything about it," Renzo stated sternly, Nu nodding in agreement. "If you want to find out what it is, you'll have to earn Midoriya-san's trust and convince her to tell you." This statement fell on deaf ears as Shizu simply turned to Fuyumi and asked desperately, "Who else knows about the quirk? Am I the only one in the classroom who doesn't know about it?" "Pretty much, yeah," Fuyumi answered with a shrug. Shizu whimpered as she ruffled her head and lowered her body, before rising up again and staring at the screen where Midoriya and Bakugo were fighting, speaking as she saw them take off. "Midoriya-san, you continue to be so DMN elusive. I hate that. Why do you have to be so difficult to understand?" But beyond Shizu's spiteful and hateful words, Yama noticed something rather interesting. Midoriya's relationship values were always intriguing because she could get along with everybody in the classroom, except for Shizu, which had always remained on uneasy acquaintances on both sides. Shizu's side, however, rose until it reached intrigued. Back at the exercise, Deku spread her wings and soared across the sky, Bakugo in hot pursuit. "Get the F back here, Deku. You'll have to catch me first." Deku and Bakugo's chase eventually caught the attention of Sky Throne and Crow God, who were locked in a standstill with the raven-headed guy. "Go help Deku," Crow God ordered. "I'll take care of this raven." Sky Throne nodded and flew off, Crow God intercepting the raven boy before he could fly towards her. "I'm your opponent now. I will admit, Vigilante, you and your team have proved stronger than we anticipated," the raven boy remarked. "We should have been better prepared for this encounter. Between you and me, hero, I'm glad you understand your mistake. However, it's too late to retreat and make another plan." Crow God spoke dramatically. "You will fall by my power, the power of Crow God. But not without a fight," the guy stated. "For I am the hero of darkness, Tsukuyami." And then the bird-themed vigilante and hero clashed, just in time for Bakugo to be struck by an energy blast, discovering Sky Throne's presence in the process. 2 against 1? That's not fair. Deku and Sky Throne smirked as they stated in unison. "Vigilantes are all about unfairness." "Hey, Shizu-san, isn't that what you said last week? Nu casually commented. I think so, Shizu scratched her cheek. Looks like they took your statement to heart, Yama remarked with a little smile. Yeah, perhaps, Shizu looked elsewhere. But that's only because this is an exercise and they can get away with it. It's nothing we should think about. Shizu's relationship's values and status betrayed her words, revealing she was actually flattered at her words being remembered. And with this knowledge, Yama smiled. Meanwhile on the ground, Cerulean Sunrise looked up at the battle in the sky while Mina spoke with Todoroki's group, who were refusing to leave. I already told you, I got this covered. Mina snapped. You guys go take cover or look for other vigilantes elsewhere, I'll deal with this one. Mina-chan, please understand where we're coming from. Kirishima stated. This is something we never saw coming. If we're to have any chance at defeating this fusion, we need to work together. Hey, faux Super Saiyan Blue. Mina yelled at Cerulean Sunrise, oblivious to Kirishima's words. Come down here and face me like a woman. She's not even listening to me. Kirishima cried. Cerulean Sunrise looked down at Mina, who looked ready to fight her with a proud smirk. She returned the smirk as she slowly floated down to the ground, folding her arms as Mina aimed her hand forward. Milonga smash. Mina flicked her fingers, and Cerulean Sunrise glowed before she was seemingly struck by the smash, disappearing from view as everybody tried to stand in place from the intense gust of winds from the attack. See? One hit was all it took to defeat her. Mina stated as she stretched. There was nothing to worry abo dash. JK. The acidic girl turned around and saw Kirishima dropping to his knees before collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Kirishima-kun. Ida was next, prompting Sato and Todoroki to get on each other's back as they scanned their surroundings, Mina soon joining them after shaking off the confusion. That must be another one of the vigilantes. Mina rationalized, electricity sparkling through her as she charged herself in One for All's energy. But where are they coming from? Todoroki flinched upon seeing Cerulean Sunrise appearing behind Mina's back, looking at him with a smug expression before pulling down her eyelid and sticking out her tongue. Angered at the mockery, Todoroki raised his right foot. You're not getting out this time. A massive wave of ice was shot towards the fusion, who quickly grabbed Mina by her vest and threw her forward, disappearing into the background as the pink girl was completely trapped upside down inside a giant iceberg. By the time Todoroki noticed this, Cerulean Sunrise appeared behind him and jabbed him on the neck, knocking him out as Sato turned around and threw a punch, actually managing to connect the hit and send the fusion flying off into the distance. And as he promptly and to try pummel Mina out of the iceberg, All Might's voice exclaimed. 4 heroes have been incapacitated. 15 heroes remain. 15? Tsuyu exclaimed in disbelief. There's only 15 of us left? Looks like you're not having as good a time as you expected, huh, hero? Lunatic scoffed. Maybe you should have come up with an actual plan before you faced us. Lunatic prepared to lunge, but instead jumped to the side to avoid an incoming barrage of purple ball, dodging all but one of them, which hit her on her back. Mineta appeared shortly afterwards. Mineta-kun, Tsuyu said in relief. Yaoyorozu-san took care of Animalice, Mineta explained as he stared at Lunatic. Now we can take care of her together. Sounds like a plan. Tsuyu nodded, facing Lunatic with a determined expression. And then I'll pummel you for fooling around with Yaoyorozu instead of coming to me immediately. We only spoke for a second. I can't trust your word for it, can I? Guys, get a room seriously, Lunatic quipped. You stay out of this. Back with Deku and Bakugo, the former constantly dodged the latter's explosions, with Sky Throne providing support from the sidelines to further unbalance Bakugo. This mostly consisted in flying in circles, intercepting Bakugo's flight, or shooting energy blasts at her from a distance. Eventually, Bakugo realized what was going on, and seemingly flew down before flying away from the duo, spinning as she did. Huh, I thought it would take more than a few energy blasts to get her out of our hair, Sky Throne remarked as she reunited with Deku. Another hero has been incapacitated. 14 heroes remain. Another hero was defeated? Deku scanned her surroundings. Who took them out? Sky Throne poked Deku's shoulder, then pointed at the distance, where Lunatic was finishing tying up a hero, while the other was attacking her and trying to free their captured comrade. The identity of either hero wasn't clear, however. Woo, nice work, Lunatic. Sky Throne chirped, raising a fist victoriously. Deku, I'm gonna go look for the other heroes, see if I can capture one or two as well. Alright, I'll do the same. The vigilantes separated, but while Deku flew towards another building, Sky Throne stopped once she noticed Bakugo spinning in the distance, slowly speeding up before she headed straight for her. Then missed her by a few inches, flashing a demonic grin as she headed for her true target, Deku. Midoriya-san, look out! But it was too late. When Deku turned around, Bakugo's palm stood right in front of her, glowing with the accumulated energy. Right before unleashing the biggest, most volatile explosion she had mustered yet, rivaling the likes of the one she unleashed during the field trip. The explosion's power was so strong, Sky Throne and Crow God were sent flying back, while everybody else stopped what they were doing to look at the resulting explosion. And then they all saw something falling from the cloud, the smoke covering it eventually dissipating to reveal an unconscious Deku. Midoriya-san. Cerulean Sunrise flew straight to Deku and grabbed her on her arms, slowly floating to the ground as the Greenette's wings retracted into non-existence, and her scales and claws turned back to normal arms and fingers. And once she hit the ground, Bakugo followed soon after, her loud crash barely phasing the fusion. The vigilante leader has been taken out. Fuyumi's voice ringed through the loudspeaker. The exercise is over. But her words fell on deaf ears as Bakugo stated proudly. Once a Deku, always a Deku. She should have known better than to try face me. Cerulean Sunrise glared at Bakugo, who smirked at the thought of another battle. So, what do you plan to do now, Vigilante? The fusion gently put Deku on the ground, stared sternly at Bakugo. Then opened her mouth, releasing a blue liquid that morphed into Slime God's true, blob form, before turning back into foreground. Then, they raised their arms in unison and proclaimed, "We surrender." Bakugo stood stunned, but her shock would only intensify as Crow God, Sky Throne, and the rest of the remaining vigilantes went to her side and raised their arms in defeat. The vigilantes have surrendered. The heroes win. But there were barely any cheers from either side, at least, not by Bakugo, who stood completely stilled as she watched the heroes surround the vigilantes and arrest them, before taking them away. Bakugo-san. The explosive blonde broke from her trance and turned to see Tsukuyomi looking at her. The exercise is over, we need to head back to our classroom. Art right? Tsukuyomi nodded, and left, Bakugo taking a moment to watch as Deku's unconscious body was taken to the infirmary, leaving Bakugo with just one question on her mind. We won. But why does it feel like we lost? Midoriya slowly opened her eyes, her blurry vision slowly clearing up to reveal she was at the infirmary, with Akatsuki, Sakura, Jiraiya, Mizu, and Shizu standing nearby, looking at her with concerned eyes. Recovery Girl was on the other side, looking at Midoriya with an equally concerned, yet stern expression. My head, the Greenette remarked. What happened? You fought Bakugami to a standstill while the rest of us did our best to distract her classmates, Jiraiya explained. However, once she unleashed some kind of super move against you and looked like she was going to continue, we panicked and surrendered before things got any worse. What did she do exactly? Recovery Girl asked. She spun around in the air for a while, then flew to Midoriya-san and unleashed a FU-sized explosion, Akatsuki explained. The howitzer impact, Shizu remarked in realization. She did the exact same move against Muscular during the field trip. Oh wait, that was supposed to be a secret, right? To the general public, yes, but the faculty of UA knows exactly what happened at Waterhose's agency, Recovery Girl responded. Anyhow, based on the results of my analysis, Midoriya-san was very fortunate. She only suffered minor burns. She was caught in the dead center of an explosion that rendered her unconscious, and she only got minor burns? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Her body has an unnaturally high resistance to fire and explosions, something which I have found out is something she acquired from experience, Recovery Girl explained. I will talk to Bakugo-san about this later, though, so don't worry about her. For now, you should be happy. Mizu tilted her head. But we lost, didn't we? Yeah, Akatsuki-san panicked and ordered a mass surrender to our classmates before Bakugo-san could finish the job, Shizu argued. By that logic, we lost. You can't just assume that winning and losing are everything in a battle. That's the hero course's job, Recovery Girl quipped. Showing the dangers of underestimating your opponent was the goal of the exercise all along, and on that front, what did you accomplish? Akatsuki scratched her chin. Well, we managed to get a few of our classmates to escape. I was freed and dished Akatsuki blue against some of the heroes, not to mention I knocked out a few of them too. Don't forget that Luna-san captured a hero as well, Mizu pointed out. And there's also Yama-san's plan, Midoriya pointed out, all eyes falling on the matchmaker as she explained. She was the one who got the idea to disguise the ones of us whose quirks weren't as useful in combat as civilians. Yeah, that was a pretty good idea, Yama-san. Sakura remarked. Even I have to admit that, while I had my doubts of the plan, it did work in the end. Shizu begrudgingly spoke. So, good for you, Yama-san. As more and more praise was placed on Yama, the girl blushed and tried to hold back her joyous smile, all while Midoriya threw a smile at her and nodded in relief. Meanwhile, things weren't as positive in All Might's office, where Mina walked back and forth as All Might watched her move with a neutral expression. I simply don't know what went wrong, Mina said as she rubbed her forehead in disbelief. 1 second, I'm in Cloud 9, ready to add another vigilante to the captured list, and the next one, I'm trapped in an iceberg upside down, watching my classmates be slowly taken out by some fake Super Saiyan Blue. Well, Ishido Shoujo, I can tell you exactly what happened, All Might stated. You underestimated your opponent, got overconfident, and you and your team paid the price. Mina stopped and turned to her teacher. That can't be it. There's gotta be more than that. There's nothing more to it than that, Ishido Shoujo. You defeated and captured a group of vigilantes, good for you, but then you let that one simple victory get over your head, and then went ahead and tackled an entirely new, unpredictable variable in the form of a fusion. What did you think was going to happen? One for All should have beaten her. You can't really on One for All for everything, Ishido Shoujo. You can't just charge some of its power into your fish, throw a punch, and expect the bad guys to be beaten in an instant. But that's exactly what you do all the time. Charge up, throw punch, boom, peace reigns once again. Just. But you're not me, are you, Ishido Shoujo? Mina flinched and scanned her surroundings, growing more and more unsure of herself before stating, I need to get back to my classroom. Excuse me dash. Ishido Shoujo, you will eventually come across a situation where you can't just leave as soon as your ego gets bruised, All Might stated sternly. And I pray that you can figure out what to do when you reach that situation. Mina nodded in agreement and left the office, leaning against the door and taking a deep breath as she slid down to the floor. After staying there for a while, she stood up, dusted herself and began walking back to her classroom as she said, This whole business is a lot more emotionally tiring than I thought. I really should have thought about this more thoroughly dash. Suddenly, Mina slapped herself and returned to reality. What am I saying? All Might picked me for a reason. I can't just start having second thoughts now that it's my responsibility to carry it out. I don't know, have to develop better defenses or something. Along her walk, Mina spotted a familiar red-headed student strolling by, this being Akatsuki, whose face reminded her of the defeat she suffered at her hands. So, with anger surging through her, Mina ran up to the girl and stopped her in place. Hey you! Oh hi, you're one of the 1A students, right? You can bet you're but that I am. Mina snapped. And I got a couple of things to tell you, Lady Dash. Before you say anything though, I just want to apologize for beating you and your classmates so thoroughly during the exercise, but you know, that was part of the idea. Akatsuki interjected, gently jabbing Mina's shoulder as she added, Say, Jiraiya-san told me how you sent her team flying with a flick of your finger. That must have been cool to see. Mina stared blankly, briefly stunned by the girl's cheerful tone before she asked, "Why are you happy?" Akatsuki blinked twice. "Come again. Don't play dumb with me. For all intents and purposes, your team lost the exercise," Mina stated, folding her arms as she continued, "Why aren't you angry? Or at the very least, a little upset that you lost?" Ashido-san, beating the other team was never the point. It was to show you the dangers of what happens when you underestimate your opponent. Akatsuki leaned closer to Mina. "And on that front we won." Akatsuki booped Mina's nose, then continued to stroll joyfully and without a care in the world. Until Mina grabbed her shoulder and stopped her in place. "Where can I find Midoriya-san?" Midoriya rested on her infirmary bed, slightly tired after the use of Recovery Girl's quirk. "You should be fine in a few minutes, but I suggest you stay in bed for a little while," the nurse instructed. "At least until you stop feeling tired and lightheaded. After that, I want you to get up slowly and head back to your classroom carefully. Midoriya-san." The duo turned around and saw Mina entering the infirmary, flinching and sporting a nervous smile as she said, "Sorry if I'm interrupting something, but I need to talk to Midoriya-san. May I?" "No, get out of here." "It's okay, Recovery Girl," Midoriya remarked. "I actually wanted to talk to Ashido-san in private." Recovery Girl glanced at Midoriya, then Mina, and finally sighed as she left the infirmary. "You'll be responsible to take Midoriya-san back to her classroom, and if I'm sensing you doing anything weird, I'm kicking you out, understood?" "Why yes, Recovery Girl sensei." The nurse left, and Mina promptly sat down next to Midoriya, taking a deep breath before asking, "So, how are you feeling?" "Slightly better. Recovery Girl used her quirk on me, and my injuries have mostly healed," Midoriya responded with a little smile. "Now I just need to rest for a little bit until I stop feeling tired and then I can go back to my classroom." "Yes, your classroom." Mina lowered her eyelids. "That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about." Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with my classroom?" "Nothing." "Which is exactly what is wrong with it." Mina folded her arms. "I came across one of your classmates, more specifically, the one whose fusion not only humiliated me, but also took out the rest of our group except for Sato-kun. Is there a problem with her? She was happy, satisfied, without a care in the world, and that simply doesn't make sense to me. I mean, she threw in the towel as soon as you were knocked out, and convinced the rest of your classmates to do the same. Are you saying that she shouldn't have done that?" "No, I'm actually happy she did. It goes to show that she cared about you and knew that if their leader was beaten, there wasn't much they could to beat Bakugo without suffering heavy losses as well. I'm sorry, but I fail to see the problem. If only she had thrown the towel, I would have understood. I wouldn't have minded if her fusee threw the towel either because, technically, they were one person, but that's a discussion for another day. But to have the rest of the team do the same unanimously. They basically gave up on the spot. I still don't see the problem. It's the fact they're okay with it that's the problem. They choose to give up, no questions asked, or even a little attempt at resistance before deciding anything. And despite what this means, they don't have any problem with it." Midoriya fell silent, before humming as she looked at the ceiling in contemplation. Mina smiled and spoke. "Are you finally seeing the problem, Midoriya-san?" "Nope, I don't see anything." "Why not?" "Well, maybe it's because the way I see it is completely different from yours." Midoriya turned to Mina as the pink girl stood absolutely stunned. "In your eyes, you seem to think that giving up and throwing the towel is a bad thing. You'd rather see us fight to the last man, possibly be in near danger of being wiped out, before we even considered giving up. But let me ask you something, Ashido-san. What? During the exercise, 5 of my classmates escaped, followed by a 6th one. Then, you managed to capture 4 of them, followed by one of your classmates capturing one of my classmates. How many does that make? Let's see. 11? Yes. Now, pay attention. One of my classmates managed to free one of the captured vigilantes, before fusing with her. This fusion went on to knock out one of your classmates, including you being stuck in an iceberg, from what I heard. How many are left on both sides? I'd say there's 10 on the vigilante side, while the heroes have 15 heroes left. Or is it 14? Could you move inside the iceberg? No dash. 15 it is. Could you get to the point you're trying to make? We're gonna be late. Perhaps, but you're only saying that because you're desperate to get out of here before your ego, your sense of self-worth, suffers another hit. And I know this, because I had the exact same problem. Mina's eyes widened. In fact, I kinda still have it, in a way. But I now have friends who support despite everything, so I don't fear that much. For the first time in years, I have friends who'll protect my back rather than stab it. Friends who know what they're doing, and that don't let their pride cloud their judgment. Midoriya smiled and turned back to Mina. That's why they all decided to surrender. That's why they chose to throw the towel while they still could, instead of fighting a war of attrition. Mina took a deep breath. Are you done yet? Yeah, I'm done. Midoriya slowly stood up and stretched. Could you be so kind as to help me get to my classroom? Sure, whatever. The green-pink duo left the infirmary. Mina grabbed Midoriya's shoulder as they walked to their classrooms, slowly but surely, yet silently. The silence continued to develop between them until they reached Class 1D's door, which was opened by Midoriya as Mina released her. Thanks for hearing me out, Ashido-san, the greenette spoke. And I hope you understood dash. But Mina was already leaving as Midoriya said that, hands pocketed as she focused solely on the road back to her classroom. Midoriya, for her part, simply smiled and waved goodbye as she entered her classroom and closed the door, returning to her normal school classes after the vigilante exercise. The next day, things had gone mostly back to normal at Class 1D's classroom. They were currently in the middle of a history lesson, detailing the First War where Quirks played a big role. And so, one of the generals of the Imperial Armada got the idea of using his light-based quirk to illuminate the dark caverns they traveled through, and after much hesitation, the commander approved the idea. Fuyumi explained as she wrote the statement on the board. And so, that was the first recorded, conscious usage of a quirk by somebody other than a pro-hero, vigilante, or villain. You know, after fighting a crazy psychopath on a field trip and facing off against Class 1A in a mock-up vigilantism showcase, this feels very underwhelming in comparison. Jiraihe's whispered to Sakura, who was paying as much attention as she could. Jiraihe-san, Fuyumi stated, startling the tailed girl. I'd appreciate it if you kept your personal thoughts to yourself and focused on listening to the class. Jiraihe smiled nervously and went back to writing on her book, taking an exasperated sigh soon after. Midoriya, by contrast, was writing on her book and listening carefully on the lesson in silence, continuing even after midnight brought the lesson to a halt with her arrival. Knock, knock, the pro-heroine said with a cheesy smile. Did I come at a bad time? We're in the middle of a lesson, so I guess so, Fuyumi responded. In fact, shouldn't you be teaching a class right now? Yeah, I'm helping the hero course classes pick their hero names, but I decided to put that on hold for now, Midnight said, waving her hand. In fact, I was wondering if you'd let me borrow Midoriya-san for a little bit? Again, I'm in the middle of a lesson dash. Not right now, you silly. After the lesson. Oh, well, in that case, Fuyumi turned to the greenette. Do you mind, Midoriya-san? Huh. Midoriya glanced at the teacher, then Midnight, then blurted, yeah, I can go. Good, then once the lesson's over, I want you to go see Midnight, alright? For now, let's get back to the lesson. Midnight flashed a pair of thumbs up to Fuyumi before she left, and the class returned to the lesson soon after. Once that and several other lessons were delivered, the day was basically over, but while Midoriya's classmates went back home without delay, Midoriya herself went to the teacher's lounge, where she saw Midnight alongside the other teachers. You wanted to see me, Midnight? Yes, Midoriya-san. Midnight chirped. Stay outside for a moment, okay? I'll be with you soon. The greenette nodded in return, and left the lounge, leaning against a wall and tapping her arm as she waited for Midnight to finish. Whatever she was doing. Midoriya-san. The greenette turned around, and saw none other than Sakura approaching her. Sakura-san. Midoriya said stunned. I thought you had already gone home? I was heading there, but I could sense my sister was going to have a few words with me regarding the vigilantism exercise, Sakura explained as she leaned right next to Midoriya. So, I figured I could go home late just this once. The exercise was yesterday though. Midoriya tilted her head. Why would she want to talk about it now? She was in denial that I was taking part of the exercise, until she asked Fuyumi-sensei about it and she told her the truth. Sakura took a deep, weary sigh. Apparently, she thinks I should have quit the exercise or at least tried to convince the principal to use something other than vigilantes. Does she know that he originally wanted us to roleplay as villains? She does, and she doesn't care. She thinks it's worse that we picked vigilantes, since those are illegal heroes and everything. And again, she's gonna have a few words to tell me when I get home, so I'm gonna arrive a little late. Midoriya frowned and looked elsewhere. Sounds like you have a difficult home life. No, I just have a difficult sister, Sakura chuckled. One I can't help but love even when she drives me up the wall. Midoriya could only hum at the statement, prompting Sakura to point out. So, what did Midnight want from you anyway? No idea. Midnight told me to wait outside while she finished her business inside. Knowing her, though, it's probably something risque or perverted. I heard that. The girls flinched and turned around, seeing Midnight leaning against the other side. How much did you hear? Just about everything, starting with your sister having a few words for you when you get home. Sakura looked elsewhere as Midnight turned to Midoriya and asked. Are you ready to go, Midoriya-san? Yeah, I already told my mom you needed me for something and she was okay with it. Great. Let's get going then. Midoriya grabbed Midnight's hand, and the two walked away, but not before Midnight whispered to the cherry blossom-haired girl. I'll try to help you with your family situation some other day, Sakura-san. The girl flinched, but regained her composure and nodded, waiting silently for Midoriya and Midnight to leave, upon which she headed home. A few hours and a train ride later, Midnight and Midoriya found themselves standing in front of a two-story house in the Okinawa prefecture. Midnight was taking a few deep breaths to calm herself down, while Midoriya eyed her with confusion and worry. Is there something wrong, Midnight? No, don't mind me, Midoriya-san, Midnight remarked, knocking the door 3 times. I'm just a little nervous about seeing this particular woman again after so long. Midoriya tilted her head. Did the last time you met not go so well? You could say that. Eventually, the door was opened by a woman wearing baggy clothes. She had blonde hair and some strange claw-like thing on her head. It kinda looked like a helmet, but it was difficult to tell. Oh hey, Midnight, the woman remarked. What are you doing in your hero costume? Oh, I just got out of work, Midnight casually replied before pushing Midoriya forward. Anyway, here's one of my students. I thought it was about time you two met. I am Izuka Midoriya, ma'am. Midoriya bowed down. It's a pleasure to meet you. The woman scanned the girl, then looked at Midnight with bemusement, the R-18 heroine shrugging with a simple smile. The woman returned the smile and nodded, before bowing down as well. My name is Ryuko Tatsuma, or as you may know me by her name, Ryukyu. Nice to meet you too. At this statement, Midoriya rose up with a baffled expression. Come again. Midnight put a hand on the brunette's shoulder and stated, Midoriya-san, meet Ryuko Tatsuma, otherwise known as the Dragoon hero, Ryukyu. Midoriya glanced between Midnight and Ryukyu, her expression growing more and more stunned at the revelation, at least until Ryukyu said something that caught her attention. Okay, so, I risk looking like an inquisitive pervert by making this question, but is it true that you used my panties to partially transform into a dragon during a mock-up vigilantism exercise? Midoriya pouted at Midnight, who clasped her hands and rubbed them together as she said, sorry, with a little smile. Well, as weird as that statement sounds, I'm afraid there's some truth to it, Midoriya confessed in exasperation. You see, my quirk requires me to wear someone's panties in order to use their quirk dash. Wait. So you're the panty powerhouse Midnight's been boasting about? Ryukyu scratched her chin. Gotta say, you look quite cuter than what Midnight said. Midoriya eyed Midnight, but this time Ryukyu quickly explained. We were playing poker along with Mrs. Joke and Empty Lady, and Midnight suddenly started to talk about how one of her students had a quirk involving panties. We got curious, we talked about it a little more, and we decided to make things interesting. Interesting how? Midoriya asked nervously. If anybody other than me won, I would have to cosplay as my original hero costume, the one that caused a scandal a long time ago, Midnight explained, walking up to Ryukyu with an amused smile. But if I won, they had to give me a pair of their panties. Midoriya snapped her fingers. And that's how you got the panties you let me borrow in order to test my quirk? Precisely. Midnight clasped her hands cheerfully. Now if you excuse me, I have some business to take care of. With that said, Midnight bolted out of the building, leaving Midoriya alone with the Dragoon heroine. She just wanted an excuse to leave, didn't she? After making me, Joke, and a lady look like fools, she has every reason to, Ryukyu chuckled. Not that I mind, though, I do need to talk with you in private, Midoriya-san. Midoriya grimaced. You do? Yeah, but don't worry, I'm not angry, just curious. The dragon heroine and the greenette sat down on the couch, and Ryukyu promptly explained. When Midnight told me about you for the first time, I thought she was just screwing with me. That it was another one of her tall tales in order to catch me off guard. Believe me, she's done that quite often. However, when she kept mentioning you with a completely serious tone, I started to wonder what kind of student could catch her eye so much. Then Ryukyu smiled. And then, she told us she used our panties to have you train your quirk. Of course, we were angry, but unlike Joke and MP Lady, I could notice something in Midnight that I didn't see often. I saw that she was happy for you. Proud of you. Proud of me? Ryukyu nodded. I've never seen her be so proud of someone since Eraserhead managed to become a pro hero. I think she sees a bit of herself in you. Think about it, her quirk requires her to expose her skin in order to use it. Isn't that just as risque as what your quirk does? Midoriya shrugged. I guess so. And she also told me that you managed to use our quirks by using your own, Ryukyu added. Of course, only Joke and my quirk worked, because MT Lady's quirk would destroy the panties in the process, and that would seal Midnight's grave. But you get the idea, don't you? Yeah, I think I do, Midoriya folded her arms. Even though my quirk is as ridiculous as it is, Midnight sees the potential in it because she had to suffer through the same problem that I did, having a quirk that was provocative in nature. Of course, your quirk doesn't need you to show off any skin. That's the one advantage I got over her, unfortunately. Ryukyu chuckled for a moment, then put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, startling the greenette. I would like to make you an offer. I can't intern with you, I'm just a Gen Ed student. That's not it. I had a thought when Midnight explained to me how the vigilantism exercise went. Assuming you were real, assuming your quirk was a real thing, how could you be expected to use our quirks without proper training? Clearly, you're not expected to use your quirk to its fullest potential like a hero, but I think it's a quirk worth training. Who knows, we might even find a way you can use it in a way that won't cause a scandal, like Midnight's original costume. That's the second time I've heard about that costume, but I've never seen it before, Midoriya scratched her cheek. Should I be glad? Be glad. Be very glad, Ryukyu responded. But, my offer is this. Would you like to become my apprentice? If Midoriya had been drinking something when that was said, she'd have spat out the contents right away. What? I would like to see if we could get you to use more of my quirk while you're using. You know what? Because believe me, Midoriya, what you did at the exercise is just the tip of the iceberg. I can't assume your dragon form, though. Even without taking the dragon form into consideration, there's a whole lot more you can do. And at the very least, I would like to help the student that managed to bring a genuine smile to Midnight, who only ever really smiles when she wants to tease us or get us in trouble. So, what do you say? Midoriya rubbed her hands together, gaining an uneasy smile as she said, "It feels, somehow. But you have a point, the only real way I'll be able to use the quirks I copy to their full extent is by being trained by the owner of said quirks." Her smile became a little bit more confident as she extended her hand towards the pro hero. Ryukyu, for her part, smiled back and shook the hand, sealing the deal. Now Midoriya just had to find a way to let her classmates know about this. Train our quirks. Many questions were brought up by the girls of Class 1D during their precious few minutes before school started, but that was easily the one most frequently asked. And considering this was a topic Midoriya brought up literally out of nowhere, they had reason to be confused. Yeah, we could, train our quirks in order to make them stronger, or more versatile, or something. Midoriya-san, we're not saying there's no point in training our quirks. We'd probably agree if we weren't in Gen Ed, Yukari said. But the only ones who can use their quirk in public without getting assaulted by the police are the pro heroes. Everybody else can't really use them at all. Yeah, we're not training to be pro heroes either, Jiraiya added. Why train what we'll never get to use? Midoriya took a deep breath. Look, I get it, I know how the rules work, but just because the rules are the way they are doesn't mean we should slack off in training our quirks. We can't use them in public, alright, but we can use them in private if necessary. Midoriya-san, I didn't take you for a liar, Sakura casually remarked. Everybody turned to Sakura, while the greenette blinked twice and flinched. Come again. Yeah, Sakura-san, that's a pretty big accusation to make, Hayes stated. I know I'm saying this with little actual proof, but in terms of body language, I think I have some reasons to suspect, Sakura explained, walking closer to the greenette as she began sweating bullets. I mean, Midoriya-san seems a bit more nervous than usual, doesn't she? Besides, she was called by midnight in order to help her with something, and then the day after that, she wants us to train our quirks. Sakura eyed Midoriya, but with an expression meant to help her calm down, and remember her classmates would have her back. Except Shizu, of course, but everybody knew that already. Actually, there is another reason why I'm suggesting we train, Midoriya said, rubbing her arm as she avoided looking at her classmates. You see, Midnight took me to visit a friend, a pro hero. You're being trained by a pro hero? Jiraiya exclaimed, getting all up on the greenette's face. Who are they? What have they taught you? Suddenly, Yukari grabbed Jiraiya's tail and pulled her back, keeping her in place as she said, It's okay, Midoriya-san, I'll make sure she behaves. Continue if you'd like. Midoriya turned to Sakura, who nodded in agreement, and so the greenette continued. It was Ryukyu dash. Jiraiya screamed in disbelief, before being knocked out by a jab from Yukari, who gestured Midoriya to go on. Apparently, Midnight told her, Mrs. Joke and lady about me, and she was happy. She told me how Midnight seemed to be happy that I was a student at UA, and she brought up a good point to me. My quirk only lets me copy someone's quirk, it doesn't give me any idea on how to use it. And so, since you used her quirk before, which we may assume Midnight told her too, she asked you to train under her? Sakura spoke, earning a nod from the greenette. And what did you say? I accepted. And so, to avoid us falling behind, you want us to train our quirks as well? Mugen inquired. Midoriya silently nodded. I know my opinion is irrelevant, but I think this is a waste of time, Shizu remarked, folding her arms as she added. Most of our quirks are either extremely situational or simplistic. Training them wouldn't lead to much improvement. Shizu-san, when did you get here? Sora inquired. I was here since the start. Shizu snapped as she stomped her way to Midoriya. And before you ask, I heard everything, including the part where you said you copied Ryukyu's quirk. Did I say copy? Midoriya blurted, looking elsewhere as she twiddled her fingers. I meant to say imitated. Midoriya-san, that's precisely the same thing, Shizu stated. Besides, you can't say I'm wrong. Take a look at everybody in this classroom, and just try to tell me that they can stand toe-to-toe with the hero course if they train their quirks. They can't. I'm not saying we need to be equal to the hero course. I'm just saying it wouldn't hurt to train our quirks a little, right? That's easy for you to say it. However way your quirk works, you could find a new way to use it with each training. We meanwhile dash. Have you ever trained your quirk before? Shizu-san. The brunette flinched and turned around to see Akatsuki walking up to her, holding a serious expression on her face as she repeated the question. Have you ever trained your quirk before? Shizu shook her head. Why would I? I touch a closed space and it changes the type of terrain it is. There's nothing more to it than that. Akatsuki, however, looked unimpressed. Do you know what my quirk does? Do I look like a quirk encyclopedia to you? Shizu folded her arms. If anybody here knows what everybody's quirks do, it's Midoriya-san, not me. My quirk lets me access what could be considered the background of my current area, Akatsuki calmly explained. And I can also take other people there with me. Okay, so? That sounds fairly situational and limited. Akatsuki stared at Shizu for a while, then grabbed her by her neck and threw her towards the back row of the classroom. However, instead of clashing with the desks, Shizu instead went through some kind of invisible wall, which made a wave-like motion as the brunette hit the wall and slid to the ground. Damn it, that one really hurt. Shizu growled as she stood up and stomped towards the redhead. Look, Akatsuki-san, I get that everybody wants to beat me up, but that doesn't mean dash. However, Shizu eventually clashed with the wall, causing the wave motion once again. Then she put her arms closer to it until they touched the wall, making a smaller wave motion where they touched it, which followed wherever Shizu touched something else. Akatsuki-sen, what did you do? Midoriya asked, walking closer to the invisible wall and poking it. Simple. I was training with Rimuri-chan one day when we had an idea that we could try to use our quirks in different ways, Akatsuki said with a smile. So, in the process of our training, I discovered an additional facet to my quirk. Not only can I send people into the background I usually teleport to. Akatsuki stepped forward and extended her hand toward Shizu. The hand went through the wall, which kept the wavy motion as the redhead said. But I can also take them out. Shizu glanced at the hand uneasily before she eventually grabbed it, and she was pulled out of the background by Akatsuki. The redhead threw a nod at the confused Shizu before Midoriya spoke again. That proves that there is a point in training, girls. Our quirks might look situational and simple right now. But if we train them, we might be able to find out deeper layers we never would have considered or thought possible before. You think we might even stand toe-to-toe with the Hero Corps students? Mizu inquired innocently. Midoriya took a deep breath. Whatever the answer to that question may be, I don't have it. But I think we should train just for training's sake. Not to try surpass anybody, but to better ourselves. Sakura hummed. One of the gyms will be available after school. We could request to use it for an hour and see what we can get. I don't mean to bring down the mood or interrupt this train of thought, Mugen spoke. But shouldn't Fuyumi-sensei have arrived by now? I don't think it's anything we should worry about, Jiraiya remarked. Fumamama's probably just busy with teacher stuff. At the teacher's lounge, Fuyumi was calmly staring at Eraserhead, who was working on some paperwork when he spoke. Take a picture, it'll last longer. This little quip snapped Fuyumi back to reality, and the Todoroki teacher scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Oh, sorry, I just couldn't help but notice you seem more tired than usual. Worried too. It's none of your business, Todoroki-sen. I told you to call me Fuyumi. You did, but that's barely professional, so I ignore it at my leisure. Anyway, you should have gone to your classroom by now. Head there before the principal wants a word with you. Fuyumi got ready to say something, but Midnight put a hand on her shoulder and said, You go check on your girls, I'll talk to him. After a brief moment to think about it, Fuyumi nodded and left to start her classes, Midnight taking her spot as Eraserhead stood up. I just realized I need to be on my way, to dash. Your students are used to you being late, Midnight said, pulling Eraserhead back down. Besides, I think it's time we talk about the things that are worrying you. But homeroom dash. Present Mike will take care of it, Midnight winked at the man. Right. Yeah, I can do it, Mike said, standing up. English is the first class of today, anyway, might as well kill two birds with one stone. Present Mike left the teacher's lounge, whispering Eraserhead good luck as he did. Once he was out of sight, the shaggy man looked at his desk as Midnight talked to him calmly. Now, Shota-kun, what's on your mind? What's got you particularly bothered today? Eraserhead took a deep breath. The vigilantism exercise. Class 1A made a complete fool of themselves. Not only did they utterly fail to understand the goal of the exercise, but they helped the vigilantes escape, and the exercise only ended when the vigilantes gave up. I'm not so sure they failed to understand it, Midnight shrugged and crossed her legs. The point of the exercise was to teach the dangers of underestimating your opponent. On that front, I think the point was spread across good enough. If they only had underestimated the vigilantes, then I wouldn't be so bothered, but they also showed completely stupidity on the exercise. The team led by Todoroki-kun helped the vigilantes escape, forgetting that the city was completely evacuated. They got caught off guard. That always happens in the hero business. Yes, but when it happens, it doesn't usually lead to the enemy escaping. No, but it happens even to the best of us. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. There's also what happened with Ishido-san. She went to help. Eraserhead, they were facing a fusion of two vigilantes, a completely unprecedented variable. Midnight folded her arms. Tell me, if you and I were facing a pair of vigilantes, and they just suddenly fused together, would we be prepared for it? A pro hero's supposed to be prepared for everything, especially the unexpected. Midnight stared at Eraserhead, expecting a proper answer from the Shaggy Man. But I guess in that instance I wouldn't know what to do. I think the problem here is that instead of seeing a bunch of high school students facing off against vigilantes for the first time and making mistakes, you're trying to see them as seasoned pro heroes acting like buffoons while doing something they should already know how to do, Midnight bluntly stated. These are teenagers, Shota-kun. They're literally just starting their hero careers. You can't expect them to act and work the same way as a seasoned pro hero would do. If they were out there on the field, they'd be dead by now. Yes, and that's exactly what a hero high school is supposed to prevent. We teach them how to do these things so that, when they eventually become pro heroes, they won't end up dying without contributing anything. Even with that in mind, some of the students themselves are problem children, like Tsuyu Azui-san. You know what's up with her. Indeed I do, but I already talked to her at length about what she's been doing. Who else is there? Shoto Todoroki-kun, the brother of our newest teacher. He refuses to use the fire half of his quirk for personal reasons, even when it would help him with the current situation. Big deal, we've encountered several students who hold back on using their quirks at their fullest for whatever reason. Heck, our classroom was filled with those type of students. And then, there's Mina Ishido-san, the target of All Might's favoritism. I thought the next problem child would be Natsuki Bakugu-san? Yeah, she's a problem child, but everybody can see that with one look at her. I'm more interested in pointing out the problem children who look decent at first glance. In Ishido-san's case, she could also be considered similar to Bakugu-san, in that she's got a strong quirk and a healthy ego that they express in arrogant ways. However, at least with Bakugu-san, it's clear she has an idea on how to control her quirk. Yes, so Ishido-san, on the other hand, has shown difficulty using her quirk without hurting herself, or without letting it get to her head. At the quirk apprehension test, I had to tell her not to go completely overboard or else her hand would blow up. She's had this quirk for over a decade and she still can't control how much power she uses. Midnight lowered her eyelids. It took you years to figure out how to use your quirk effectively, Shota-kun, and it's as simple as they get. Plus, quirks grow stronger with each generation. Ishido-san's quirk is probably so multifaceted she's just now getting the hang of it. Eraserhead rubbed his forehead and groaned in frustration. Why is it that for every point I bring up, you always have a counter-argument? A pro hero's supposed to be prepared for everything, Midnight said with a cheeky smile. Especially the unexpected. And to add insult to injury, you throw my words right back at me. Eraserhead sighed wearily in defeat. Look, Namuri-san, I know you're only trying to help me, but the only thing you're doing is further upset me. Could we end this conversation here? Sure, Shota-kun, let's stop here, Midnight sighed. I'll start preparing for my lesson. With that said, Midnight went back to her desk, leaving Eraserhead to calm down from the conversation. And yet, his mind was stuck on Mina, who brought up a question on his mind that he just couldn't answer no matter what. What do you see in that girl, All Might? Mina Ishido was having a fairly average day at her middle school, whose name she preferred to turn into a blur as graduation was fairly close nearby. She just needed to survive another month in that infernal hellhole, and then she'd be able to go to a high school that wouldn't care if she looked like a villain's love child. Because even if she didn't look exactly heroic, she had every intention of becoming a pro hero. Good morning, Mina-chan. And there it was, the voice of Eijiro Kirishima, one of the few boys one of the few people who looked past Mina's monstrous looks and saw her for who she was. "Good morning, Kirishima-kun," Mina replied with a toothy smile. "Still sporting the downbeat brunette look, I see. You're one to talk." Kirishima grabbed Mina's ram-like horns and began pulling gently. "Miss Blushing Horns. Stop that. It tickles." The pair shared a light-hearted chuckle as Kirishima released Mina's horns, and they walked inside the school, heading straight for their shoe lockers soon after. Whatever excitement Mina had, however, vanished when she saw her inside shoes were nowhere to be found. The only thing inside was a letter that read, "If you want your inside shoes, come to the classroom right now. For F's sake." "What's wrong, Mina-chan? Somebody took my inside shoes to the classroom, and I have an idea as to who did it." Meanwhile, at Class 3D's classroom, everybody was chatting and fooling around, waiting for their teacher to arrive, when suddenly, the door was slammed open, getting their attention. As soon as the door opened, a dust eraser fell down and got stuck right between Mina's horns, the pink girl currently being piggybacked by Kirishima, whose expression matched hers in anger. "Wow, if it isn't the lovely couple of Class 3D, a girl with brunette hair covering her eyes said as the piggyback duo walked up to her. "You really should be a bit more subtle with your showcase of affection, you might get in trouble. You know the reason why we're in this position, Komori-san." Mina yelled at the girl. "Now give me back my inside shoes." The brunette flashed a sneaky eye. "And what makes you think I have them? I found a letter on my shoe locker with your writing on it, telling me to come here to get them." Mina snapped, leaning closer to the brunette. "Now stop fooling around and give them back." "I got them." The group turned around and saw a blonde girl with spiky hair approach Mina with a pair of pink shoes, which she snatched as she jumped off Kirishima's back. "Thanks, Nakagame-san," Mina said as she put on the shoes, flashing a glare at Komori soon after. "It's nice to know there's at least one girl in this class who isn't a total beach." "I'd rather be a beach than a slut who's always horny," Komori replied, before grabbing and pulling Mina's horn harshly. "In more ways than one." Mina groaned as she grabbed Komori's arms. "Stop that. You're hurting me. I suggest you stop as well." Everybody turned around and saw a man in his 30s entering the room, growling. "Class is in session. Now." The students immediately bolted to their desks and sat down, Mina getting a nasty surprise when she saw her own. It was filled with several nasty words from her classmates, like skank, imp, and so on, but these words she remembered being carved before. She definitely didn't remember there being a slut before, though. And that wasn't it. "Where the hell's my pen?" A smug snicker from Komori prompted her to look up and see the brunette holding a pink pen on her hand and a disgustingly condescending smirk on her face. "Here, use one of mine." Mina turned around and saw Kirishima offering her a red pen, with a reassuring smile on his face. "Thanks, Kirishima-kun." The boy nodded and went back to his book, Mina glaring at Komori harshly before grabbing the pen and doing the same. Another day full of middle school hardship came and went, and as Kirishima walked back home with Mina by his side, the pink girl got the idea to exclaim, "Komori-san's going to be the end of me. Aren't you being a little overdramatic? Don't tell me you don't see what she's been doing, Kirishima-kun." Mina clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "She's always had it against me, everybody but you, and Nakagame-san more or less do too, but she's gotten more active lately. First the inside shoes, then adding slut to my desk, stealing my pen. Do you know what this means? She watches too much shoujo anime? That too. But it also means that she's ready to make a big strike. Ready to humiliate me before or even during graduation. I think you've being a little paranoid. And I think I have more than enough reason to be paranoid." Mina folded her arms. "You've seen how people treat me, Kirishima-kun. They hate me, fear me, and the worst part of it is that I can't even fight back because then that'll mean my public image will worsen. I already have it bad enough just looking like a violent monster. Can you imagine how much worse it'll be if they have a reason to believe I act like it too?" Just then, Kirishima grabbed Mina's hand, causing the both of them to stop as he promptly stated, Mina-chan, you're one of the kindest people I've ever met, and if people can't see beyond your looks, then they're shallow bags of trash that aren't even worth your time. Mina, for her part, calmly sighed as she spoke in return. It's easy for you to think that, Kirishima-kun, nobody bothers you, they leave you alone. In my case, I can't seem to be able to take a step without somebody talking behind my back, or stealing my crap, or even send me an insulting text message. Mina took a step forward, and her phone rang, further angering her when she did check it. See? It's Komori-san again. And she sent me a fake call for help. Kirishima snatched the phone and gave it a quick read, growing increasingly concerned as he replied. Mina-chan, this isn't fake. Mina frowned, but tried to maintain a skeptical tone. How can you tell? Kirishima showed Mina her phone, which had gained an additional message clarifying it wasn't a joke. Even so, Mina still held a hint of skepticism as she followed Kirishima to the spot indicated on the message, which Mina had just realized was a very convenient thing for Komori to send. After running for a while, the pink and red duo hid behind a bush to see the scene in front of them. Komori and Nakagame, hugging each other and shivering in fear against the massive, cloaked behemoth in front of them. Komori-san and Nakagame-san? Mina quietly exclaimed in disbelief. I mean, I won't deny Komori-san deserves being cornered like this, but what's Nakagame-san doing there? Kirishima didn't respond. Kirishima-kun? Mina turned around, and to her shock, Kirishima was shivering as well, staring in complete horror at the cloaked monstrosity. Mina could understand why this was the case, especially since she too was scared at the sight of the beast. But what good was standing still gonna do? So, with little time to think, Mina crouched down and jumped off her hiding spot, landing right in between the girls and the behemoth, before standing and turning around to look at the monster straight in the eyes. Its huge, unblinking, glowing eyes. Ashido-san! Komori exclaimed. You got my message? I did, Komori-san, Mina replied, not breaking off eye contact with the beast. Now don't move, I'll handle this thing. Holy F dash, this thing is even more terrifying up close. I'm gonna be shitting bricks for hours when this is over. But that's something to think about later. For now, I need to defuse the situation. Mina took a deep breath, pointed at the behemoth, and yelled. What the hell do you want? I'm so effing dead. The behemoth stared blankly at the pink girl before eventually asking, I'm looking for a pro hero's office. Could you give me directions? Mina lowered her arm as Komori and Nakagame slid to the floor, the trio soon asking in unison, what? I heard there was a pro hero office somewhere around here. I was wondering if you knew where I could find it. At this, Mina pulled on punches. We're a bunch of middle school girls. Why would we know where to find a pro hero's office? I dunno. My instructions included that I needed to ask anybody I could find about a pro hero office around this prefecture. Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, big guy, but I know F all about a pro hero's office here. I don't even live here. Mina turned to Komori and Nakagame. Do either of you live here? Nakagame and Komori hastily shook their heads. None of us live here, so how would we know where to find a pro hero's office? The behemoth hummed, then nodded in agreement and left elsewhere, calmly saying apologies, as he vanished with heavy stomps. By the time the hulking figure was gone, Kirishima snapped out of his fear trance and ran up to Mina, while Nakagame and Komori stood up, the latter hugging the former deeply and crying into her chest. Mina-chan, that was amazing. Kirishima chirped, grabbing and shaking the pink girl slightly. You walked up to that monster and dash. Then, Mina's cheeks swelled as her face turned into a lighter shade of pink, prompting Kirishima to take her back to the bushes so she could hurl her lunch out. By the time she was finished, Mina was clutching her chest, looking like she had seen a ghost as she stood up and caught her breath. Ashido-san. The red-pink duo turned to see Nakagame and Komori walking up to them, the former nudging the latter until she finally said, Thank you for saving us. Mina waved her hand. Don't mention it. With that said, Nakagame took Komori elsewhere, leaving the red-pink duo to sit down and relax after the intensity of the behemoth encounter. Though really, Mina was the only one who needed to rest, which Kirishima noticed. I'll go buy you something to eat. Thanks, Kirishima-kun, you're the best. Kirishima walked to the nearest food store he could find, while Mina rubbed her forehead and leaned back, trying her hardest to relax. Excuse me, young Xiaozhou. The pink girl looked up and saw a skeletal man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes with dark scara looking at her with a friendly smile. He was probably one of those people whose quirk mutated their body as a side effect, like herself. I saw what you did back there, the man remarked. That was very heroic of you. Oh, if only you knew the people whose lives I saved, Mina shook her head. I mean Nakagame-san, the girl with the spiky blonde hair, she's pretty nice, but the mushroom hair girl, Komori-san? She's an utter bully to me. Really? The man asked, scratching his chin in thought. Yeah. She pulls all the generic bullying tropes from all those shoujo anime. Steal my inside shoes, steal my crap, carve on my desk, and spread rumors about me and another boy dating. And yet, despite this tough history between you two, the man remarked as he crouched down, you wasted no time running to her aid. You hated her with a passion, and yet you saved her. Of course I did, I want to be a hero, Mina replied. But we should probably introduce ourselves. I'm Mina Ishido, nice to meet you. The man smiled. That's all I needed to hear. Mina raised an eyebrow, and the man promptly unveiled his true form. He burst into a cloud of smoke, and once it dispersed, in place of the man was All Might. It is I, All Might, the #1 hero exclaimed as he flexed his muscles. And I want to offer you, Ishido Xiaozhou, the offer of a lifetime. Mina flinched. Why you want to offer me something? For your demonstration of heroism and willingness to help those who wronged you despite having every reason not to, I'm willing to let you inherit the willpower of the #1 hero. All Might opened his palm and moved it closer to Mina, revealing a swirling sphere of rainbow energy as he added, I'm willing to let you inherit my quirk. Inherit All Might's quirk? The #1 hero closed his palm and turned around, seeing Kirishima standing nearby, mouth agape, while holding a pair of donuts. Oh right, I completely forgot. Kirishima-kun went to buy me some food. Mina remarked as the #1 hero burst into smoke and turned back to his skeletal form. Sorry, I should have told you he was around. Actually, I knew he was here. I was hoping he would take a little longer to get the food, All Might sighed, rubbing his forehead. I also should have taken you to somewhere private, but I didn't want him to think you had been kidnapped. Mina lowered her eyelids. You really didn't think this through, did you? I'm new to this inheritance thing, give me a break, All Might sighed. But, since he's already here, I guess I'll let him in on the secret too. It's okay, All Might, sir. I'll keep my lips sealed, nobody will ever know about this. Kirishima chirped, before handing the donuts to All Might and Mina. And actually, while I'm on it, I should probably go buy some more food. Be right back. Wait, Shounen, you don't dash, All Might spoke, only to stop when he saw Kirishima running away. Have to do that. That's Kirishima-kun for you, always ready to please, Mina remarked. Anyway, what were you saying about dash? Alright, I'll be blunt with you since I'm scared of anybody else peeping on us. I want you to inherit my quirk to continue the legacy of One for All, but to do that you're gonna have to train your body to be at peak condition so that its power isn't so overwhelming it'll blow your body to bits if you use too much power. You must keep this a secret from everybody else and never, ever do anything that could jeopardize its secrecy. Are you in or dash? Count me the F in. Mina chirped. You won me as soon as you talked to me. Good, it's nice to have an inheritance happen when the current holder isn't in the middle of a battle, All Might chuckled. Anyway, let's do this. I'll train both you and... Kirishima-kun was his name, right? I'll train you both, and you'll share the secret of One for All together. Is that good with you? Mina swallowed her donut in one go, and extended her hand towards the #1 hero. The man smiled again, and shook it, stating with confidence. It's settled then. I bet you'll be a good inheritor, Mina Ishido-san. Oh, what a long road they had ahead. It was a perfectly ordinary day at Class 1A when Eraserhead entered the classroom with quite the unexpected companion, this being the class president of Class 1D, Yoko Mugen. Good morning, class. The shaggy man tiredly greeted. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. The student said, Ida in particular being the loudest as he added, pardon my uncalled inquiry, but what is Yoko Mugen-kun doing with you? I have an announcement to make that I know's going to cause you to go completely insane with cheer, Eraserhead calmly explained. So I asked Todoroki-san from Class 1D to let me borrow their class president for a minute, since her quirk works perfectly to defuse such a situation. I see. Ida sat back down. Please do carry on with the announcement. Eraserhead and Mugen exchanged looks, then nodded, before the man turned back to his students and said bluntly, the UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. As Eraserhead predicted, the classroom erupted in cheers and excitement, prompting him to gesture Mugen to do her thing. Order! The colors of the world inverted as Class 1A forcibly returned to their seats, the colors returning once the classroom had returned to a calmer, organized state. Whoa dude! Kirishima exclaimed. I forgot your quirk did that. It still impresses me to see it in use, Ida said. Anyway, what do you mean by the UA Sports Festival coming in 2 weeks, Aizawa-sensei? Exactly what it means. In 2 weeks, the UA Sports Festival will take place, and I want you to take those 2 weeks to train as hard as you can, so you can make a big impression. This'll be the first time you'll be seen by the pro heroes, so you need to be on your best behavior as possible if you want to get your name out there. Excuse me, sir, Mugen pulled Eraserhead's sleeve. Things seem to be perfectly fine right now, can I go back to my classroom? Believe me, Mugen-san, I'd like to, but this class is quite something. Eraserhead rubbed his forehead. I could say there's golden egg sandwiches at the cafeteria today and they'd go nuts in the blink of an eye. A brunette girl with notable blushing cheeks raised her hand. Yes, Uraraka-san? Is it true what you said? The brunette asked. About the golden egg sandwich thing? Eraserhead took a deep breath, mentally chiding himself for bringing up that example of all things, before he delivered a blunt answer. Yes. The classroom erupted into cheer once more, prompting Mugen to shout again. Order! One quick repeat of what happened a few moments ago, Mugen took a deep breath and said wearily, I think I'll stay here for a moment. Thank you, Mugen-san. Now, let's get started with today's schedule. Mina bolted out of the classroom before the rest of her classmates did, heading straight for the cafeteria in order to get the legendary golden egg sandwich Eraserhead mentioned not too long ago. She was currently on the first place, with Uraraka being a close second. I'll be the first one to get the golden egg sandwich. Mina exclaimed cheerfully and cockily. Not this time, Ashido-san. Uraraka proclaimed. I'll be the one to get it this time. After all, I got backup. Backup. It was in that moment that Kirishima rose up from behind, grabbing and carrying Uraraka in a piggyback ride as he went side to side with Mina. Kirishima-kun. You're betraying me. I'm sorry, Mina-chan, but you can't win all the time, Kirishima stated. Besides, you never share those sandwiches with me. It's their golden deliciousness, Kirishima-kun. They tempt me to keep them for myself. Kirishima rolled his eyes at this statement and sped up, prompting Mina to surge with electricity as she exclaimed. Well, if you want to play like that, Kirishima-kun, then I'll play along. Mina bolted past everyone in a pink blur of light, and she cheekily snickered to herself before she saw something that forced her to brake, before slipping and rolling around before she crashed right into a wall, sliding to the ground as her classmates turned the corner and headed unimpeded to the cafeteria. It was then that the thing that made her stop walked up to her, Natsuki Bakugu, sporting a neutral expression on her face. Oh, Bakugu-san, Mina said as she hastily stood up and dusted herself. Sorry, but I need to get to the cafeteria to get some golden egg sandwiches dash. I already got a few. Mina flinched, and her eyes widened and gleamed with admiration as Bakugu took out a pair of sandwiches from her back, the middle containing an egg that was completely golden in color. You bought a golden egg sandwich just for me? Mina asked, blushing as she clasped her hands together. Oh, Bakugu-san, you really do have a heart. When Mina reached for the sandwich, however, Bakugu pulled her arms back. A sandwich just for you? Geez, just how conceited can you be? The explosive blonde narcissist asked. I didn't buy you a sandwich just because I felt like it. I want you to do something for me. Right, I guess I should have expected this. Why would you do something nice if you're not going to get something in return? Mina put her hands on her hips. Alright, what do you need? A training partner. I have been feeling a little weird since the vigilantism exercise, and I need somebody to help me vent. Okay, why me though? I don't hate you enough that I wouldn't be able to stand 5 seconds in the same room with you, but I don't give enough of a shit about you to consider the consequences of beating you to a pulp. Wow, that was incredibly blunt. So blunt, in fact, I think I might need time to think about it. Bakugo narrowed her eyes. Or you become my training partner right now, or I'll eat these sandwiches right in front of you. Mina's eyes widened in disbelief. You wouldn't dare. Even an antisocial JRK like you couldn't do something so evil. Bakugo shrugged and prepared to eat both sandwiches together. Alright, I'll do it. Mina cried, snatching one of the sandwiches away. Geez, you really will do anything to get what you want. Glad we could come to an understanding, Bakugo said with a smile. Once you finish eating, change into your gym uniform and head to Gym Delta. I'll be waiting for you there. Wait, you mean today? No, Pinky, yesterday. With that said, Bakugo engulfed her sandwich in one gulp and walked away, leaving a baffled Mina behind. Once at the gym and on their gym uniforms, Mina and Bakugo went to the arena in the middle of it and stretched as the blonde stated. Okay, here's what we'll do. Just a simple sparring match, no quirks allowed. If either of us start using our quirks, even by accident, I'm putting an end to it. Oh, the great and powerful Bakugo is actually setting security measures. The point of this brawl is to get some things out of my system. I don't want to worry about us going too far, so I'm taking quirks out of the equation. Fine, whatever floats your boat. Ready when you are. Almost as if on cue, Bakugo dashed straight towards Mina and aimed her arms forward, prompting the pink girl to do the same and lock each other in a standstill. Ever since Deku and I were kids, I've always come out on top in our battles, whenever it involved quirks anyway. Whenever I won, I felt joy, and whenever I lost, I felt cheated. After struggling for a bit, Mina found herself sliding back, Bakugo pushing forward as she continued. But this time, it was different. You see, when I normally lose a battle, I react in one of different ways. I get angry, I throw a tantrum, I yell at the winner to die, or some combination of all of them. But this time, I didn't do any of those things. Bakugo overpowered Mina, pinned her to the ground, and pressed against her as she said, I didn't enjoy the victory at all. I couldn't enjoy the victory. I felt like winning the battle was a bigger loss than actually losing it. Sounds to me like you're regretting fighting the way you did, Mina groaned, trying to break free from Bakugo's hold. Either that or the teamwork shown by Class 1D made you rethink some things. Bakugo looked ready to press on and tighten her grip on the acidic girl, but instead she let go and stood up, asking as Mina did the same. Have you ever regretted doing or not doing something in particular? Kirishima's image appeared in front of Mina for a second, causing her to briefly lose her balance. She regained her composure quickly enough to respond. Yes, I have. And how did you deal with it? Mina frowned. I haven't. Bakugo rolled her eyes. Well, good luck dealing with it. I'm gonna go see if there's still room at the cafeteria. Bakugo went to get changed, leaving Mina alone to think about her regrets some more. And come to a decision. All Might wasn't expecting any visitors during lunch. Truth be told, the only reason he was eating at his office and not the teacher's lounge was because the small, enclosed space didn't do his health any favors. He felt a bit relieved, however, when Mina knocked the door, coming inside soon after to reveal a concerned expression. Is something wrong, Ashido Shoujo? Can I talk with you for a minute, All Might? All Might looked surprised at the question, but he calmly moved aside and gestured Mina to sit next to him. Which she did while asking. Let's say you have two candidates for One for All. They both had it rough, they both seem fitting for it, but one's a better fit for it, and the other one knows it. Ashido Shoujo, I'm gonna need you to be a little more clear, All Might replied. I mean, I'm All Might, remember? Subtlety's not my forte. But while the number one hero snickered at his joke, Mina took a deep breath and asked. Am I a bad person? For not even suggesting Kirishima-kun could inherit it. All Might raised an eyebrow. Kirishima-kun? But, from what I can gather, he has conviction, but has never really shown the spirit of a hero dash. He's a hero to me, Mina exclaimed. He was there for me whenever I was alone. He was the first person PRD who saw beyond my monstrous looks. He's literally the only reason my middle school years weren't a complete hell. Then, realizing her voice was getting louder and louder, Mina took a deep breath, calmed down and finished. Kirishima-kun deserved one for all just as much as I did, if not more so, and I never even suggested he could inherit it until I had already taken it for myself. And I just dash. Mina paused when she felt All Might brushing her hair. Ashido Shoujo, I understand your predicament. Every previous user of One for All never really had the chance to carefully pick the next inheritor. They only passed it down when they were on the verge of death, or in my case, critical status, that they did so. Even so, One for All is growing too unstable, so passing it again isn't the wisest of ideas. Mina frowned. Then what do I do now? Hone your skill with it, All Might stated. And learn, eventually, what this power's true purpose is all about. Understood? Mina's eyes gleamed with hope, before flashing a smile and chirping. Yes, sir. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. Class 1D erupted into cheers and excitement at the news, and since their class president had just been taken by Eraserhead, there was no easy way to get them to calm down. Thanks for taking Mugen-san when you did, Eraserhead, Fuyumi muttered. Alright girls, pipe down, we still need to talk about a few things. The girls, having their curiosity piqued, sat back down on their desks and listened as carefully as they could. Now, as you know, the UA Sports Festival is one of the biggest sports events in Japan. But not only that, it's a chance for the students of UA to show what they are capable of to the pro heroes. In the case of the Gen Ed course, there's also one more thing to consider. If a student from the general education course manages to make a big enough impression, they can be officially transferred over to the hero courses. Seriously? Was the question most of the students asked in response. Fuyumi calmly nodded. So, for these next 2 weeks, you're gonna need to train your quirks, and just train in general, in order to make a decent first impression on the pro heroes. Then she smiled slightly. And maybe, just maybe, get to join the hero course. The students nodded eagerly, which was followed by Fuyumi walking to the door as she said, I'm gonna go see if we can use one of the gyms, stay here and don't cause a ruckus. Fuyumi left, and by some miracle, the girls actually remained calm, remaining low-key as they talked amongst each other, especially when Sakura spoke. Nice work, Midoriya-san. The greenette tilted her head and turned to Sakura. What do you mean, Sakura-san? You told us earlier that we should try train our quirks in order to grow stronger, remember? Sakura folded her arms. Clearly, you had anticipated the sports festival was coming ahead, and you were preparing us to be more open to the idea before Fuyumi-sensei told us about it. The rest of Midoriya's classmates turned to look at her, expecting her to say this was her plan all along. Nope. Midoriya answered with an innocent smile. That event totally slipped my mind. The reactions ranged from slamming their heads on their desks to outright falling back and face-faulting, but just about everybody was caught off guard by Midoriya's answer. And besides, Midoriya added, I thought the festival would happen later. I mean, I know it happens early in the school year, but it's usually on the second month, not the first one. Well, after being attacked on a field trip and having the Gen Ed and Hero courses duke it out with each other, the principal probably saw it fit to move it to the first month, Renzo remarked, putting her arms behind her head. Even so, it really is surprising it's happening so soon. Yeah, but that only makes it more exciting. Jiraiya chirped. We're gonna go out into the world and make our first big step at being recognized by the pro heroes. Or we could fail and make a fool of ourselves, Shizu casually remarked. Just because Midoriya-san apparently got noticed by a pro hero doesn't mean the rest of us will. And there's the pessimism we all dreadily expected, Jiraiya rolled her eyes. I was about to chide you for public indecency. Why? Clearly, pessimism is like clothing for you. If you're not being pessimistic, it's like you're naked. And as the argument continued and it grew more and more volatile, Midoriya took a notice of one of her classmates at the bottom row, Chinatsu Akatsuki, who twiddled her fingers with her head slightly lowered, a concerned expression on her face. Akatsuki-san. The red-headed student snapped back to reality and scanned the classroom, eventually seeing that she and Midoriya were the only people around. Where's everybody else? At the cafeteria, having lunch, Midoriya said as she sat down and clasped her fingers. You looked rather concerned about something earlier. Was it the sports festival? Akatsuki silently nodded. Well, what about it caught your attention? The redhead looked back at Midoriya, then took a deep breath and answered. At the risk of sounding rather selfish. I want to win this whole thing. The sports festival, I mean. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Why would that make you selfish? Because everybody else is going to have the exact same goal, Midoriya-san. Akatsuki responded. The support, management, hero, and even the Gen Ed courses are going to be giving it their all for a chance to win the sports festival. And in the Gen Ed case, those who do good enough might even manage to transfer to the hero course. I still don't see why that would make you selfish, Midoriya shrugged. You want to win the sports festival and everybody else wants to win it. That doesn't mean you're selfish. It's not so much the goal, but the reason why I think I'm being selfish. Akatsuki folded her arms. You know how my quirk works, Midoriya. I become one with the background, far away from everybody's attention. Yes, so? My quirk literally involves me being stuck in the background, watching other people go and do things while I stay behind. And I don't know about you, but I feel a little upset about it. But you unlocked a new layer to it. I know what I said and showed to you, but I'm afraid that doesn't quite make me feel comfortable with how generic I really am. Generic? Compare me to the rest of our less notable classmates. Renzo-san looks like Class 1A's homeroom teacher's love child. Nu-san is a killer at pillow fights. Even Hayes-san has a terrifying glare. Meanwhile, what do I have? Akatsuki blew. Midoriya answered without hesitation. That's a combination class super move with Rumuri-chan, Akatsuki matter-of-factly stated. When I ask, what do I have, I mean what do I have individually? What do I have as a single person that makes me stand out from the rest of the class? Midoriya opened her mouth, only to pause in order to think about what to say. Only to grow worried when she failed to think of anything. Precisely. If I win the sports festival, that'll at least give me something to be different from our classmates. I could be the girl that won the sports festival, and not just the girl who's part of the background, literally. Midoriya hummed, then nodded. Alright, I understand. But I hope you understand that, in turn, you're basically making all of our classmates and every other course into your rivals. That's a risk I'm willing to take, Akatsuki answered with a confident smile. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go straight up declare war on the hero course or something. Suddenly, Yama and Mugen barged in, shouting in unison. Class 1C's declaring war on Class 1A. Hearing this, Midoriya and Akatsuki shared surprised looks before they followed the girl to the scene in question. Everybody, please back down, Ida exclaimed, chopping the air as he tried to defuse the situation. Before anything else happens, we need you to explain yourselves. Why are you declaring war on us? Of course you'd be playing dumb about this. Then, a guy with a mess of indigo hair and tired eyes walked up from the crowd, scratching his neck as he added. After all, we're just the general education department. Why would someone as conceited as the hero course waste time trying to remember us? The hero students immediately turned to look at Mina and Bakugo. We didn't do anything this time. Yeah. I've never seen this insomniac-looking a-hole before. What's going on here? Then, Class 1C and some of the 1A students turned to look at Class 1D, who were standing a fair distance away from the commotion. And here they are, Principal Neese's favorite Gen Ed class. The boy spoke before flashing a cocky grin and glare. Sorry, but we beat you to the punch. We have already declared war on Class 1A. Yeah, that's actually what we want to know, Midoriya asked, stepping ahead of her classmates. Why are you declaring war on a hero course class all of a sudden? The boy turned to the 1A students. Looks like your dumb act is contagious, Class 1A. Bakugo gritted her teeth and growled while everybody else looked offended at the statement. Not that the boy minded, since he quickly turned back to Class 1D and explained. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. And my class has had to share with Class 1E the other hero course class, 1B, while you selfishly hogged 1A all for yourselves. Not to mention, everybody knows that those non-hero course students that make a decent impression will get to join it. But, by that logic, shouldn't you be declaring war on the other Gen Ed classes? Everybody turned to face Midoriya, who scratched her cheek as she continued. I mean, if the hero course wins the festival, nothing really comes out of it. If ascending to the hero course is so important to you, then the Gen Ed classes would logically be a bigger threat. Jiraiya's promptly covered Midoriya's mouth. Please ignore what she just said. She sometimes speaks without thinking. Yeah, she has a bad habit of doing that. Bakugo exclaimed. Hey, Bakugo-san, Mineta said, jabbing Bakugo's leg. They're trying to help us out here. What they're trying to do is steal the spotlight. Bakugo snapped in return. If there's anybody these extras should be worried about, it's us. Did you just say us, plural? Mina asked. Me. They should be worried about me. Wow, a group of students you've been working with comes to your aid, and you try to make yourself the center of attention? Shinso asked, throwing a disapproving look at the explosive blonde. There's being arrogant, and then there's being ungrateful. Bakugo-san is both of those things in a nutshell, Tsuyu remarked. F you frog legs. See. Regardless, this girl. Shinso turned back to Midoriya. I'm sorry, what's your name again? Izuka Midoriya. Izuka Midoriya-san, you bring up a good point. The chance to be promoted to the hero course is something all Gen Ed classes can do, so in a sense, every class in that department are fighting for the same privilege. Shinso narrowed his eyes. Of course, you would naturally be the biggest threat to deal with. Midoriya flinched. We would. Not only did you have an exercise with Class 1A, but one of its students went with you to your field trip. That was a punishment. Bakugo snapped. About time you admitted you were there, Kirishima remarked. Either way, you're currently at the top of the list, Class 1D, Shinso smirked. Everybody's gonna do everything they can to take you off your pedestal. So yes, you can consider this our declaration of war towards you. Midoriya lowered her eyelids as Shinso and the rest of Class 1C walked away, the boy saying, Well, we're off to tell Class 1E the news. Wait, what are you even planning to tell them? Jiraiya asked. About the declaration of war. Against you, of course, Shinso shrugged. It wouldn't be fair if we leave the last remaining Gen Ed class in the dark, would it? Shinso snickered to himself as the class vanished from view, leaving a concerned Midoriya to ask. Did I do something wrong? No, Midoriya-sen, Luna said, petting the greenette's head. You were just too innocent for your own good. Class 1D. The class turned around and saw Ida and a girl with raven hair tied in a ponytail walk out. They bowed down as Ida stated, Thank you for your help. No problem. Mugen replied. I mean, we didn't even mean to do that. But you definitely helped us when you did it, the ponytailed girl said. If you hadn't arrived when you did, who knows what Bakugo-san would have done. I heard that, Ponytail. I expected you to. Ponytail sighed. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, by the way. I'm the class vice president. Koi Yama, 1D's vice president, Yama said as she shook hands with Yaoyorozu. We're glad we could help, even if it was an accident. We appreciate it, we really do, Yaoyorozu sighed. Which is why we hope you understand that at this point, the please entries must be put in the back burner. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Every single class will work their butts off to try win the sports festival, and while you manage to divert Gen Ed's attention towards you, everybody else might go after us, Yaoyorozu explained. We need to get ready to fight back. So from this point forward, classes 1A and 1D aren't buddies. They're rivals fighting for the chance to win the sports festival, understood? Yeah, we understand, Midoriya frowned. We don't need to trash talking each other, though, right? Yaoyorozu shook her head. As long as we make it clear we're focusing on the festival, I don't think we have to go that far. We wish you good luck in your training, Class 1D. Ida stated. We wish you the same, Class 1A. And so, with a respectful bow between presidents, 1A and 1D separated. As the latter left, though, Midoriya clutched her chest and said, "Sorry." Akatsuki looked at the greenette. For what? For making it even harder to win the sports festival. You didn't make anything harder, Midoriya-chan, Jiraiya chirped. If anything, you made things more interesting. Did? Yeah. Now we're gonna face off against the other Gen Ed classes for the first place. That should make things more interesting. What we need to focus on right now is training, Akatsuki stated as she put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. That way, we'll be able to better face what's coming next. Then, the redhead turned to Midoriya. Do you agree, Midoriya-san? Seeing the determination on Akatsuki's face, Midoriya smiled and chirped as she nodded. I do. Shinso took a deep, weary sigh as he sat down on his desk, rubbing his forehead as he processed what had just happened. It was supposed to be a simple declaration of war, quite a paradox. He was aware towards Class 1A, the most prestigious class in the hero course. Then Class 1D arrived and he got the oh-so-brilliant idea to declare war on Class 1D as well, while also dragging Class 1E into the mess. Now, instead of just worrying about Class 1A, he had to worry about them, 1D and potentially 1E. At least his classmates were nice enough to leave him alone to calm down his frustration. Either that, or they were too worried about him using his quirk in a moment of anger that they didn't want to risk anything. That was also a viable option. Regardless, one thing was clear on Shinso's mind. You better be ready, Class 1D. This may have been unprecedented, we're gonna hit you with everything we got regardless. Speaking of Class 1D, they were currently at Gym Omicron Theta, most of them either training their quirks, discussing battle strategies, or just hanging out. All I'm saying, Fomamama, is that we could use the hangout to train too. Jiraiya said while hanging on a pole. And I'm telling you, that's not a place for training. Fuyumi stated. Now pull up your skirt, your panties are in full view. But they're the same color as my pantyhose. I said pull them up, Jiraiya-san. Jiraiya rolled her eyes and jumped off the pole, dusting herself as she went to train with her classmates. With that done, Fuyumi took a deep breath and scanned the rest of her students. Sora and Chariot were training in the skies with Rumyuri, who had taken the form of a winged creature. Haze formed mist around the place and made Yukari, Akatsuki, Yama, and Mugen try to find her among them. New tested Renzo, Sakura, and an upset Jiraiya's reflexes by throwing pillows at them. Koga, Luna, Satori, Onryo, and Mushima did normal exercises instead. There were 3 notable exceptions among the students, Mizu and Shizu, who were talking with each other, and Midoriya, who sat down on a bench and watched everybody train with a neutral expression. She had a feeling Midoriya needed her the most, so she walked up to her and sat down right next to her, the greenette noticing soon after. Fuyumi-sensei? I couldn't help but notice you were sitting here all alone, Fuyumi replied. Why aren't you training with your classmates? Midoriya turned back to her classmates and confessed sadly. It's just that. I can't help but feel like I made things harder than they needed to be. For our class, I mean. Fuyumi raised an eyebrow. And what makes you think that? Well, I went with Akatsuki-san to see what was going on, since Class 1C was declaring war on 1A. Then I made a thoughtless comment that made us the target of another declaration of war, this time directed at us. And now 1C, 1D, and 1E are all going to be at each other's throat. Okay, I see, I guess I can see where you're coming, Fuyumi sighed. But, Midoriya-san, you can't blame yourself for this. Why not? Fuyumi took a deep breath, then placed a hand on the greenette's shoulder as she explained. Every class has its fair share of students who wanted to join the hero course, but for whatever reason couldn't do it. These same students get at each other's throat, since there's only so many chances they'll get to join the course. These students would see you as a threat to that goal no matter what you said. Midoriya frowned. But I don't want to be a hero, it never even crossed my mind. Are you sure about that, Midoriya-san? Fuyumi turned to the greenhead, and put both hands on her shoulders. Can you look at me in the eyes and tell me with pure honesty that you've never once thought about being a hero? Midoriya's ensuing silence was all the answer Fuyumi needed. Ponder on that question before joining your classmates, okay? Now if you excuse me, I need to stop Jiraiya-san from making a scene. Fuyumi left shortly afterwards, and Midoriya turned back to her classmates, watching their training as she thought about the question. Then realized Mizu and Shizu weren't training like everybody else. Maybe she could ask them? Hey Mizu-san. Shizu-san. The pair turned around as Midoriya walked up to them, Shizu lowering her eyelids as Mizu approached Midoriya and said, Hi, Midoriya-san. Do you need something? I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind if I trained with you for a little bit, Midoriya replied. You know, since you don't seem to be doing anything in particular. We're having a deep philosophical debate. Mizu rolled her eyes and turned back to Shizu. We were just talking about ways to use our quirks, Shizu-san. Any discussion about quirks, provided it goes long enough, will eventually become deeply philosophical. You're still getting ahead of yourself though. Actually, maybe I can use that to help you too, Midoriya remarked as she faced the brunette. Have you ever used your quirk with your feet before? What? Every time I see you use your quirk, Shizu-san, you use your hands, Midoriya explained as she approached the brunette. Have you tried using your quirk with any of your other limbs? No, why would I do that? Shizu folded her arms and furrowed her brow. My quirk is as simple as it gets. Midoriya sighed and frowned. Shizu-san, your quirk is only going to stay as simplistic as it is if you refuse to train it. I assure you, if you at least give my idea a shot, you might end up spreading your quirk's potential. Shizu-san, please, do what Midoriya-san's asking you to do, Mizu said, putting a hand on the brunette's shoulder. At the very least, give the idea that your quirk could be more than what it is now a chance before shooting it down. Shizu looked at Mizu for a moment before turning back to Midoriya, who kept her reassuring smile as she stated, Fine, I'll give it a shot, but only because Mizu-san asked me for it. Mizu and Midoriya cheered up, holding hands and jumping up and down as Shizu rolled her eyes and began drawing small closed spaces to use her quirk on. As she did, Midoriya separated from Mizu and asked, By the way, did you want to be a hero, Shizu-san? Where did this question come from? Shizu asked defensively. And why ask me now of all times? I did if anybody's interested, Mizu spoke, raising her hand. I actually applied for the entrance exam, but I didn't manage to get enough points to pass. I think I saw some of our classmates there too, including Shizu-san. Shizu briefly stopped her drawing, but continued unimpeded soon after. Midoriya, however, wasn't going to let the question go unanswered. Is that true, Shizu-san? You took the entrance exam for the hero course. Midoriya-san, do you honestly believe every single student in Gen Ed entered the department because they wanted to? Shizu replied with a weary tone. The Gen Ed department is infamous for being the department failed heroes, supporters, even managers go to when they fail to show they got what it takes to join that particular department. Midoriya turned to Mizu, who looked elsewhere while sadly nodding in agreement. And the most infuriating thing about it is that the exam isn't even fair. It involves destroying a bunch of robots, which is all fine and dandy, but those who need to rely on trickery and traps like myself are completely screwed over by those whose quirks have the sheer firepower to blow them to bits. It was then that Midoriya realized, so that's where that statement came from. Shizu rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? Once the school year properly starts, we'll learn our place, Midoriya spoke, causing Shizu to flinch. In this world, quirks are everything. And everybody won't hesitate to remind us about that when they get the chance. Shizu hastily finished the last drawn spot and saved her marker as she asked, without looking at Midoriya, Remember that? It would also make the fact you stuck close to Natsuki have a little bit more sense, Midoriya added. Surely, after failing the exam, you wouldn't want to get on the bad side of someone whose quirk helped them pass that same exam, right? Shizu remained silent for a moment, then sighed. The spots are ready. Let's give your idea a shot. The brunette walked to a wall and leaned against it as she took off her shoes, then her stockings, leaving her feet bare. She then walked to one of the spots she drew, and raised her leg, stealing a glance at the supportive Midoriya and Mizu before she stepped down. She closed her eyes as she set foot on the spot, raising her other foot to avoid triggering her quirk there as well. Assuming her quirk would even work that way, that is. A few seconds passed until, eventually, the spot transformed. It changed from the solid cement ground to a floral set of grass, startling Shizu when she opened her eyes to see the result of the little experiment. It worked. Midoriya chirped. Congratulations, Shizu-san. Mizu added. But Shizu didn't listen. Instead, she looked at the nearest drawn spot available, and jumped there, this time landing on both feet. She came to regret this decision, though, when the spot transformed into molten rock, causing her to jump to another drawn spot, this one transforming into shallow water. Shizu briefly lost balance, and Mizu shot some web to catch her in place while Midoriya ran to Shizu, helping her stay in place as the water slowly healed her scorched feet. "See, Shizu-san?" Midoriya asked, patting the brunette's back. It was worth experimenting a little after all. Shizu wanted to snap at Midoriya about how the experiment caused her feet to burn, but a quick look at her genuine smile made her have second thoughts. Instead, she blushed and avoided eye contact as she said, "Thank you, Midoriya-san." "You're welcome," Midoriya chirped, before turning to Mizu. "Now, Mizu-san, how about I help you too?" "I'd like that." Mizu chirped. "May I borrow Midoriya-san for a moment?" Shizu looked elsewhere. "Why are you asking for my permission? Midoriya-san doesn't belong to me." "You got a point there." Midoriya helped Shizu step out of the water, then let her go, the brunette turning the transformed spots back to their original forms with a snap as the greenette and water spider girl went to discuss possible ways to use the latter's quirk. As they talked, Shizu went back to put her stockings and shoes back on, stealing a glance at Midoriya one more time. And holding the glance still, her eyes gleaming with an odd feeling she couldn't quite comprehend. "I can't be biased anymore." Those were the first words Fuyumi heard from Nizu in his office, the polar normal-nosed mole having called her to talk about something important. "What's that supposed to mean, Principal Nizu?" "I'm not gonna lie to you, Fuyumi-san. In truth, I had some big plans for your class. I was, in fact, expecting them to be that class." "That class?" Fuyumi parroted inquisitively. "The way UA works, Fuyumi-san, makes it so that the obviously impressive or physical quirks become heroes, while everything else gets shoved to one of the other departments. Eraserhead, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and even I myself were subjected to this system once." "But you're all pro heroes now, aren't you?" Fuyumi argued. "Surely, you must have found a way to get through the system." "It wasn't a way we could find alone, though. Eraserhead was crucial in an investigation, Midnight kept everybody calm during a botched rescue mission, and Recovery Girl and I both showed the world the worth of our quirks by demonstrating how useful they could be. But we didn't do it alone." Fuyumi frowned. "And what is my class supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? You just said you needed help to get where you are." "I did. However, I like to think times are different now," Nizu sighed. "Perhaps what we needed help with is something you can give your class by yourself." "I don't get it." "You will eventually. Now, I believe we both have work to do. Good luck today, Fuyumi-san." Fuyumi walked down the hallways, her hands pocketed as she tilted her head in thought. First her brother was targeted by a maniac, then her class acted as vigilantes for an exercise and got beaten by 1A, and now not only were they the target of the other Gen Ed classes, but the only person supporting them, Principal Nizu, got his hands tied. Why did the universe seem to put her class through this stuff? "Yo, Fumin." "Fumin?" The woman turned around and saw Present Mike standing nearby, holding his usual sheet-eating grin. "Did you just call me Fumin?" "Midnight told me that using a diminutive name implies a close relationship," Mike shrugged. "That, and I call dibs on giving you a nickname. First Fumamama, now Fumin. I can drop it if you don't like it." "No, it's fine. It's fine. Say, Present Mike, what are you doing here? I saw you walking with a long face and I got curious." Present Mike tilted his head. "Principal Nizu called you, right? Is that what this is about?" Fuyumi lowered her head, but remained silent. Would it help you if we talked about it? I know we're not as close as, say, you and Midnight, but you can count on me too. Have your students ever gotten into trouble? I'm gonna need you to be a little more specific. Fuyumi leaned against a wall and folded her arms. My class. You could say they've been the protagonists of a few problems, a field trip gone wrong, role-playing as vigilantes, and now targets of the other Gen Ed courses. Sounds like they're getting quite a lot of action lately. Present Mike leaned next to Fuyumi. And that worries you? Fuyumi frowned. They're not training to be heroes, or gadgeteers, or even businesswomen. They're just normal students who happen to be studying at the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan. They didn't need to go through what they did. Trust me, Fumin, everybody shares your opinion on the matter, but instead of focusing on the negative side of this, why not focus on the positive? Like, your students survived the field trip. They got some scars, but everybody does. They also technically won the vigilante exercise. They used trickery to get some of their own out, and when things seemed lost, they quietly surrendered instead of fighting a hopeless battle. Why is the second thing a good thing? Because it proves they know when they're outmatched and continuing would do more damage than good. Present Mike shook his head. A quality most heroes lack. Fuyumi took a deep breath. Look, Present Mike, I understand what you're trying to do, but I think it would be better if we changed the topic. Present Mike nodded, bluntly stating soon after, I have been selected as the announcer for the sports festival. Sounds like a lot of eardrums are gonna burst, Fuyumi said dryly. Mike laughed out loud. You're funny, Fumin. I like that. But now that you bring it up, the sports festival is bound to be their toughest challenge yet. Even without everything else that's happened, they're about to face not only the other Gen Ed classes, but every other department, all while the pro heroes watch them with a hawk's eye. And how are they taking that idea? Fuyumi scratched her chin. Normally, I think. They've been training their quirks for a while now, and I get the feeling they'll make some improvements. Present Mike turned to Fuyumi. And do you think any of them could end up joining the hero course? Is that a fair question? I'm obviously going to say yes to at least one of them, Fuyumi sighed. Besides, even if I believed they all had great chances to join the hero corps, that wouldn't change the immense hurdle they'll have to go through. Present Mick's smile faltered. In other words, your brother. Fuyumi fell silent. How has he been feeling since the exercise? That I don't know, I haven't had the chance to speak to him, and truth be told, he hasn't been open to talk about it either. Well then, Present Mike adjusted his jacket. Maybe it's time you two have a little talk. As a teacher, I can't get too close and personal with the students, especially when they're not my students. But as a sister, you should at least know how your brother's feeling, especially after failing an exercise like that. With his mind spoken, Present Mike walked away, flashing a peace sign at Fuyumi as the woman tried to process everything that happened. Shortly after talking with Mike, Fuyumi sat down at her desk, tapping the table with her finger as she scanned her surroundings, hoping to see her brother approach her. Fuyumi? The woman turned and saw her brother standing nearby, blankly staring at her. Shoto. Present Mike told me you wanted to see me at lunch, Todoroki said as he sat down. Is something wrong? Well, how do I put this? Fuyumi twiddled her fingers. I want to know how you're feeling after the vigilante exercise. The half-redhead, half-whitehead stared at his sister for a moment, taking his eyes off her once he took out his bento box. We need to talk about it eventually. No, the fact somebody sent a psychopath after me is something we need to talk about eventually, Todoroki bluntly responded. This is something we can forget and we won't lose time or . You're upset, aren't you? Fuyumi interjected, frowning as she did. At the fact Mom's quirk wasn't enough to help you get through the exercise? Todoroki lowered his eyelids. I'll never use his quirk, even if my life depended on it. I'm not saying you should have used Dad's quirk to get through the exercise. I'm asking if you're upset at encountering a situation where Mom's quirk wasn't enough to let you breeze through it. Todoroki remained silent as he unpacked the bento and began eating his lunch. Shoto, we need to talk about this eventually. Do we have to do it in public? What public? Every single one of my students just left for the cafeteria. We're the only people here. I still would rather discuss it at home. Shoto, I've known you for literally my entire life, and if there's one thing I know, is that you don't talk about anything at home. If anything, you don't talk unless spoken to, half of the time. Maybe that's for the better. Fuyumi, finally tired of her brother's attitude, slammed her hand down and stood up. Shoto, listen up, we either talk about this now and help you get through it, or we don't and you add those issues to the stockpile you got going. Todoroki stared at his sister for a while. Then packed his lunch and went to the door. When he opened it, however, he found Eraserhead standing outside. Aizawa-sensei? Eraserhead? Mike told me you would be here, and I thought I'd pay a visit, Eraserhead stated before turning to Fuyumi. I'm guessing things haven't gone so well? Fuyumi calmly shook her head. Looks like I arrived just in time. Then, Eraserhead stepped forward and closed the door. Maybe I can get him to listen. I don't have any issues with the exercise. This isn't about the exercise. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, while Fuyumi's eyes widened at what the man said next. It's about something you should know. About Class 1D's field trip. That's no good, retract it and try again. If Midoriya had known Ryukyu would be such a strict teacher, she would have had second thoughts about training under her. She still would have accepted the deal, but she would have given it much more thought. I'm telling you, Ryukyu, I can't transform faster than that. Midoriya whined as her wings slowly retracted into nothing. I literally can't. Nonsense. In the heat of battle, or even in an otherwise normal day, instantly transforming is a game changer. Ryukyu responded. If you can't transform faster than the eye can see when it matters, then the tables could turn against you. Midoriya groaned. I'm a Gen Ed student. Why are you talking to me like I was in the hero course? Ryukyu's eyes slightly widened and she sighed, let's stop for now. Midoriya promptly collapsed on the couch. Finally. For God's sake. Midoriya-sen, Ryukyu said as she sat down next to the greenette. How are classes in Gen Ed? Midoriya lifted her head and raised an eyebrow. General education, I think, is one of the least talked courses in most high schools, or at least, those who have a hero program. Ryukyu folded her arms. I've seen so many hero students around that I sometimes forget about the other courses. If you're trying to apologize for treating me like I was a hero student, it's okay, Midoriya said, waving her hand. I understand that you only want what's best for me and I'm not gonna drop it whatsoever. If anything, your course shouldn't have any bearing on the training. Ryukyu stated, raising her index finger as she added, I'll try to keep the fact you're just a Gen Ed student in mind in the future, but besides that, we'll continue with what we've been doing. Midoriya groaned, sliding down the couch lazily. For now, though, I think we can call it a day. Go home and rest, Midoriya-san. I'll do that, Ryukyu. Midoriya said as she stood up. Sorry for the attitude. Attitude? Ryukyu snickered. I think whining would be more accurate. No offense. None taken. And so Midoriya grabbed her stuff and left the building, sighing wearily as she walked away. I'm exhausted. If only there was a way to chill out on a sunny weekend. It only took another second before Midoriya took out her phone and dialed a particular number. Yeah. Natsuki, it's me, Midoriya. The F, do you want? I'm exhausted and need a way to cool off. Could I go to your house and bath in your pool? No, F off. Oh come on, Natsuki. It'll be just like when we were kids. No. F off. Flip. Midoriya sighed and continued walking. Rying. Flip. Hello. Hi, Izuka-chan. It's me, Mitsuki. Sorry about Natsuki's attitude earlier. She's usually angry, but today she seems more set off than usual. Anyway, why were you calling? I wanted to know if you could let me go to your pool. Have you seen the weather today? It'd be a crime not to go to the pool. Come with your mom and we'll all head to our pool together. Sounds good? Is Natsuki okay with it? Forget about Natsuki. Just tell me if you and Inko can go. I'll ask Mom and I'll let you know. What the actual F-Mom? Bakugo snapped at the woman, who was waiting for an answer. Why did you let Midoriya-san come here? It's been years since you and Izuka spent time together, Mitsuki replied. Besides, the sports festival is coming soon, and the sun's being a beach. If there's a time for a pool party, it's now. But that doesn't mean you can invite whoever the F you want, old hag. You got any other friends to invite? Bakugu's silence was all the answer Mitsuki needed. Then it's settled, Izuka and Inko are going to come here. Well, assuming Inko does say yes, which is guaranteed, so dash. I get it, Mom, Bakugu groaned. You don't need to rub salt in the wound. Mitsuki frowned. Natsuki, be honest with me, is something bothering you besides the fact that Izuka and Inko are coming? Bakugu folded her arms and looked elsewhere. What makes you think something's bothering me? Because you haven't been the same since the field trip. Bakugu turned to her mother, shaking in disbelief as she added. And don't bother trying to deny you were there. If you couldn't even trick your classmates, there's no way you're tricking me. Bakugu remained shaking, taking a couple steps towards a chair before she sat down. There might be something. Mitsuki smiled. About time you started being honest with your mother. Mostly because talking with you is pointless, Bakugu sighed. Anyway, at the field trip, you know how we were attacked by a villain? Yeah, but the BSter didn't get the chance to do anything because Water Hose and Izuka's teacher defeated him, Mitsuki stated as she sat down as well. At least, that's the way the news say it happened. And it did, but they didn't get everything right, Bakugu lowered her eyelids. They also omitted some things dash. Knock knock knock. Mitsuki stood up and walked to the door, opening it to find Midoriya mother-daughter duo. And a brunette with green eyes. Inko. Izuka. Mitsuki paused at seeing the brunette. And who's this girl? She's Io Shizu-san, Midoriya explained as Shizu bowed. She's one of my classmates, and I invited her because she doesn't usually hang out much. It's a pleasure to meet, ma'am. Ma'am? Mitsuki snickered. Gee, do I really look that old to you? No, but I was taught, ma'am, is the most polite way to refer to someone besides sama, so. Yeah. It was then that Bakugu jumped off the chair and bolted to her mother's side, instantly recognizing the green-eyed brunette. You! Bakugu exclaimed. Midoriya-san, what the hell is she doing here? I invited her. Why? Well, it's been so long since you two saw each other, and I thought, maybe if you two met again during less tense circumstances, you could become friends again. Midoriya-san, it's actions like these and reasons like those that make me wonder whether you're a genius disguised as an idiot or an idiot disguised as a genius, Bakugu sighed. But now that you're here, we might as well get out the elephant of the room. And that means... Bakugu narrowed her eyes. I want to speak with you and Shizu in private. But we were talking just now, Mitsuki pointed out. We'll continue later, okay? Bakugu hissed. And you too with me. Bakugu grabbed Midoriya and Shizu's arms and dragged them with her, taking them upstairs as the mothers watched them go. I think this is the first time Natsuki takes Izuka to her room since last year, and the first time she takes someone other than her. Inko smiled. Our daughters have changed so much, haven't they? Yeah, they did, Mitsuki scratched her head. I just hope they changed for the better. You want to know what my quirk does? That was the question Bakugu asked Midoriya, though the way she worded it made it sound like she was demanding an answer instead. It's simply ridiculous that after a decade of being quirkless, your quirk suddenly shows up out of nowhere just in time for you to get into you, Bakugu growled. Not only that, but it seems to be a clusterfuck of other quirks. You copied the quirk of the beach with Halo, which is one thing, but then you sprout wings and claws during the vigilante exercise. Midoriya scratched her chin. I was a bit careless then. I should have known pulling that stunt after the other stunt I pulled during the field trip would raise a couple questions. You bet it did. And we're not leaving until you give me a demon reason. Midoriya remained silent for a moment, then narrowed her eyes, her tone becoming sharper as she asked, Are you sure you're ready to learn about it? Bakugu took a step back, while Shizu spoke. Wait, are you really gonna tell Bakugu-san what it is? I know I've kept it a secret from you, Shizu-san, but your case is different. I only really met you when I got into UA, and the first impression you gave me was, In all honesty, quite terrible. Shizu lowered her head, and Midoriya turned to Baku. Bakuga-san, meanwhile, I know since my childhood, I know her well enough that I saw her doing something like this coming, but I didn't think it would come so soon. Besides, she may be a loudmouth, but she knows how to keep a secret. What about me though? Shizu asked, pointing at herself. Are you really comfortable with me knowing about it? Not really, but I have no choice. Bakugo took us here together after all, Midoriya responded. I'm still waiting your answer, by the way. You sure you want to know what it is? It's kinda weird. The world we live in is weird, Midoriya-san, Bakugo argued. I mean, I practically sweat explosives, and that's one of the more normal powers in this generation. Yeah, and wait, Shizu turned to Bakugo. What did you say? You heard me, I sweat explosives. Though it'd be more accurate to say my sweat is explosive. And as the duo began talking with each other, Midoriya went to Bakugo's drawer, searching through it while ignoring the ensuing conversation. How did that even happen? Well, my father sweats acid dash. Ouch. I know, and my mother's quirk lets her produce glycerin. So, you sweat nitroglycerin? That's very much it, yeah? The pair turned around and saw Midoriya with an open palm, said palm generating tiny green explosions. Wait, that's my quirk, isn't it? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. How are you doing that? Midoriya stopped creating the explosions and lifted her skirt, revealing beige panties. And those are my panties. Bakugo yelled. Gotta admit, Shizu tilted her head. I expected this from Jiraiya-san, but not you, Midoriya-san. Bakugo turned to Shizu. Giriho. Samba Jiraiya-san from our class. Bakugo remained silent. The one with the tail ending in a hand? Still nothing. Slot Wukong. Oh right, now I remember her. She was annoying. Bakugo turned back to the greenette. As for you, Midoriya-san, why the hell do you do this? It's the way my quirk works. By putting on someone's panties, I can use their quirk, provided it's not a mutant or anything that could damage the panties. Bakugo and Shizu eyed Midoriya for a while, until the former spoke. Alright, I'll buy it. I'm very tempted to call you nuts, but until another explanation appears, I'll just have to deal with it. Midoriya smiled. I'm glad you understand, Natsuki. Can we leave now? Shizu asked. This kinda got too awkward for my tastes. Sure, Shizu-san, get out of here. But Midoriya stays here. Though initially surprised at the statement, Shizu left, bidding farewell as she crossed the door and closed. So, why did you want me to stay? Do you know anything about a feeling that makes someone nervous, but in a very worried manner? That's a bit vague, but I think you're talking about fear. Why do you ask? Think. I'm scared. You spilled the beans to Shizu-san? That was the collective response Midoriya's classmates had once she revealed what had happened at Bakugo's house. I had no other choice, Midoriya argued. Natsuki took me and Shizu-san to her room and she made it clear she wouldn't let us out until she discovered what my quirk was. And how do you know she wasn't bluffing? Koga asked. I know Natsuki since childhood, and if she wants to know something she'll pull every trick on the book, but she'll never bluff. Koga took a deep breath and took a seat next to Midoriya, taking off her glasses before rubbing her forehead. I didn't know those could come off, Jiraiya casually remarked. I always thought they were fused to her eyes. Your quirk isn't the kind of thing you can just reveal whenever you please and not expect things to change, Midoriya-san, Koga stated, turning to look at the greenette with an exasperated look. Even if it's just Shizu-san, who knows how she's gonna act now that she knows what your quirk is? Like I said, I had no choice. I either spilled the beans, or Natsuki would have forced me and Shizu-san to move in with her dash. But tell her the actual quirk? Koga sighed. Why didn't you come up with an equally believable lie, like you could copy quirks you had seen before as long as you saw enough to know how they work? Midoriya fell silent and tried to look elsewhere, only to see her classmates staring at her. You didn't even think about that, did you? It was then that Shizu entered the classroom, getting everyone's attention as soon as she closed it. What's wrong? The brunette asked. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, Shizu, nothing to worry about, Mizu stammered as she approached the brunette. Anyway, how are you feeling? Fine I guess? Shizu walked to her desk and sat down. I don't really see why I'd feel any different than usual. Why are you asking? Because we figured you'd see Midoriya-san as a lunatic after she told you her quirk, Jiraiya blurted, earning a jab to the gut from Rumyuri. Oh that. Shizu took a deep breath, then focused on getting her books out. And while doing so, Yama used her quirk on her. What does your quirk say, Yama-san? Akatsuki whispered. How bad did the relationship plummet? It didn't. Rumyuri raised an eyebrow. What? It hasn't changed. Shizu-san still sees Midoriya-san as elusive, yet attractive. Elusive, yet attractive? Jiraiya repeated with a sneaky smile. Could you be any more vague? Knock knock. Class 1D turned around and saw Fuyumi entering the classroom. If you're done gossiping with each other, perhaps we could begin our class? The students took their seats, but not before Yama approached Midoriya and said, We'll continue at lunch. And with that, classes began, Midoriya being left pondering on what Yama meant. And then lunch came, and the Greenettes sat down with a peculiar group, Yama, Koga, Nu, and Akatsuki. A three-strike rule, was Midoriya's remark. Midoriya-san, everybody likes a klutzy girl, we'll give you that, Nu spoke. But it's one thing to like them, and another thing to suffer for their tomfoolery. I'm not sure I get it. Remember when you blurted how 1C should be declaring war on another Gen Ed class, causing both them and 1E to target us? Akatsuki pointed out, and Midoriya's frown spoke for her. That's what we mean. No matter how cute you are, if your klutziness gets everybody in trouble, then we need to try everything to avoid it. Okay, but why the three-strike rule? Akatsuki raised a finger. The tomfoolery I just mentioned will be counted as strike 1. You didn't mean it, but we still became 1C and 1E's target. You revealing your quirk to Shizu-san is debatably strike 2, Yama added. I say debatably because, as you pointed out, there wasn't much you could do in that situation. But we can't take any risks, especially considering how tense the situation is right now, Nu argued. So, let's just count it as strike 2, just in case. That's fair I guess, Midoriya frowned. I haven't done anything that could count as a third strike, right? No, you haven't, but we can't leave our guard down, Koga answered. From now on until the sports festival is over, you'll come with one of us so that we may help you avoid said third strike. Okay, now, the million-yen question. Well, one of two, Midoriya said. What happens if I get the third strike? Yama took a deep breath and seriously answered. The principal will take care of you. The girls gasped, though Midoriya's shock quickly vanished as she asked the next question. Okay, but I'm not going to be the only one with the 3 strikes, right? No, of course not, we all have the same rule, Akatsuki replied. Although some of us don't take this nearly as seriously as they should. The group turned around and saw Jiraiya approaching a brunette 1A student with notable blushing marks. And as soon as the hand on her tail grabbed her skirt, Midoriya and Koga quickly stood up and ran to her. White and pink stripes, huh? Cool. Jiraiya chirped, oblivious to the other girl's shock. Sticks out like a sore thumb with your pantyhose, though. Smet. Jiraiya spun in place as the girl's cheeks blushed brightly, keeping a tight hold of her skirt as Jiraiya stopped and chuckled. Cute and strong. Whoever's your boyfriend, he's a lucky guy. I don't have a boyfriend. Girlfriend then. I don't have that either. Jiraiya-san, stop messing with the poor girl. Midoriya chided. We know you're incorrigible, but are you floating? Jiraiya looked down and saw as she began floating up, her eyes soon falling on the blushing girl as she spoke. Well, it was nice seeing you, but I must go now. My planet needs me. Oh, and tell your tailed friend to call me. The girl, however, focused on Midoriya and Koga instead. Is she your friend? Unfortunately, yes, Koga answered. Is she floating because of you? Yeah, it's thanks to my quirk. It lets me remove the gravitational pull of anything I touch with my fingertips, the brunette explained as she put her hands together. I'll fix it in a second. Release. Jiraiya's gravity turned back to normal, and she screamed as she plummeted to the ground, hitting it face first as her tail hand weakly gave a thumbs up. "I'm okay." "That's what you get for pestering a hero student," Midoriya scolded, turning to the brunette as Koga helped Jiraiya stand up. "We're really sorry for what happened." "It's okay. I know how it feels to have a classmate who acts perverted." The girl clasped her hands together. "I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way. From Class 1A. I'm Izuka Midoriya." The girl with glasses is Megaine Koga, and the pile of hormones who never learns her lesson is Samba Jiraiya. Class 1D. "Ah yes, the class everybody keeps talking about." Uraraka tilted her head. "Especially after the vigilante exercise. How's that been working out for you, by the way?" "Terrible," Midoriya spoke, chuckling as she added. "We're targets for 1C and 1E for the sports festival, but I think we'll manage." "I see, that sounds rough." Uraraka waved her hand. "Well, I'm gonna put myself a safe distance from Jiraiya-san by dash." "Wait before you go," Koga exclaimed. "Think you could use your quirk on Jiraiya-san again?" Why?" "I have an idea." "I'm Balloony-Haze." That statement was shouted by Jiraiya as she floated in the air, a thin string attached to her waist and being grabbed by Midoriya, and watched by her, Koga, and Uraraka. "Are you sure this is necessary, Koga-san?" Midoriya inquired. "Jiraiya-san just can't be trusted to be left alone in the presence of a cute girl," Koga explained. "You know that better than anybody else, Midoriya-san." "You bring up a good point." Midoriya turned to Uraraka. "But still, won't this be taxing on you?" "Nah, don't worry, your friend's very lightweight," Uraraka replied, waving her hand. "Anyway, I'll leave now, bye." "Bye." And with that, Uraraka left the duo and walked to and sat down on a table with Mineta and Sato. "Hey, Sato-kun," she asked. "There you go again, getting the attention of a cute girl," Mineta teased. "Why are your lips so irresistible?" Sato shook his head with an amused look. "What do you need, Uraraka-san? You know how to bake sweets, right?" "Yes, why?" Uraraka smiled brightly. "I have an idea." "You're gonna make sweets for Class 1D? Mineta was the one who asked this to the duo of Sato and Uraraka, the trio having reunited at the school gates. "Uraraka-san got helped by a girl from that class, and it's been a while since I sent them anything too," Sato explained. "So, I figured this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone." "Yeah, besides, we never really get a lot of chances to hang out together," Uraraka added. "This seems like a good opportunity to do that." "Okay, hold your horses, Uraraka-san." Mineta waved his hand, tilting his head as he asked, "You mean you and Sato-kun are gonna make the cookies together?" Sato scratched the back of his head, blushing as he explained, "I was gonna do it alone, but Uraraka-san insisted." "You could join us too." Uraraka chirped. "You got friends in Class 1D, don't you? Maybe they'd like to get a gift from you too." Mineta hummed, looking at the sky inquisitively. "I would like to give Midoriya-san something, but I don't really know how to cook." "Me neither, but Sato-kun'll teach us." Uraraka beamed a smile. "Right, Sato-kun?" Sure." "In that case, guess I'm in." "When are you planning to make the sweets?" "We could go to my house to prepare them now, if neither of you mind." "Sounds good to me." "Sure, I got nothing better to do." And with that, Sato, Uraraka, and Mineta left the school grounds, heading towards the train station as they began chatting along the way. All the while they were blissfully unaware of the fact Mina and Tsuyu were watching them from afar. "See? I told you those three would do something eventually." Mina chirped. "My gut feeling's never wrong." "I'm more interested in the fact that this particular setup came up," Tsuyu spoke. "I mean, I figured Sato-kun would bake something, but I didn't think Mineta-kun and Ochako-san would join him." "Yeah, when you put it like that, I guess it's a little odd," Mina shrugged. "But oh well, that sometimes happens. Anyway, wanna come see what happens?" "Nah, I'll pass." And with that, Tsuyu began to casually walk away. So naturally, Mina followed her, exclaiming, "You'll let him go, just like that? Does that bother you? I mean, you tried to drown Mineta-kun because of a misunderstanding, and now you'll just let him go away with a cute girl like Uraraka-san? You literally just said it was a misunderstanding, and since doing that too many times could risk me losing his love, I'm trying to avoid repeating my mistake. Okay, but what about the condescending side of their idea? Tsuyu raised an exasperated eyebrow. Think about it. If we win the sports festival, it'll look like we're offering them consolation prizes, and nobody likes those. But if they win, we'll look like we're desperately trying to get on their good side. You only care about what they're doing because Uraraka-san's involved, and you only care about her because she hangs out with your childhood friend. That's not true at all. Mina snapped, her face bright red. Listen, Ashido-san, you want some advice? Leave them alone, Tsuyu bluntly stated. The less you shove yourself into someone else's business, the less reason you'll give everybody to find you annoying. Mina inhaled, exhaled, then scratched her head. I mean, I just wanted to make sure they didn't give off the wrong idea, but if you suggest I leave them alone dash. If you can't think with your own brain, the very least you could do is listen to someone who does. Now that was too far. But, changing topics dash. As is proper for when someone brings up a touchy subject. What's Kirishima-kun doing now? So, you're telling me you're scared? Kirishima wasn't quite sure about what was going through Bakugu's head, but he certainly never expected the girl to straight up tell him that. It's something I've kept to myself for a while, but I'm starting to realize that the longer I do so, the more fed up I feel, so I needed to tell this to someone. But why me? Bakugu narrowed her eyes and looked elsewhere. Because, out of all the extras in this classroom, you're the one I find the least annoying. Blunt like always, Kirishima chuckled. Okay, your secret's safe with me. What are you scared of? Bakugu grabbed her arm and lowered her head, taking a deep breath before explaining. During the field trip, when everything went to shit, one of Deku's classmates and I got attacked. But not only did the attacker come from beneath us, but... Kirishima raised an eyebrow. But... Bakugu gritted her teeth. Had a disturbing resemblance to me. Kirishima tilted his head. A resemblance? Okay, how similar are we talking about? Same hair, same language, same raging nature. He was like a big, demented male version of myself. Bakugu folded her arms and turned back to Kirishima. And once everything was over, an even more disturbing thought came to my mind. You began to ponder if you'll end up like that madman? Bakugu fell silent, but her quietness was all Kirishima needed. Listen, Bakugu-san, I get what you're saying, but right now, the best advice I can give you is to try think of something else whenever that fear comes up, push it to the back of your mind and focus on the present. It's better than the shitty advice Deku gave me. And what did she tell you? She said dash. Bakugu-san. The duo turned around and saw Todoroki standing nearby, sporting his usual deadpan expression. You mind icy hot? Bakugu hissed. This is a private conversation. I won't take too much of your time, Todoroki replied. I just want to request something from you, Bakugu-san. Kirishima raised an eyebrow. What could Bakugu-san have that you need? Todoroki extended his hand towards the explosive blonde. A truce. Bakugu blinked twice. Listen, when the sports festival arrives, we normally would be facing off against each other to try get the first spot, but this year will be different dash. Is this about Deku's class? Bakugu rolled her eyes. If so, don't pay attention to them. They'll get destroyed as is. Todoroki lowered his hand as Bakugu continued. Besides, let's say Deku's class really were as big a deal as you make them out to be. Why would I want to make a truce with you just to F them up? Todoroki hummed. I just thought dash. Well, whatever you were thinking, get it off your head. Deku's class isn't worth losing sleep over, but they're the least of our problems regarding the sports festival. The least of our problems? Todoroki and Bakugu stared at each other for a while, at least until Kirishima spoke. Hey, I just thought of something. Isn't it strange that there's only 2 classes in the hero course? That question was posed by Yaoyorozu as she and Ida talked at the cafeteria, the guy raising an eyebrow as he replied. I don't think I understand the question. Think about it, Ida-kun. The Gen Ed course has classes C, D, and E. Support has F, G, and H. Management has I, J, and K, and whatever other courses there are go with 3 classes too. But the hero course only has classes A and B. From what I can gather, that's how it's always been, Yaoyorozu-sen, Ida answered as he adjusted his glasses. The hero course has always only had 2 classes compared to the other courses. Besides, if we think about the quality-quantity conundrum, that might give you the answer you're seeking. The key word there is maybe Ida-kun. Yaoyorozu scratched her chin. After all, heroes are needed more than ever nowadays. Why not give the hero course 3 classes like every other course? Yaoyorozu kept humming as she scratched her chin, before smiling as she looked at the ceiling. I don't like that look. Yaoyorozu turned back to Ida. What look? Fingers on chin, thoughtful smile, looking at the ceiling, that's 100% the conspiracy theory look. I'd call what I have an idea, rather than a conspiracy theory though. Either way, whatever's on your mind has got to be off the walls in concept, so what is it? Yaoyorozu's smile grew wider and she gestured Ida to come closer. He leaned an inch forward. Yaoyorozu gestured again. Ida leaned another inch forward. Yaoyorozu gestured again, this time visibly annoyed. Ida paused then leaned 2 inches forward. Ugh, forget it. Yaoyorozu grabbed Ida's shirt and pulled him until they were face to face, upon which she whispered her theory. I think the hero course might have a secret, 3rd class hidden among the other classes. A secret 3rd hero course class? Get real. Mineta stated, waving his hand in a dismissive way. Where did you get this idea, Sato-kun? Well, I didn't get the idea, actually, Sato answered. Uraraka-san brought it up to me. The boys turned to Uraraka, who was using cookie cutters on a large mass. Noticing their stares, she quickly replied. Oh, yeah, so I had this thought dash. Wait, before you do that I just gotta say, Mineta blurted. When did you tie your hair into a bun? Well, I thought it would look good, and I think it also helps when cooking, Uraraka shrugged. You like it? It looks really good on you. Agreed, Sato smiled. It's a really nice look for you. Uraraka blushed. Geez, thanks guys, I dash. So, about the 3rd hero course class? Oh yeah. Well, you know how Class 1D has been making a lot of splashes lately, right? Well, I was thinking that maybe, just maybe, they're being given the same training that the hero course classes get, but in secret. Mineta scratched his chin, humming in thought. It would explain why Principal Nizu was interested in them. It can't be easy trying to pass off a hero class for a Gen Ed class. I, for one, don't think that might be the case, Sato interjected. I mean, let's say there really is a 3rd hero course class. Who's to say it's Class 1D? Hell, who's to say that class is in Gen Ed? You bring up a good point, Uraraka replied. Still, I think 1D's track record can't be a coincidence. And with that statement, Mineta fell silent in contemplation, and the trio kept baking the sweets as if nothing happened. So, who else feels nervous? That was pretty much the only thing the 1D girls brought up as they waited for the start of the sports festival in the Gen Ed break room. And the fact what followed was complete silence really spoke for itself. We're gonna go out and participate in the sports festival, which is going to be televised for all of Japan to see, Sakura spoke, folding her arms. I think I'd be weirder if nobody was nervous. Then, Akatsuki scanned the room, seeing her classmates' concerned expressions until she looked at Midoriya. Rather than being worried or scared, she looked like she was deep in thought, scratching her chin while she looked at the ground. Midoriya-san. The greenette flinched and snapped back to reality, turning to the redhead hastily. Weiss, Akatsuki-san? Is something on your mind? Akatsuki asked plainly. You seemed to be lost in thought for a moment there. Well, to be honest, I was trying to think for a strategy, Midoriya scratched her cheek. One that could help at least some of us go ahead. Some of us. Startled once more, Midoriya looked up, but calmed down once she saw Sakura's serene expression. What do you mean by that, Midoriya-san? Huh. You said you were thinking up a strategy so some of us could pass at least the first event, Yukari clarified. What did you mean by that? Oh. Well, every time I saw the sports festival on TV, It had the same structure: obstacle course, random event, tournament. There were a few variations, but the basics boil down to that. So, I'm thinking if most of us won't be able to go to the next round, the few that do should be capable of putting up a fight. So even if the second event catches them off guard, the tournament will be something they can deal with, Renzo spoke. But which of us are the ones who should go ahead? Nu inquired. And most importantly, Sakura interjected. How would we even pass to the next round? Midoriya stood up, then walked to Sora and Chariot's sides, and put a hand on their shoulders. Sora-san and Chariot-san can fly, so they can carry another student with them to the finish line. Then she eyed Rumuri and Luna. And Rumuri-san and Luna-san can fly as well, though they can't carry anybody with them, so they can join them to the finish line as well. And what about you, Midoriya-san? Yama inquired. Your quirk lets you assume a winged form, can't you fly with that? Oh yeah, I guess you have a point. Okay, so that makes 7 of us, Mugen said. The question then becomes, who are the ones Sora-san and Chariot-san will take with them? Well, obviously, Akatsuki-san would be one of them dash. And who's the other one? Akatsuki herself interjected. Oh, Midoriya scratched the back of her head and smiled sheepishly. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Her classmates reacted with understanding sighs, a short silence passing before Akatsuki added. Well, I have an idea on who the other student could be. Midoriya smiled. Well, I'm all ears. What do you think? I think you should have seen this coming, Eraserhead stated to a shocked Fuyumi. You need to get used to all of your new coworkers, and so far, the only one you've actually interacted with regularly is Midnight. That needs to change. But becoming the second commentator of the sports festival? Fuyumi replied. I'm still new to the whole teacher aspect, I can't be an announcer. Just either sit pretty until Mike asks you something, or comment on what you see, and cover your ears if Mike starts getting loud. Fuyumi tilted her head. So, keep my ears covered the whole time? Eraserhead stared blankly at Fuyumi for a few seconds, before he snickered. I think I'm starting to see why Midnight likes you so much. Fuyumi grimaced. Platonically or romantically? Okay, now I definitely see it. Anyway, good luck. And with that said, Eraserhead pocketed his hands and walked away, leaving a stuttering, flabbergasted Fuyumi behind. The woman, seeing no point in delaying the inevitable, walked to the commentator room, where she was immediately spotted by Mike. Ah, Fuyumi-san, what a surprise. Mike chirped as Fuyumi approached him. What brings you here? Ah, yeah, well, Fuyumi grabbed her arm and rubbed it. Eraserhead gave me the spot as your co-commentator for the sports festival. Didn't really give me a chance to back off either. Typical of Shotokuin, he's probably sleeping soundly somewhere as we speak, Mike said with an amused grin. Well, have a seat and get yourself psyched up. Huh. Get ready to comment. Oh, all right. Fuyumi sat down on the chair next to Mike and leaned forward, seeing the stadium as Bakugo did the opening speech. Don't worry, you won't need to look down forever, Mike spoke. Once we switch over to the obstacle course, small windows will appear in the screen showing us what's happening. Oh, that's good to know. Fuyumi said with a little smile. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of this commentator business in no time. Thanks, I hope so too. With the honestly catastrophic opening speech over, the students went to the start of the obstacle course and waited for the signal to start. As they waited, they stretched as much as they could, paying little attention to the sharp glares they were getting from the other students. Well, most of them did. The frog girl from 1A is definitely glaring at me, Luna whispered to Midoriya. And I think the guy with white and red hair is looking at us too. Midoriya focused on 1A, and while she noticed Tsuyu's glare and Todoroki's sustained gaze, no other notable leer was found, the only other reaction she saw being Mineta, Sato, and Uraraka waving at them. Everybody knows what they have to do, Midoriya stated. As soon as the course starts, we must head for the skies and fly to the finish line. I still think this is a bit unfair, Sora spoke. The fact we can go beyond the mortal hold of gravity and stay in the skies while everyone runs beneath us makes me think they'll think we're looking down on them. Pragmatism's the only way we're getting through here, Shizu remarked. Especially with one C and one E on our tails. Jiraiya's quickly checked her own tail. Not that literally, Jiraiya-san. Alrighty everybody, you've waited long enough. Mick's thundering voice spoke through the loudspeakers. Time to begin the sports festival with a bang. More specifically, with the obstacle course. Midoriya smiled with determination and summoned her draconic wings. You heard the man, let's go out there. The other designated students got ready to fly up, when suddenly, the ground shook harshly, sending them to the floor. Gah! What's happening? Midoriya turned around and quickly found the cause. One of the 1E students constantly jumped up and down, causing the ground to shake every time she hit the ground. However, the effect only seemed to affect Class 1D, as the other students managed to run through the shake without much trouble. What's wrong, Class 1D? Can't get your balance straight? The jumping student snickered. Hey 1C. It's your turn. Shinso smirked. You guys know what to do, I'll go on ahead. Right. And so, with Shinso running to join the other course students, his class leaped towards Class 1D, with the other members of 1E lunging from the other side. What's this? Fuyumi exclaimed through the loudspeakers. The Gen Ed classes are working together to take out Class 1D? What you see is what you get, folks. Mike shouted with excitement. For the first time in years, a pair of classes have joined forces to take out another class. But this time, 2/3 of the Gen Ed department are working together to take out the last. Third. You know what this means, people? Midoriya looked up, gritting her teeth as she saw the entirety of Class 1C lunging towards them, baring her fangs as Mike exclaimed. We got a Gen Ed Royale. Hiya! Midoriya spread her wings and took off before another earthquake took place. She quickly sprung high, then dived straight for the hopping student, successfully catching them and trying to lift them up. Only to find herself stuck on the ground, the student remaining in place no matter how hard Midoriya tried to lift them. Heavy. Here, let me give you a hand. The student floated, then promptly shot up to the sky, dragging a screaming Midoriya with her. She then spun around until Midoriya was in front of her, promptly kicking her hard enough to knock a few teeth out, but not hard enough to send her flying miles forward. You got a pretty strong kick, Midoriya said as she wiped some blood from her lip. Thanks, you're pretty impressive for not being knocked out by it too, the girl remarked before smirking cockily. But don't worry, I'll have you knocked out cold in no time. Chinami Komori. Quirk, Sky Mammoth. She has the weight and strength of a woolly mammoth, as well as the ability to fly and cause earthquakes by jumping up and down. She can further select who is affected by said earthquakes with a thought. Midoriya gritted her teeth as Komori flew towards her, beginning an airborne fight that the Gen Ed classes noticed as they clashed. Midoriya-chan's keeping Earthquake lowly occupied. Jiraiya's chirped. We need to take advantage of this. We can't exactly do that if we're surrounded by students, can we? Hayes growled. Mugen-san, can't you use your quirk to undo this chaos? I'm afraid there's a risk I might reset Midoriya-san and the Earthquake Girl as well. That's a risk I can't take. Then what do we do now? Give up. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind sent Class 1D, as well as a few other Gen Ed students, flying back, with Akatsuki being the first to spot the culprit, a girl with 6 arms, insectoid wings, and visor-like eyes. Cho Soraheim. Quirk, butterfly effect. Besides having the traits and powers of a butterfly, she can create powerful gusts of wind by flapping her wings. As the gusts kept coming, Akatsuki squinted her eyes and focused on the fleeting images of the hero course students in the background. Until eventually she leapt. Next thing she knew, she landed right next to a group of hero students, Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka, Mineta, and Sato. Where the F did you come from? Bakugo exclaimed. Long story short, I had to use my quirk to escape a problematic situation my class is stuck at, Akatsuki explained as she kept the pace with the hero students. I need your help dealing with that problem. Sorry, redhead, but no can do, Bakugo stated sternly. Only a few select students will be able to head to the next round, And those students will be us. Bakugo-san, maybe we should help them, Kirishima suggested. They did, after all, help you out during the field trip. Isn't it time you return the favor? Suddenly, before Bakugo could go all tsundere about not owing anybody a favor, the ground shook and everybody stopped. They looked up, astonished to see half a dozen skyscraper-sized robots glaring down at them, ready to fight. Their arrival even caught the attention of the other students, who stopped what they were doing to gawk at the mechanical behemoths. What are those things? Midoriya asked. Zero-pointer robots, the ultimate mechanical creations that UA has at their disposal, Komori explained as she flew to Midoriya's side. They're the ultimate challenge during the entrance exam for the hero course. And what are they doing here? Presumably, they're here to show everyone how much the hero course has progressed since the school year started. Then she smirked and bolted straight for a robot, Midoriya following closely behind her. Too bad they didn't count on Gen Ed students being able to take them on too. Komori shot straight for the robot, completely ignoring as its form became encased in ice. Once her punch connected, the robot's head cracked before shattering into a million pieces, which promptly rained down on the students below. 100% Malonga smash. A finger flick from Mina, however, sent the pieces flying off into the distance, while also very slightly edging the headless robot body forward as Mina clutched her bloodied finger, hiding her obvious pain behind a proud smile. And soon after that was done, Akatsuki was snatched by Rumyuri, having taken the form of a small slime dragon, and regrouped with the rest of the flying squad. Luna, Sora, and Chariot, the latter two carrying Shizu and Mizu respectively. Glad I got you on time. Rumyuri chirped. Rumuri-chan? Girls? Akatsuki blurted. I thought you were busy with classes 1C and 1E? We were, but as soon as those things arrived and everybody started looking at them, we took the chance to reach the sky and skip ahead. What about the others, though? Are they gonna fight them alone? Shizu looked behind her, then turned to Akatsuki and shook her head. I think some of the hero students are helping them. Akatsuki looked back, and though it was a bit difficult to see, she still managed to catch a glimpse of Uraraka, Mineta, and Uraraka helping the 1D students repel 1C and 1E's assault. Akatsuki smiled and faced back to the front, where she and the girls soon found Midoriya's fight with the Earthquake Girl. Midoriya-san. Guys. You made it. Midoriya remarked cheerfully as she kept Komori in place with a chokehold. But how? Everybody was stunned when the giant robots arrived, so we took advantage of that as soon as we could, Chariot explained. Now come on, let's go to the finish line. You go ahead. I'll keep this girl occupied. But then you won't dash. Just go. Though troubled by the statement, the flying squad began heading straight for the stadium, only for a certain butterfly girl to arrive, dashing past Luna and causing her to turn back to her base form. Miss me? Aya. Looks like the majority of the students have found a way to get past the zero-pointers, but that's far from the last danger they have to face. For now, they have to traverse this set of platforms over a deep chasm. The girls looked down and saw the chasm described by Present Mike, alongside a few platforms with ropes tied to them. The good news is that no matter how hard you fall, you'll land safely on the ground no worse for wear. The bad news is, if you do hit the ground, you're out. Luna made the mistake to look down, and once she did, she froze and went silent in terror as Mike added. We call this treacherous platforming segment the fall. Luna kept screaming as the dark abyss that was the fall came closer and closer, with nobody nearby to give her a helping hand. She closed her eyes and waited for the darkness to consume her, until she felt something grab her waist. And then she was dragged all the way back into a platform, crashing face-first into it. Are you all right? Luna raised her head and looked at her savior, Sue, who looked at her with a neutral expression, with a slight hint of exasperation. Thanks, Ajsen Dash. Don't get the wrong idea, lunatic, the frog girl sternly stated. You and I have some unfinished business to deal with. Until then, I can't allow you to be eliminated. With that said, Sue began wrapping her tongue around Luna, then pulled her straight to her back, holding her tightly as she screamed. What are you doing? The only way I can keep OU from being eliminated is this. Deal with it or now. I hope Jiraiya-san doesn't see this. And with that done, Tsuyu hopped from platform to platform, with the trio of Mineta, Uraraka, and a floating, sleepy Sato coming behind her. Seriously, Aji, sometimes I can't figure out what goes through your head, Mineta sighed. I just hope she's not planning to beat her up in the next event. Then he looked up to see the flying squad going ahead, with 2 other students chasing after them. Mineta quickly took a couple ball out and threw them at the sky, only for them to not go a third of the way before they plummeted to the ground. Goddammit, my ball can't reach the distance necessary to help them. I'm sorry, Midoriya-san, but you'll have to deal with those enemies yourself. And so, Mineta, Uraraka, and Sato continued on their way. The flying squad did the same, flying straight above the fall while keeping an eye on the ground for whatever was coming next. I can see the next obstacle, Sora exclaimed. It appears to be a minefield of some kind. All right, Shizu-san, Chariot spoke as she grabbed Shizu's hand and prepared to launch her towards the minefield. Time for you to do your thing. Shizu gulped and looked at Mizu's reassuring smile to try calm herself down, if only slightly. She was launched straight to the minefield soon after, and she wasted no time channeling her quirk, cartwheeling through the field as she constantly changed the environment of the field, all while receiving her fair share of mines to the face. Once she was out of the mess that was the minefield, Shizu coughed and dusted herself, moments before Midoriya flew down to her side. Nice work, Shizu-san. Now get on my back, I'll take you to the stadium. Huh? Shizu blushed and looked elsewhere. Oh, on your back? Are you sure about that? Incredible. A Gen Ed student just transformed the minefield into a cluster of different environments. Mike shouted cheerfully. If that doesn't make the final obstacle a hurdle to beat, then I don't know what will. You've got a huge target on your back, Midoriya pointed out. Now come on, hop on before dash. Suddenly, Komori crashed into Midoriya, tackling the girl into the ground as Sora zipped by and snatched Shizu. Sora-san. Midoriya-san needs help. And we need to keep up with the plan, otherwise our class will be completely taken out before the second event, the Crow girl answered. Don't fret, I'm sure Midoriya-san has a plan. Shizu looked back at Midoriya, who struggled with Komori to try push her aside. The flying squad kept flying to the stadium, with Soraheim hot on their trail. You don't know the problems you and your class put the entire department into. Komori snapped as she slowly overpowered the greenette. Ever since that little field trip, it's been hell for everyone. Midoriya and Komori rolled, the former now laying on top the ladder. And how's that our fault? We didn't ask for things to go the way they did. Midoriya scaled her fist and threw a punch, only to wince in pain as her scales fell down, Komori taking the chance to roll back on top of Midoriya. No, but you do seem to be the center of all the chaos, Komori growled. As I've heard, every other year, each Gen Ed class flies under everybody's radar, and yet this year, you and your circus of lesbians decided to shoot for the sky, uncaring of how it would affect everybody else. Midoriya gritted her teeth and growled. We're not a circus. The greenette swept Komori's legs. Or at least tried. The end result being Midoriya grabbing her leg and whining in pain. Ah, isn't that cute? Komori threw punch after punch at Midoriya, ending with a swift kick that sent the Draconsic girl sliding far. Midoriya stood up soon after, but just as Komori got ready to continue her beating, an explosion swallowed her, a blast from within sending her flying miles away from Midoriya. Do I have to do everything myself? Bakugo promptly emerged from the explosion, sporting a stern expression. Bakugo-san. What the F was that, Deku? Why did you let that beach beat the shit out of you? I guess you could say I was stalling for time. For F what? For me to come save your sorry butt? Suddenly, Komori's thunderous steps made her return known, and as she approached the duo, Bakugo took a battle stance. Bakugo-san, you have to keep going. The F, are you talking about Deku? The explosive blonde snapped. That beach is basically a baby mammoth. Your quirk can do some crazy shit, I'll give you that, but can it really help you fight that thing? It doesn't matter if I can fight her or not, Midoriya stated as she wiped the blood off her cheek. All that matters is that she's distracted long enough for my friends to get in. Bakugo sighed. It's always about your friends, isn't it? Fine, get fed all you want. The blonde rushed past the mammoth girl, propelling herself with explosions soon after. You do know you could just leave me here and go to the next round, right? Midoriya asked. Why did you come back? Komori snickered slightly. Isn't it obvious? It's to get rid of you. Midoriya's eyes widened, and as some other students ran past the duo, Komori explained. Every group has a link that keeps everybody together. Take that link out, and the group falls apart soon afterwards. Shinsakuin told everybody how you seemed to get the attention of your class when he made his little challenge. Therefore, he assumed you must be the link that keeps them all together. Midoriya furrowed her brow. So you want to take me out as soon as possible, so my classmates fall apart soon after. Komori nodded with a smirk. And what if I'm not the link you're talking about? Midoriya bluffed with a smile. What if the real link was in the group you allowed to fly by? Soraheim-san is hot on their tail, and there's only about 6 or 7 students in that group. Even if it takes a while to take them down, it's only a matter of time until it happens. Komori turned to the stadium. And from the looks of it, you're already out. Midoriya turned to the stadium and saw the final students heading inside. As soon as the last student entered the stadium, the gates shut closed with a booming sound. And with that, Midoriya was officially out of the sports festival. Okay, that went more smoothly than I anticipated, Akatsuki said as she hit the ground. Is everybody all right? Yeah, I think so, Mizu remarked. Has anybody seen Luna-san, though? Slam. The girls turned around to see Luna being placed next to them by a long tongue, which retracted back to its user as she made herself known. Oh, there she is. I carried her with me during the course, Tsuyu stated. Now, let me make one thing clear, 1D, we're still enemies. I simply helped one of you reach the second round, 'cause I got some unfinished business with her, understood? Yeah, Akatsuki nodded. Thanks again, Ajri-san. The frog girl stared at the class for a moment before rolling her eyes and walking back to her team. Okay, so with Luna-san here, that means we got the full squad for the next event, the redhead said as she helped the Constellation girl get up. Right, Midoriya-san? She didn't get an answer, and once she looked around again, Akatsuki noticed the lack of a certain green-haired girl. Girls, where's Midoriya-san? Last I saw her, she got tackled by one of the other Gen Ed students, Shizu somberly answered. Might have stayed behind. Akatsuki's eyes widened. Midoriya-san. Didn't pass? With her role in the sports festival forcibly concluded, Midoriya walked to the stands, keeping her head low with a disappointed expression on her face. Midoriya-san. The greenette stopped and turned around, flinching when she saw Ryukyu approaching her, waving her hand with a wide smile. Ryukyu-sensei? What do you need? I saw you out there. Ryukyu chirped. You did great. Great? How? Midoriya frowned. I spent so much time fighting with Komori-san that I didn't reach the stadium in time. But in doing that, you gave some of your teammates the chance to head for the next round. Ryukyu put her hands on her hips. You put yourself on the line to protect your teammates. That's what a hero would do in this situation. Yeah. Besides, not everything is lost. Ryukyu petted Midoriya's head. Your classmates know that you sacrificed your chance to get to the next round so they could do it. They're not going to forget that, Midoriya-san. Midoriya paused, and a smile formed on her face. Yeah, maybe, as we speak, they're planning what to do for the next round. Well, we had a good run, Shizu sighed. We've only made it to the second round, Luna pointed out. I said good, not long. You couldn't wait until we were taken out before you started spouting pessimistic stuff, huh, Shizu-san? Sorest. We might as well be taken out right now and be saved the humiliation of defeat on public TV, Shizu sighed. Without Midoriya-san here, we're screwed. Oh come on, Shizu-san, Mizu said, petting the brunette's head. I'm sure we'll figure out a way to survive the next round, with or without Midoriya-san. Midoriya-san's the smart one of the classroom, Mizu-san, It was her plan that got us to the next round. And now, we're gonna devise a new plan to try reach the third round. Everybody faced Akatsuki, who held a determined expression as Shizu responded. Akatsuki-san, we're composed of a girl who can terraform closed spaces, a girl with a crow's head and wings, a water spider girl, an angel girl, a slime girl, a girl who can turn into a constellation, and finally you, who can weaponize the background. There's no synergy between any of us except you and Sekai-san. Yuri, the slime girl pouted. And besides, the second event is selected at random. What if we get an event that most of us can't deal with? Then the few of us who can deal with it will move to the next round, but we're not going to throw in the towel now, Akatsuki sternly stated. To do so would be to spit in the face of everything Midoriya-san has done for us. Shizu, thankfully, was driven silent by that statement. And besides, think about Fuyumi-sensei. She's watching us from the announcer's stand. Would she really want to see us acting like this? The girls shook their heads in unanimous agreement. Then let's go out there and do our best. Akatsuki flashed a calm smile. I assure you, she must be calmly waiting for us to show what we got, standing cool and collected like always. My mic was turned off the entire time? That screech came from Fuyumi, whose voice echoed in the cabin as Mike shook, his smile unfaltering. As soon as your class started getting attacked by the other Gen Ed students, one look at your eyes made it clear that you would have panicked, maybe even tried to give your students advice through the speaker. Fuyumi flinched and blushed as she looked away. I would never do that. And you congratulating the girls whenever they did something right, and screaming when something bad happened to them, don't count? Fuyumi fell silent. Fuyumi-san, you love your students, I get that. I too love my students, but I'm afraid that in this event, we can't have the luxury of being biased. We already saw what happened to Principal Nizu. Fuyumi sighed and rolled back to her mic. Fine, I get it. Can you turn my mic on now? Once the second round event gets decided and it begins, I'll turn it on, don't worry. Mike turned back to the screen and clasped his fingers. Now, let's battle against the suspense as midnight stalls for time. Bakugo was feeling rather upset right now. First she doesn't get the first place, and then Midoriya gets taken out of the festival? Before she even got a chance to beat her herself. Yo, Bakugo-san. The explosive blonde turned to her back to see Mina looking at her, slightly confused. Why are you upset? Did something happen? Bakugo looked elsewhere and sighed. Midoriya-san was taken out of the festival. Yeah, everybody knows that, but isn't that a reason to celebrate? Bakugo felt her rage surging as she turned back to Mina, who kept babbling obliviously. You've made it no secret that you don't like Midoriya-san at all, so since her being taken out means you don't have to worry about her being an obstacle, shouldn't that make you happy? Alrighty then, let's spin the wheel. Bakugo shot a murderous look at the pink girl, and turned back, waiting for the wheel to stop like everybody else. And the second event of the sports festival will be. The wheel stopped, to everyone's astonishment. The cavalry battle. Midoriya, after a little talk with Ryukyu, finally reached the seats of the Gen Ed department and headed to the seats for Class 1D, which were already occupied by the girls who didn't manage to go to the next round. Hey, everybody, Midoriya-san's here, Yama said, getting everyone's attention. Midoriya-chan. Jiraiya's chirped as she stood up and ran up to the greenette, locking her in a tight hug. We were getting worried, you know. Are you okay? Yeah, a little, Midoriya sighed. I'm still a little upset I didn't get to the second event, but after talking with Ryukyu, she convinced me to support the girls that did reach the next round. That's the spirit. Jiraiya wrapped her arm around Midoriya and leaned slightly closer. Now come sit next to me. Suddenly, Hayes jabbed Jiraiya in the head, the monkey girl squealing in pain as Hayes grabbed Midoriya's hand and brought her to her seat. Hey, no fair, Hayes-sen. Jiraiya whined. It was my turn to spoil Midoriya. Hayes rolled her eyes. Knowing you just try to feel her up to try get a reaction out of her. I mean, I'd definitely do that, but there are far more important things right now. Jiraiya pointed at the arena. Like seeing what the hell kind of teams our classmates will come up with. Well, they don't have to make teams themselves, Midoriya remarked, scratching her chin as she thought out loud. Most of them have quirks that are either versatile or can affect the scenery, so it would be a matter of pairing up with the best people for synergy. I do think some of them would be better as specific roles, though. Akatsuki-san would be best as a rider and Shizu-san could work as a horse dash. Midoriya-san, you're muttering again. Ah geez, am I? Midoriya blushed and scratched her head. Sorry, I can't help it sometimes. Then she turned back to the arena. But still, I do think our classmates got everything under control. With the second event announced, the students began looking for teammates in the allotted 5 minutes they had before the event started. So, what the hell do we do now? Shizu asked as she scanned the scenery. Most of Gen Ed was taken out during the last round, which is good, but now we have to worry about the hero course and that crazy beach from the support course. Well, I know what I'm doing. Rumyuri chirped. Soon after, the slime girl was enveloped in smoke, it eventually dispersing to reveal she had transformed into a giant slime wolf. Hey, didn't you already pull that trick during the vigilante exercise? Luna asked, stepping closer towards the slime wolf. Won't the 1A students try to take you down first? They'll try, but I'm a sturdy piece of work, Rumyuri smiled. It'll take quite the effort to put me down. Luna nodded, then turned to and walked to Akatsuki, saying, I'm more useful as a horse, so how about we team up? Sounds good to me, Akatsuki scratched her chin. But we'll need 2 more people to make a full team. You don't want to team up? Akatsuki turned to Rumyuri, who looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I think it would be better if we remained separated for now, Rumuri-chan, Akatsuki said sadly. If we're not careful with our matches, we'll be destroyed. And after using Akatsuki Blue against 1A, they'll immediately target us if they see us together. Right, we did use her at the exercise, Rumyuri sighed. Well then, guess I'll go look for somebody to join my team. Good luck, Rumuri-chan. And with that said, the slime wolf walked away, Akatsuki's smile slowly turning into a frown as she lowered her head. Mind if I join you? The redhead and Luna turned around and saw Sora and Mizu approaching them. As long as I have one arm free, I can shoot my web, Mizu explained. I can act as both a horse and a trap maker. Perfect. Glad to have you on the team, Mizu-san. Akatsuki turned to Sora and raised an eyebrow. And you, Sora-san, why do you want to join us? Pragmatism. Sora was as blunt as a metal bat. I'm still tired from flying during the last round, and our options for teammates besides us is low. I can't do traps like Mizu-san, but I can certainly carry you. All right then, fair enough. Akatsuki scanned her surroundings. That would only leave Shizu-san and Chariot-san dash. Actually, just Shizu-san, Sora clarified. I already spoke with Chariot-san, and she said she was gonna go solo for this round. Luna tilted her head. Is that even allowed? It's better than nothing. Even so, she'll go looking for a team until then. If she can't find them, she'll do that thing. Good, so that only leaves Shizu-san. Mizu scratched her cheek. Say, has anybody seen her? Shizu walked around the arena, looking for a group that she could join for the cavalry race. While searching, she came across an odd sight. Mineta and Shoji standing together, Tsuyu approaching the duo as they noticed her. Tsuyu-san dash. Of course I'm on your team, Mineta-kun, the frog girl replied. But we're gonna need another member. Mineta began looking around, but Tsuyu quickly stopped him. Preferably a male member. Of course I'm gonna look for male members, Tsuyu-san. You really think I'd try to look for another girl? Yes. Shizu quietly backed away from the scene, shaking her head to try forget it as she kept looking. Shizu-san. The brunette flinched and turned around, meeting Bakugu's firm gaze as the explosive blonde stomped to her and stated, Become part of my team. Shizu tilted her head. Why you? Want me on your team? Suddenly, Bakugu grabbed Shizu's shoulders and leaned forward, causing Shizu to blush brightly. Listen, Shizu-san, out of everybody in this DM in place, who's still part of the festival anyway, you're the only one whose quirk I actually know about. You're serious? Nobody else catches my interest like you do. You can't be serious. Serious or not, I know what you can do, and I want that power on my team. So, will you join? Me or not? Shizu sighed. I don't have a choice, do I? Well, if you choose any team other than mine, I'll be forced to fight you. I'll join your team. Bakugo smiled slightly. You've made the right choice. And as the duo went to meet the rest of Bakugo's team, Todoroki looked at them in the distance, his neutral expression slowly getting hints of curiosity before he, seemingly, hit jackpot. They're in cahoots. I'm sorry, what? Todoroki turned around and saw Ida, one of his teammates, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. I just saw Bakugo-san convincing one of the 1D girls to join her team, Todoroki explained before snapping his fingers. I think she's one of the few members of 1D she managed to get along with, and now plans to work with her to win the festival. Todoroki-kun, are you feeling all right? Ida lowered his eyelids. I don't think you're thinking straight. What other explanation could there be, Ida-kun? Pragmatism, perhaps? Bakugo-san ended the race in first place, and got the 10 million points added to her as a result. She's effectively everybody's target right now. Any help she can get, she'll take it, no matter what. But of all the people she could team up with, not only does she go with a 1D student, but the student who can terraform the arena. Wait a minute, that's Io Shizu-san? Yaoyorozu asked, taking a look at Bakugo and Shizu in the distance. She's a lot smaller than I imagined. She kinda looks like Uraraka-san too. Uraraka, the final member of Todoroki's team, then took a closer look at Shizu. I guess if you put her bangs down, she'd look similar to me, but I don't know, her head's too oval-shaped. Your head's oval-shaped too, Uraraka-san. No, it's definitely more like a circle. We're getting distracted. Todoroki groaned. Listen, the point is that Bakugo-san has teamed up with the one person in this arena who can completely change it to her whim. Todoroki glared at Bakugo's team. Whatever we do, we need to take them out as soon as possible. Well, when you put it like that, I agree, Yaoyorozu folded her arms. The terraforming students should be the first priority. Ida and Uraraka exchanged looks and nodded in agreement, Todoroki intensifying his glare before reuniting with them. Man, this is, Sato said as he looked at his surroundings. Mineta-kun and Uraraka-san got their own teams, and I can't find a single person willing to team up with me. Hey big boy. Sato turned around, and next thing he knew, golden Bulza-like pupils were right in front of him, the pink-haired girl they belonged to chirping. Team up with me. Sato jumped back, noticing the girl was standing on the tip of her toes and barely keeping her balance together. Who are you? I'm Mei Hatsum, from the support course. She chirped moments before hitting the ground face first. Nice to meet you? Sato raised an eyebrow. Why do you want to team up with me? Truth be told, I actually wanted to be part of 10 Million's team, but she rejected me as soon as I asked to join her, Hatsum explained as she stood up and dusted herself. She told me she found my energy to be annoying. Can you believe it? Considering you must be talking about Bakugo-san, that's certainly an odd thing coming from her. I know, right? So anyway, I went number 2's team, but he was totally full, then 3rd place and 4th place, and I'm just about out of options. Sato frowned. So, I'm just a desperate last resort? Hey, look at the bright side, we're both equally desperate. Hatsum wrapped her arm around Sato's torso and pulled herself towards him. With your epic abs and my babies, we'll make an impression for sure. Babies? My gadgets, of course. What did you think I meant? Sato looked at Hatsum for a moment, then rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Never mind. Then, without warning, Hatsum hopped onto Sato's shoulders and wrapped her thighs around him as she exclaimed. Onwards, last resort. To complete the team. Sato rolled his eyes and sighed, walking off to find more potential teammates, all while grabbing Hatsum's legs so she wouldn't fall off. All right, Akatsuki-san, get up. The redhead nodded, and went to the group composed of Luna, Sora, and Mizu, landing on their shoulders as she tried to compose her balance. Once she did, she gave them a thumbs up, which they returned in kind. Akatsuki-san. Everybody. The group looked up and saw Midoriya waving at them, alongside the remainder of their class. Good luck. Akatsuki smiled, nodded, and took a deep breath before steadying herself. Midoriya-san and Fuyumi-sensei will be watching us, girls. Let's not let them down. Mizu narrowed her eyes with determination. No need to tell us twice. Okay, time's up. Present Mike shouted through the loudspeaker. Everybody should better have their teams ready, 'cause we gotta get this party rolling, right, Fuyumi-san? That's right, Mike, only 16 students will head to the final round, and we got half 100 fighting to get that spot. Fuyumi excitedly claimed. Who'll go to the final round? Only one way to find out. Haha, that's the spirit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let the cavalry battle. Present Mike and Fuyumi exchanged looks and nodded as the students readied themselves for the fight. And then, they exclaimed in unison. Begin! Let's go! Akatsuki's group immediately dashed forward alongside the rest of the groups, most of whom were heading towards Bakugo's group. They're coming after us! Shizu exclaimed. Now's the time for you to show your magic, Shizu-san, Bakugo stated as she braced herself. Use your quirk. Shizu took a deep breath, then slammed her feet into the ground before unleashing her quirk. In an instant, the entire field had been covered in ice, and although nobody actually got stuck in it, the few teams who failed to dodge in time found themselves slipping and hitting the ground. What a shocking tactic! Present Mike exclaimed. Team Bakugo has used one of their quirks to transform the entire festival grounds. But did they give themselves an advantage, or are they just as stuck as everybody else? You know, in retrospective, we should have added a rule to avoid this from happening, Fuyumi spoke. And where's the fun in that? Fuyumi shot a disapproving look at Present Mike. Okay, next round, we'll add a rule that prevents anybody from affecting the ground to this extent, Present Mike said, his normal voice quickly being replaced by his loud one. But for now, it's the ultimate obstacle. And back at the ground, Akatsuki's group regained their footing and remained in place as they scanned the icy environments. I know I shouldn't be surprised that Bakugo-san's team went ham at the start, Mizu frowned. But I'm still amazed the first thing they did was turn this place to ice. Luna looked at the redhead. Akatsuki-san, what do we do? Let's ignore Bakugo-san for now and focus on getting headbands, the redhead stated. That's what's gonna help us get to the next round. Okay, new question then, Sora blurted. How are we supposed to move while the ground is covered in ice? Akatsuki hummed and looked around as she thought of her options. She did this until she noticed something about the ice. The light of the sun was being reflected off the surface. Girls, I got an idea, Akatsuki smiled. Everybody take a step forward. The rest of the group looked confused for a moment, but they eventually obliged and took a step forward. As soon as they did, however, they found themselves sliding in place, with nothing they did helping them change direction. This continued until they hit a wall, at which point they realized something about the ice. Shizu-san's ice. It works like video game ice. Mizu chirped. It does. Luna shrugged. I just thought it didn't have friction. That's what she means, Luna-san, Sora plainly stated. That being said, knowing the ice works like that, it's gonna be a pain to actually get anything. And then Akatsuki raised her head and smiled. Maybe not that much. The redhead gestured at the flying chariot, and once she got her attention, she silently asked her to go around and grab the headbands for her. Chariot smiled, shot a thumbs up at her, then flew off. Whatever you told Chariot-san, I'm assuming she's going to help us, Sora said. What do we do in the meantime? Akatsuki adjusted her headband and stated, We survive. And Team Todoroki is skating across the ice like it was nothing. I bet they'd be amazing ice skaters if they weren't shooting for heroism. Now I see why you had me create those ice skates, but what do we do now? Yaoyorozu asked as she scanned the arena, with the Gen Ed student flying around dash. Ignore her, Todoroki stated. Right now, the main objective is taking Bakugo-san's headband. That will guarantee she and her group are removed from the festival. And secure us a spot in the tournament? Uraraka pointed out. Oh yeah, that too I guess. Uraraka and Ida exchanged skeptic looks and quickly focused on the teams around them. Hey, wait a minute, Uraraka remarked. Does that Sato-kun? Todoroki's team turned around, and to their shock, they saw Sato running across the ice like it was nothing, while wearing a pair of white mechanical boots. Notably, unlike every other team, he was practically the only horse. Hatsum was wrapped around his back, her legs locked in his waist, while in Sato's arm were his final teammates, Kinoko and the butterfly girl from Gen Ed. Ha! Look and weep, intellectual inferiors. May Hatsum have developed technology that renders environmental status irrelevant. Hatsum leaned toward Sato's ear. Last resort, this is the part where you show everyone the boots. I'm a little bit busy right now, Hatsum-san, Sato replied. And I already told you, call me Sato. And I already told you half a dozen times, that part of the joke of the sports festival is to show off what we're capable of. Hatsum began wimp-slapping Sato. So show off my hard work now. Just my luck I joined the team with a buff man's crazy girlfriend, Kinoko sighed. We're not a couple. We're business partners. Hatsum snapped. Get the difference? Wow, Sato-kun's a lot stronger than I imagined, Uraraka remarked. I mean, I'm not saying those girls are heavy, but their weight, alongside the pink-haired one's abuse? I don't think I'd be able to stand them. So, looks like we're not the only ones who prepared for the change of the arena, Todoroki lowered his eyelids. We might have more problems than we thought. Suddenly, Team Sato was tackled by Team Bakugo, who were running at the lead of their horse, Mina. Oh, never mind, Bakugo-san's team's got it. Thanks to a use of her quirk, the butterfly girl helped Team Sato regain their footing, just in time for Team Bakugo to get in their way. Would you look at that, my good old pal Komori-san, Mina said with a mocking tone. How long has it been since we last saw each other? Still pissy about our middle school days, Ashido-san? Kinoko sighed. I thought you'd have gotten over them by now. There are many things I've gotten over since then, Komori-san. Mina narrowed her eyes, shooting a glowing glare. Your abuse and bitchiness towards me wasn't one of them. Ugh, could you not shove us in your middle school drama, Pinky? Bakugo complained. We got better things to do. Ah, come on, Bakugo-san, we got millions of points. There's no way we're getting kicked out of the tournament as long as we keep them, Mina replied, focusing solely on Kinoko. Let's have some fun with these assholes. She's scaring me, Bakugo-san, Shizu remarked. Don't worry, if she tries anything I'll kill her, Bakugo turned back to the team. For now, let's humor her so she behaves. Before anything could come out of the setup, however, Rumyuri dashed across the area, nearly hitting both groups. Hey, watch where you're going, a-hole. Bakugo snapped. Actually, everybody check their headbands dash. I don't have mine. Mina cried. Mine's gone too. Kinoko exclaimed. A smug cackle was heard, and both teams looked at the distance to see a figure on top of Rumyuri. A figure that put on a pair of headbands. Would you look at that, everybody? After a massive fight during the first round, looks like the Gen Ed core students are working together. Present Mike exclaimed with a clap. Hitoshi Shinsu from Class 1C and Rumuri Sekai from Class 1D have joined forces to sweep the floor. What an unexpected team-up. However, taking a closer look, Fuyumi realized something that made her worry. They're not working together. What? Fuyumi flinched, saw Mick's confused expression, and hastily added. I mean, them working together is something I never expected. After the first round's battle royale, seeing Gen Ed actually work together is rather shocking. Mike flashed a grin and a pair of thumbs up before adding. It's indeed a shock, Fuyumi. But with the mass exodus of most of Gen Ed, they're gonna have to work together if they wanna go to the final round. Fuyumi nodded in agreement and remained quiet as she looked at the ground, grimacing once she saw Akatsuki's group sliding around. Once the group stopped at a wall, they took a moment to catch their breath and equip the headbands they had obtained. Okay, we're doing good so far, Akatsuki remarked. Learning how to travel through Shizu-san's ice took a lot less longer than I anticipated. Akatsuki looked up to the stands to see their classmates cheering them on, Midoriya in particular waving her hand with a wide smile. Then, Luna looked at Rumyuri in the distance, and grimaced once she saw the same thing Fuyumi did. "Oh my lord!" Akatsuki caught wind of that statement and turned to look Luna's direction, wherein she quickly noticed something. Rumuri's eyes were blank, and the guy riding her was the same guy that declared war on Class 1A. And his eyes had a similar blank stare to them. Before she realized it, Akatsuki stood up. "Akatsuki-san?" Mizu stammered. And then she jumped and disappeared. "Akatsuki-san!" The group exclaimed in unison. Akatsuki reappeared right behind the guy, who kept smirking as Akatsuki loomed over him, her being framed in shadow. And when he finally noticed and turned around, it was too late. For hell hath no fury like a Gen Ed scorned. Grabbing Shinso by the headbands, Akatsuki lifted the guy, pinned him against Rumuri's slimy fur, and snapped. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm assuming you're asking me for my name," the guy replied nonchalantly. "It's Hitoshi Shinso. Nice to meet you dash. How do I release Rumuri-chan from your control?" Shinso smirked. "Teach, what makes you think she's under my control?" Without hesitation, Akatsuki slapped Shinso hard enough to not only leave a handprint, but knock a tooth off him. Once he realized this, his confident aura vanished. "You slap really hard. Wait until you see my punching." Akatsuki snapped, showing one clenched fist. "Okay, hold it. Hold it." Shinso exclaimed. "I'll release her. Just give me a second." Shinso snapped his fingers, and the slime wolf stopped in place and shook her head. "What happened?" "Nothing, Rumuri-chan," Akatsuki answered as she released Shinso and rubbed Rumuri's hair. "Everything's fine now." And then she turned to Shinso. "You get off my best friend's back before I kick you out myself." "Let him stay, Akatsuki-chan." The duo faced the slime wolf, both in equal disbelief. "Are you serious, Rumuri-chan? This a-hole took control of you. He was possessing you the entire time." "He did, but considering the situation Gen Ed is in, can you blame him? The entire department is at each other's throats right now, fighting to try get on top of each other for a chance at advancing in the festival. With that in mind, is it a surprise he had to take desperate measures to stand out?" Akatsuki flinched, followed by Shinso looking regretful as he remembered what he did. "Let him stay with me, or if that's no good, why not join forces?" Akatsuki raised an eyebrow. "Join forces?" Rumyuri eyed Akatsuki's group, which was fast approaching the slime wolf. "I can grow big enough to carry everybody on my back for the rest of the round. That way, we don't have to fight each other to try advance." Then she looked at her current riders. "But I need you two to be okay with the idea." Akatsuki and Shinso looked at each other, their expressions turning serious as she stated. "Just to make it clear, I'm not forgiving you for what you did to Rumuri-chan. What we're going to do is something done out of necessity. Desperate situations require desperate measures. 5 minutes remaining, everybody." The duo looked up and gasped, especially when taking that into account. Akatsuki waved at her team, and in the blink of an eye, everybody got on Rumuri's back, which caught Present Mix's attention. Would you look at that? After a heated rivalry between classes, the Gen Ed department has finally decided to work together to try survive past this round. It's about time if you ask me. Has it really been so long that we only have 5 minutes left? Fuyumi pondered out loud. It feels like this just started 5 seconds ago. Well, you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. And apparently it flies when everybody's beating each other up too. Ha! You're a riot sometimes, buddy. Fuyumi raised an eyebrow, but quickly returned to the screens, where she quickly caught the sight of another fight being brought to a halt, the one between Team Bakugo and Team Sato. Wait, there's only 5 minutes left? Shizu grimaced. When did time fly so fast? That doesn't matter right now, we have to cover our losses. Bakugo stomped Mina's shoulder while the pink girl glared at the other team. Stop wasting time, Pinky, we have to dash. Do what? Get headbands? With your 10 million points headband, we don't need to do anything to go to the next round. Mina growled before glaring back at Team Sato. Now shut up and let me focus on Dash. Bakugo promptly stomped Mina's face, startling the pink girl and nearly causing her team to collapse. Alright, looks like they stunned themselves. Hatsum chirped as she prepared to hop off. Time to get out of here, last resort. And what's that supposed to Dash? Before he could finish, Sato and Kinoko found themselves being propelled forward, and a single looked back revealed it was because Hatsum was pulling them forward, her boots unleashing a great force of energy as she giggled. What the hell was that for? Mina snapped. You let them get away. That's the idea. Mina narrowed her eyes. What? We don't have much time left before the round's over, and everybody's chasing after our headband. Bakugo growled. So we're gonna focus on surviving to the next round, and once that's done, then you can continue on to your temper tantrum. It's not a temper tantrum. Before they could further argue how this was definitely a temper tantrum, a tongue whipped Mina, snatching her headband away and getting the team's attention. They soon saw who took the headband, the team of Shoji, Tsuyu, and Mineta, the middle one taking the headband before putting it on her neck. Tsu, you little Dash. There's something to focus on. Bakugo stated. Come on you guys, we gotta chase after them. And so Team Bakugo obliged with Team Todoroki in hot or cold, depending on how you look at it pursuit. Todoroki-kun's team's right behind us. Mina shouted. Don't pay attention to them. Bakugo snapped. We gotta get our headband. Back from Kermit. As all that happened, Chariot looked at the ground, carrying a couple headbands with herself. I guess it's true what they said about the sports festival. The closer it reaches the end, the more chaotic it gets. She shrugged, then looked at the headbands. Well, I won't gain anything floating in place. I should go see who I can deliver headbands to Dash. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind unbalanced Chariot and caused her to drop the headbands, just in time for her to see the butterfly girl from 1E floating nearby. We got some unfinished business to take care of, the butterfly girl cracked her knuckles. You and me. Chariot gritted her teeth, her eyes glowing as she got ready to strike the insectoid girl. Well, things are definitely heating up here, folks. Present Mike exclaimed from the announcer's room. Just how much more intense can it get before the time's up? Heating up? Fuyumi asked. I don't know, I feel like everything's a bit colder. And then Fuyumi noticed something in the distance. Something that quickly worried her. A patch of ice spreading from the exit. Oh no. Present Mike put a hand on his microphone and faced Fuyumi. What? Is something wrong? Fuyumi took off her headpiece and stood up. Fuyumi-san, what's wrong? Present Mike's question fell on deaf ears as Fuyumi bolted out of the room, just as the ice spread enough to be noticed by everybody else. Followed by a cloaked figure entering the arena. Okay, so this might come as a surprise for most of you, but I'm gonna put this story up for adoption. I've had a long and hard thought about this, especially since nobody might be crazy enough to adopt this, but it's either that or delete it. And at this point, I'd feel horrible if I deleted another story. So this story's up for grabs. If anybody wants to adopt it, send a comment and I'll consider it. But the current vision, my version of the story, is done here. And if you'd like a more open conclusion, let's just say Todoroki won the sports festival, and Midoriya gained not only a harem of classmates, but a spot among the top 10 heroes in the future. But that's up to whoever adopts the story. And that's it from me. Thanks all of you who stood with this story for so long. I hope it gave you a good time while it lasted. Peace out.